Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. This video includes a short self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter vanished and returned as a Dragonmaster? Let's dive in. Here is short summary. Harry Potter vanishes from the wizarding world as war erupts, only to be cast into another realm where survival is earned, not given. Alone and tested beyond magic, he proves himself worthy of the long-lost dragons, and returns not as a savior, but as a Dragonmaster the world never saw coming. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. He opened the doors and entered, followed by his companion and Harry. The chatter in the room died as they walked in the room. All the eyes were fixed on them, or more precisely on Harry. He looked down, quite uncomfortable with all the attention he was getting. He noticed that the two elves had joined their friends. The silence was finally broken by a strong voice. Very well, now that we're all here, let's start the ceremony. Harry looked up at the speaker and met a pair of blue eyes, a bit like Dumbledore's except that these ones weren't twinkling at him. The speaker looked older than all the other people present. He appeared to be the leader. Welcome Dragonlings, I'm Demenor, leader of this group. Now step forwards, and state your name so that you can be chosen. Immediately, 11 youths, looking about Harry's age, walked to the center of the room. Confused, Harry joined them. The first to talk was a tall dark-haired elf. I'm Tenub. It was clear that he was used to being obeyed. Demenor turned to the masters. Does anyone accept Tenub as his Darren? An elf raised his hand. I, Cario, accept Tenub as my Darren. Tenub bowed. I, Tenub, swear obedience to Master Cario. One by one, all the youths were chosen by a master. There were 6 elves: Tenub, Inir, Vlad, Exjal, Melissa and Arnel. The 5 remaining ones didn't look like anything Harry knew. All were human-like except for some details. 2 of them had white hair and orange eyes. They also had only 4 fingers on their hands. They were Magus, as Harry would soon learn. Magus were cousins of the elves, but due to a prolonged contact with strong magic, their appearance had changed as well as their powers. Magus were able to manipulate magic flows. They were called Garth and Ophelia. The last 3 were elementals. Like Magus, they were cousins of the elves but were divided in 4 groups recognizable by their appearance. One of the 3 youths, called Cobalt, was obviously a water elemental, with his deep purple hair and his ocean blue eyes. The second, Ryber, was an earth one, having dark green hair and hazel eyes. The last one, Chrissiane, was an air, with her silver gray locks and gray eyes. They all had very pale, almost transparent skin. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He stepped forward and said, a bit shakily, I'm Harry. Does anyone accept Harry as his Darren? Nobody answered. The room was dead silent. Demenor asked his question again, but this time more forcefully. Harry looked around him, only meeting cold and defiant stares. He shifted on his feet, uncomfortably. Finally, the silence was broken by a harsh voice. Don't bother repeating the question. Demenor, none of us want to take a weak human as our Darren. He would only bring shame on us. Demenor sighed at this, as if he had expected this reaction. Harry was now looking at the floor, truly hurt by these words. Well, said the elf, as no one wishes to take you, human, I have no other choice but to take you myself. Harry bowed, his cheeks burning with shame. I, Harry, swear obedience to Master Demenor. There were a few seconds of silence, which were finally broken by the voice of Demenor. All right, will the masters take their Darrens with them and explain a few things? I bid you good night. His voice clearly stated that they were being dismissed. Only Harry and Demenor stayed in the room. Well, Harry, your situation is quite peculiar, said the elf slowly. Harry remained silent, not knowing what to say. Quite peculiar indeed, he repeated. I think you deserve an explanation. Harry slowly nodded. All right, you're here at the headquarters of the Dragonmasters. It's a group mostly composed of elves, also a few magus and elementals. Our principal characteristic is that we're all partnered with a dragon. A dragon, blurted Harry. There was a faint smile on his lips. Yes, a dragon, but not the ones you're used to seeing. These dragons are different, more intelligent and resourceful. They can speak telepathically and partnered with someone. There are 9 types, broken into 3 groups. First, the mind dragons. They are the Azurian. A picture of a big azure dragon appeared. It was huge with silver claws, sharp small spikes on the head and the neck. Big spikes on the dark blue wings and razor-sharp blade on the legs as well as at the end of the tail. These are the strongest, most enduring in their group. Then the Donruss, another picture followed these words. Large light red wings, a body colored in pastel tones from yellow to red, a crown of spikes on the head, small blades along the neck and the tail, ruby claws. This one was smaller than the Azurian. Really fast, sharp reflexes and great memory. The last member of this group are the Duskers. Another picture showed up. It was the one of a small dragon covered with scales whose colors were either deep purple, dark blue or black. Its wings were a dark violet. It had 2 horns on the head, little spikes above the eyes, dark claws and round spikes on the tail. Its principal advantage is his chameleon's abilities. This dragon can blend in his environment, thus making it difficult to identify them. Demenor took a huge breath and looked at Harry, who was staring at the pictures. The second group is composed of the elements, dragons, first the Firelands, who had control over fire. A new picture appeared. It was quite a huge dragon. It was red and orange with 2 horns on its head. Its wing and the end of its tail were made of fire. Then the Dewatts, who controlled water. The dragon looked a lot like the Azurian, except he was smaller, had less spikes and that his body seemed made of water. The third are the Wiskand, who mastered the air. This dragon was quite strange. It was hard to describe since his body seemed blurred. Its wings were transparent, he had 2 horns made of swirling air and white fluorescent eyes. Wiskands are able to make themselves invisible. And the last ones, the Queer, with control over Earth. It was the biggest dragon Harry had ever seen. It seemed made of rock with massive legs and huge wings. Its body was covered with tiny spikes. 2 blades were found at the end of his tail. Demenor paused again. Harry had never been so shocked. Finally, the 2 last dragons. They're magical dragons. First, the Enmags. Harry was awestruck by the picture of this dragon. If he had to describe something magical, it would be this. Huge silver wings, a slender creamy body which radiated magic, rainbow-colored. Spark on his neck and tiny spikes above his head. Enmags are all females and powerful healers, but they are also very rare. But the rarest are the Saurochs. He looked royal, like a chief, a leader. Huge golden wing with silver spikes, diamond-like scales. Huge claws, blades on the tail, neck and head. Saurochs emanated power. The Saurochs are the most powerful of dragons. They can control magic, are deadly fighters and almost immune to all types of spells. Harry only nodded, completely shocked by the picture. Now on to another subject. You'll be trained for 2 years before being partnered. Your training consists of different areas of study: sword fights, close combat, martial arts, archery, horseback riding, mind magic, including healing, tracking. You and the other apprentices will be under the care of masters of each field. Quote. Harry nodded again. One last thing, as you know, I am your surveyor, but I'm also the leader of the Dragonmasters, so I'm really busy and I would appreciate it if you didn't come to me too often. Once again Harry nodded. Good. I'll show you the Darren's dorm. Follow me. Harry was led to a black door. Here you are. Good night, and good luck with your training, you'll need it. Before Harry could thank him, Demenor left. Harry dreaded the reaction of the others in the room. Bracing himself, he opened the door and entered. He was met with a heavy silence and hard stares. Biting his lip, he headed towards the only remaining bed, in the corner to his right, near the window. Silently he opened the bags, finding some clothes, soap. He started to put them into the drawers under the bed, hearing the others talking in quiet whisper between them. I can't believe a human has been chosen, said one of the mages suddenly. Yes, I mean, how could a weak human be partnered with a dragon? Added a blonde-haired elf, Vlad. Did you know that they need sticks of wood to do magic? Asked the earth elemental, Ryber, playing along. Really? Yes, pathetic isn't it? And I thought the trolls were stupid. Well, humans might be the next step of their evolution. I don't know. Why don't you ask the human? Excellent idea. Hey human. Harry, who had acted like he was deaf, looked at the elf. Is your mother a troll? Harry clenched his fists but remained silent. They were baiting him but he wouldn't fall for their trap. What's the problem? Cat got your tongue. Perhaps he is mute, said the air elemental, Christian. Are too stupid. I mean if his mother was really a troll. They looked like they could go on for hours but Teneb cut them off. Finished. I think dinner is ready. Really? Well let's going. Exclaimed another elf, Exjal. They left the room. Harry looked down at his hand. He had clenched his fist so tightly that he had cut himself. He forced himself to calm down, breathed deeply and exited the dorm, heading for the common room. He sat at the far end of the table reserved for the apprentices. Through the whole dinner, he remained silent, pretending not to hear the taunts of the other youths. As soon as they were allowed to leave, he went straight to his dorm, changed and went to bed. He heard the other coming a few hours later and pretended to be sleeping. He had a hard time falling asleep. What had he done to deserve this treatment? He was awakened by ice water in the morning. Completely drenched, shivering, he looked around and spotted a bucket hovering above him. Without warning it stopped hovering and fell right on his head. The shock made him a bit dizzy. Finally awake human, asked Christian with a fake smile. Hurry up Chris or we'll be late for breakfast, shouted Garth. Coming, yelled the young girl before looking back to Harry. You should hurry human, or you'll be late. As soon as she left, he got up, dressed and ran to the common room. Everyone was nearly finished. He quickly ate his breakfast and headed to his first class, sword fighting. He was the last one to arrive. Their master gave him a scornful look. Well, as I said before, I'm Ephilin and I'll be teaching you the art of fighting. I'm sure most of you, he glanced at Harry, will be great. We'll start with sword fighting. I'll give each of you a sword then show you some basic moves. In a few minutes they all had a blade in their hands. Harry was finding his to be really heavy. He had trouble lifting it. Now look at me, the elf said loudly before demonstrating a series of slow simple movements. He made them practice a few times, correcting and praising them one by one. He seemed particularly keen on Teneb who was moving with ease, apparently used to holding a sword. Then, he reached Harry as he was executing the series for the 5th time. His arms were growing tired from carrying the sword and he was panting. Well, too heavy for you. Harry didn't know what to say. A little, but a baby could hold this sword. And your balance is horrible, look. To prove his point Ephilin gave him a good push on the shoulder, sending him on the ground. No balance, no strength. What am I going to do with you? The other youths were snickering at this. Give me this sword back, you're not worthy to hold it yet. Without a word, Harry handed him the blade. The elf put it back on the wall and took a long stick of wood on which he put 2 rings of steel. Take this, and practice with it. At least you won't hurt yourself or anybody else. Garth was mimicking Harry behind the teacher's back. Ephilin went back to the front of the apprentices. Well, all of you but the human can practice these movements against each other. You, he said looking at Harry, you continue to practice alone. This went on for 2 hours. Then they headed outside for their archery lesson. This didn't go well for Harry either. He was exhausted from his first lesson and his arm was shaking, making him miss the targets by meters and earning the anger of Edivia the elf teacher. Lunch passed quickly and then the first lesson of magic, the one Harry was looking forward to. At least he wouldn't be far behind this time. He had only forgot one thing, his wand. As soon as he stepped into the class with his wand in his hand, he found Sarwin in front of him glaring at him. The Magus snatched his wand away. Forget it human. There won't be any wand waving in this class. We'll be learning about true magic. The lesson was torture for Harry. He couldn't do anything, having never learned how to channel his power without a wand. Wandless magic was supposed to be impossible. At the end of the lesson, Sarwin gave him his wand back, warning Harry to keep it in his dorm. The next period was about mind magic. The first step in this process was accessing to the spirit plan. The only way was meditating, as their teacher, Nthor, had explained them. The ability to keep calm in all the situations was necessary for a dragon's partner. The dragon had a tendency to be overwhelmed by their emotions, so the partner had to keep a cool head to balance this rush of feeling. Apparently the elves, magus and elementals use a particular way to meditate and fall in a deep trance. The problem was that it had no effect on Harry. He spent the 2 hours trying to figure out another way to meditate, failing miserably. Finally he met his last teacher, Leonhire, who was teaching them how to ride a horse. If it was possible, this was the worst hour of the day for Harry. As soon as he said he had never ridden before, he earned the teacher's scorn. Finally it was over. Harry quickly ate and went straight to bed after nursing his many bruises. The next days followed the same pattern, and after a week, Harry realized he wasn't welcome by anyone here. His comrades were divided into 2 groups. One group, composed of Inir, Melissa, Arnell, Teneb, Ophiria and Cobalt, was simply ignoring him, acting like he didn't exist. The others loved to taunt and insult him. It was their favorite game, and the teachers acted like nothing was happening. He hadn't improved in any of his classes. In fighting he still practiced with his stick or was used by Effilin for demonstrations, meaning that he would act as a punching bag. His aim improved, but Edivia was ignoring him. Magic was still impossible, and the teacher was ready to throw him out. Mind magic wasn't any better. In horse riding class he had been declared a hopeless case. Add to this the nightly nightmares about Voldemort, Cedric, tortures. All in all, his life was a real hell. And the future wasn't looking any better. Harry was quietly eating, ignoring the taunts from Garth and his friends. He was getting used to it. He was amazed with their ability to come up with new insults every day. A ringing was heard above the chatter. Deminor rose on his feet. Darrens, it's a tradition among us to celebrate the end of the first month you have spent with us. So a feast will be held in your honor in 1 week. He sat back among the cheers. Harry was quite happy about it too. The following week was spent talking about the feast. Even the teachers were more lenient. On the night of the feast, the youths were gathered in the dorms, getting ready for it. 10 minutes before the feast, they began to leave the room. As Harry was about to leave too, he felt someone grab his arm. "Where do you think you're going?" "To the feast, Ryber." Harry replied simply, having recognized Ryber's voice. "Really? You really thought you were going to be able to come? How thick can you be?" Harry looked at him confused. The little human doesn't understand. "Let me explain in simple terms, you are not coming. I don't see a reason which could stop me from going." "Well, there isn't any, but you won't go." "Why?" "Listen, human, you're nothing but a burden. You'll only bring shame upon us by coming. Who do you think will be happy to see you tonight?" Harry looked down. Ryber had hit a nerve and knew it. "See," he said, smirking. "Good night, human." Harry slowly undressed and lay on his bed. A lonely tear rolled down his cheek. He missed Hogwarts, his friends, he even missed Snape. At least he knew why Snape hated him. He slowly fell into an agitated sleep. He was in Efilin's lesson, listening and trying to be as discreet as possible while doing his best to imitate the master with his stick. Apparently this wasn't enough, as the elf called him to the front. "Well, let's see if you improved from being hopeless to being really bad." In a few seconds, Harry was on his back on the floor. "Well, I have to rephrase my sentence. You're not hopeless, you're way beyond hopeless." The other students were laughing at him. Harry was looking at his feet, his cheeks red with shame and embarrassment. "Go back to try to improve if it's possible. At least be useful and shine the swords in the box." Silently, under the laughter, Harry walked to the back of the room and started to shine the weapons. End of flashback. There has been this time in Nthor's class too. Flashback. Harry had been trying for the 100th time to access the trance in order to reach the spirit plane, which was the goal of this course. Once a student reached the plane, he could meet his spirit guardian and receive advice. The shape of the spirit depended on the personality of the student. It was a common thing among the students to try to guess this shape. Bets were made on that. Harry was aware that the others were joking about what his guardian would be. Some said it would be a worm, others a goldfish. "Human," snapped the teacher. Harry winced and sighed. Another lecture, how marvelous. I wonder what you are doing here. I've never seen someone less skilled than you. I'm wondering if it doesn't have anything to do with your mind. A 3-year-old child would be able to enter a simple trance, yet you are unable to do the easiest thing. Well, as teaching you seems to be a lost cause, I'll give you something else to do. Take these quills and copy down these manuscripts. Even you could be able to do this correctly. As Harry walked slowly to a table, carrying the parchments, he wished with his entire mind that the ground could open and eat him, hiding him from them. End of the flashback. In reality, all his masters weren't teaching him anymore. Each time, after about 15 minutes, they threw him some snide remarks, pointed out his uneasiness, his clumsiness and gave him other things to do, in general hard and dirty work or boring tasks. Leonhire made him clean the stables, Edivia used him to paint targets, refurnish her wood stocks or make arrows. In Sarwin's class, like in Nithor's, he had to copy thick manuscripts, old and dusty parchments. At least there, he was learning something. He might not be able to use magic or mind power, but he knew probably more curses, hexes and theories about these subjects than all the students put together. Added to this, there were the taunts, the insults. Ignore him, he's just a human. As the little human crying. Oh, poor little human. Go back where you belong. Weak, useless, idiot. Oh, ignore him, he's too stupid to understand. You're a good for nothing. I don't understand why I waste my time with you anyway. You clumsy fool. You'll never do anything right. You're only a danger and a burden. Danger, burden, these words echoed in his ear. He closed his eyes, preventing more tears to follow the first two. His thoughts drifted to Hogwarts, which was not a good thing since it only increased his feeling of loneliness and coldness. He hadn't felt that cold before a comment of Exjal a few days ago. Flashback. Teneb and Cobalt were quietly discussing at a table in a corner of the dorm. Harry was lying on his bed, lost in his thoughts. The door opened and Exjal walked to them. Soon they were talking about the upcoming Christmas and what they would probably receive from their families. Then Exjal spotted Harry and smirked before saying loudly, "At least we'll get gifts, won't we?" As Harry hadn't reacted, still thinking deeply and having not heard his comment, Exjal taunted him. "Tell me, human, what will your friends give you?" Silence answered him. This time, Harry had heard him but had found quickly that ignoring them was the best way to deal with the taunts. "Boy, am I stupid," exclaimed the young elf. "You don't have friends, I had forgotten." Harry remained expressionless. He had learned to do it after spending 2 months there. His face was now a cold mask, rarely showing any feelings. Exjal seemed disappointed at this lack of reaction and dropped the subject. But he had hit a nerve and his remarks had truly hurt the young boy. End of the flashback. His friends. He missed them more than anything else. They should be partying in the Great Hall now. He could picture the icicles, the candles, the trees brought in and decorated by Hagrid, the food, the laughter. Ron and Hermione should be bickering at the Gryffindor table as usual, George and Fred should be plotting another prank or experimenting a new invention on a poor first year. He could see the professors at their table, McGonagall, as strict as ever, Dumbledore with his twinkling blue eyes, Snape, surely scowling. Sirius and Remus were probably on some sort of mission. He would give anything to see them again, even Snape and Malfoy. He pushed these thoughts away. He was only making himself feel more depressed than he already was. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted to sleep, but dreams weren't any better than reality. He was walking on the grounds of Hogwarts. The scene was peaceful, blue sky, sun, and birds chirping. Harry could hear the laughter of the Hogwarts students in the background. He headed for the Quidditch pitch. There, the scenery suddenly changed. Gone were the birds, the sun. The sky was now a dull gray, and thunder could be heard. He looked around, seeing tombstones sprouting everywhere. "Kill the spare," hissed someone behind him. He spun around, meeting the red eyes of a smirking Voldemort. "Harry Potter. The murderer is back." Harry took a step backward. "I'm not a murderer," he said, but his tone wasn't that confident. "Really?" whispered the Dark Lord. "Then how do you explain that?" He stepped aside, revealing the body of Cedric, lying on the floor. But it wasn't the body Harry had brought back with him, it was rotten flesh, with hollow holes instead of eyes. No, no. Harry was stepping backward, shaking his head, his eyes fixed on what was remaining of the Hufflepuff seeker. To his great horror, the body started to get up slowly and shakily. The holes in his face were lit with red fire. He started to stumble towards Harry. Harry, Cedric, why did you kill me? I didn't. Why, Harry, why? No, this is not true. Isn't it? Hissed Voldemort, are you sure? And what about them? More people started to appear, all the families he had seen being tortured and killed through his dreams for the past months. A young girl, about 5-year-old, her teddy bear in her arms, was looking at him with a frown. Why? She was followed by an old man, a young lady, a mother. They circled him, asking him why he had killed them. Harry put his hands over his ears trying to block their voices, but to no avail. Please, stop it, I didn't mean to. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, please, stop, he muttered. Slowly their figures faded, and once again the scenery changed. He was back at Hogwarts, in the Great Hall to be precise, but the happy atmosphere of the school was gone. He could only feel coldness, a coldness which penetrated every fiber of his body and mind. The whole staff and student body were staring at him. Dumbledore stood up with a grim face. Mr. Potter, you're charged of the murder of a fellow student, Cedric Diggory, therefore you are being expelled from this school. You must leave in less than an hour. Harry wanted to speak, to claim his innocence, but his voice was gone. He heard loud shouts around him. Murderer! Traitor! The Gryffindors were staring at him with hateful glance. Ron and Hermione looked at him with spite and loathing. You're no longer a Gryffindor, you're not worth more than a Death Eater, said Ron. We were your friends, and that's how you repay us. You left us at his mercy. Killer! Shouted Hermione, slapping him. The doors burst open and Fudge, followed by 2 Aurors entered. Harry Potter, you have been found guilty of the murder of Cedric Diggory and sentenced to be given the K.S. The minister announced. A hooded person entered the room and Harry's mind was filled with the cries of his parents. The Dementor approached him. Harry couldn't move, his feet seemed to be rooted to the floor. Slowly a skeletal hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him closer while the other one was lowering the hood a bit. Harry then saw a large black hole instead of the mouth. The hole was dragging him and he fell in it, screaming, spinning in the darkness, words echoing around him. Traitor! Liar! Murderer! It was like a chant that followed him in the darkness until he felt nothing more. Harry bolted upright on his bed, sweating and breathing heavily. It had been a nightmare. The words were still echoing in his head. Murderer! Killer! He felt disgusted with himself. It was true. He had abandoned them when they needed him. And there he was, lying on a bed, doing nothing useful. Too stupid to learn anything, too cowardly to stand up to his fellow students, too weak to be of real help in the fight, a burden, a useless burden who only endangered other people. He only hurt those he was close to. But it would end soon. This thought surprised him, but thinking about it he started to see its advantages. It would solve everything and nobody would miss him. Hermione, Ron, Sirius and all the others at Hogwarts must surely have gotten over his disappearance, and this way he wouldn't endanger them more. The Dursleys would be happy to get rid of him, as would the Masters and the Riders here. Dementor had forgotten about him. Harry knew this. The leader was so busy he had completely forgot about his young apprentice, not that he wanted a human apprentice or a even normal apprentice, as far as Harry knew. Nobody would miss him. His decision was taken. Slowly, he got up, put an illusion on the bed with his wands, making it look like he was sleeping. Then he opened one of his drawers and pulled out a knife. He had taken it one night after dinner. It wasn't a big knife, but it was sharp enough for what he had in mind. He took his cloak and wrapped it around his shoulder. Quietly, he sneaked out of the dorm and headed towards the doors. He decided to leave through the door in the kitchen. Nobody would be there at that time. The cooks and their assistants were at a party thrown for them and those who kept the place clean and took care of the people and animals here. Silently he walked and in a few minutes he was outside. The cold of the night made him shivered and he tightened the cloak around him. He could feel the knife in one of his pockets. He walked slowly, not really knowing where to go. The snow was making his progression difficult, but he didn't give up. He heard the rush of the sea against the cliffs. The headquarters of the Dragonmasters was situated on an island, lost in the middle of an ocean, and he didn't really know where it was. He made up his mind and he headed for the south side of the island. Once there, he looked at the stars and positioned himself in the exact direction of Hogwarts. Then in a slow motion, he pulled out the knife and looked at the sharp blade. With determination, he placed it on his left wrist and sliced it in a quick swift stroke. He rapidly sliced his right one too and looked up at the stars. Maybe his parents were waiting for him there. His blood was freely falling on the snow, making a small dark red pool at his feet. He felt weaker and weaker from the blood loss. His mind was drifting away. He fell on his knees, not able to stand up anymore. He finally laid on his back, his eyes fixed on the stars. Slowly his eyelids fell too, obscuring his view, and he fell into welcome darkness. Harry felt himself being engulfed in welcome darkness. He didn't feel anything. No pain, no joy, just nothing. But suddenly he felt a tug in his navel, like he was being transported by a portkey, and his surroundings started to lighten, slowly become blinding white. After the few minutes it took his eyes to adjust to the light, he started to look around him. It seemed like he was on a cloud. If this was heaven, he was quite happy to be there. He suddenly heard a flapping behind him and turned sharply to look at what was making that sound. His jaw nearly hit the ground, if there was any. A dragon was flying towards him, a Sawaric to be precise. But he was silver instead of the normal colors. The beast landed near Harry and stared right at him, making him really uncomfortable. It was stupid, the dragon stated, looking strictly at the teen. Harry only gaped at him, too surprised to even register what he had just said. This was probably one of the most foolish things to do, continued the dragon. He was clearly angry with Harry. Harry snapped back to reality. He was in heaven and he wasn't there to be shouted at. He'd gotten enough of that at the headquarters. What? He replied, curtly. What were you thinking? Slicing your wrist. Did you want to kill yourself? Harry raised his left eyebrow. Was he joking or just being stupid? That was the point. He snapped back, clearly angry at the dragon. I know that. Then, why are you asking? To get a point. Which is, aren't we curious? No, just wondering why I am being bothered by a dragon with an anger management problem, while I'm supposed to be dead and resting in peace forever. Why'd I always get the difficult ones? The huge beast sighed, rolling his eyes in a very human-like way. Harry remained silent. The dragon was getting on his nerves. The Sawaric gave an exasperated sigh again. Well, let's get a few things straight. First, you're not dead. What? I'd like you not to interrupt me. As I was saying, you're not dead and... Sorry, I must have misunderstood what you have just said. I think I heard, you're not dead. You are not dead, the dragon repeated forcefully. There was a silence, then... Censored. Language. Oh, shut up. You've basically told me I'm going back to hell and you'd like me to be fine and happy about it. Are you out of your mind? You don't know what my life is like there. I know exactly how it's like for you. I'm not your guardian for nothing. Really, and how would you? You're my what? Me to think you have a few hearing problems. I'm your guardian. Harry stared at the Sawaric. After a few minutes, he seemed to break from his shock state. All right, where's the camera? The dragon gave him a confused look. The what? The camera, you know, this thing muggles use to record films. I know what a camera is. You sure know a lot of things, replied Harry, but he shut up, seeing the look on the Sawaric's face. To come back to our subject, I'm your guardian and... sorry to interrupt you again, but I believe there is a small mistake there. You can't be my guardian. And why not? Well, I can't have a guardian. To have one, you need to reach the spirit plane and find one, and I'm unable to reach the plane, so I can't have a guardian. You being to be able to reach the plane would have been quite surprising, seeing what your so-called masters taught you, the dragon snorted. Care to elaborate? Harry asked, with a raised eyebrow. Well, you're a human. Brilliant, you noticed. Don't take that tone with me, snapped the dragon. Anyway, as I was saying, since you're a human, you can't use the same method as the elves to reach the plane, it's technically impossible. Elvish and human minds aren't identical. Great, and so, you're really thick, you know. It means that with the proper training, you can develop your own abilities. Wonderful, replied Harry sarcastically. And how was I supposed to learn that? Well, I was planning to appear to you, but since you tried to kill yourself, my plans have been changed a bit. It was quite a stupid thing to do, completely useless and inappropriate. I found it quite appropriate, thank you. Well, we haven't much time left before you wake up, so I'm going to show you how to reach the plane. After this I'll be able to talk with you. Something I'm not sure I should be happy about, Harry muttered quietly. This way, I'll be able to help with your training, continued the dragon, apparently not having heard Harry's comment. At the word, training, Harry's ears perked up. Training? No, painting, snorted the Soeric. Of course training, but I don't think I'm the best person to be trained. Nonsense. Now listen carefully. To reach the plane you need to. The dragon started to explain in every detail the method to reach the plane. He explained to Harry that the elves had a very strong link with nature. They had to link with it, and after relaxing and calming their minds, they used its power and through it, accessed the plane. Then they had to pierce its mists, stabilizing the plane. They would find their guardian only once this was done. As Harry was a human, he said, he didn't have these links, so instead of trying to draw his mind out into the nature's power which he couldn't access, for now at least he had to dive into the depths of his mind, to focus inside him on his inner power, locate its origin, and use it to reach the plane. Once there, he had to adjust his mind to the plane. To put it simply, he had to clear his mind, not calm himself, which was quite different. He started to try to do this, under the careful watch of the dragon. To make him practice, the Soeric took him into another plane and made him return to the spirit plane. After a few failed attempts, he quickly got the hang of it and could now do it with ease in a few seconds. Suddenly he shivered. Apparently, you're finally waking up. But I don't want to. Sorry, but I don't think it's something we can control. But, no but. Anyway, I expect you tomorrow at 4 a.m. sharp. Be outside for this. 4 a.m. Are you crazy? I'm perfectly sane, thank you. But we can't have you untrained. You must learn to have control over your abilities. Yeah, whatever. The plane started to fade before Harry's eyes. Remember, tomorrow at 4 a.m. yelled the dragon. Hey, you didn't tell me your name. Arxeron, shouted the Soeric, before disappearing. Harry opened his eyes slowly, groaning. The light was blinding him. He closed his eyes, shielding them from the light. He smelled salt, but also the sea. He could hear the rush of the sea against the cliff. The dragon was right, he was alive. Sighing, he opened his eyes again, and after adjusting them to his surroundings, he looked around him, trying to see where he was. I'm in a cave. These were his first thoughts. He was in a cave, probably dug in the cliff. There was a large opening through which the light was coming. You're awake, young one, said someone behind him. The voice was deep but at the same time soft. He turned on his heel and came face to face with a Soeric. But this time it was a real one, and a very impressive one. His head nearly touched the ceiling, which meant he was nearly 8 meters high. His gold color was nearly throbbing with power. His silver blades and diamond claws were shining in the light. This creature was breathtaking, the embodiment of beauty and perfection, but also deadly. Why am I alive? Asked Harry out of the blue. He didn't care if he was rude to the dragon, he wanted to know why he was back. I healed you when I found you last night. But I must say I thought you were going to die. You had lost a lot of blood. Harry sighed. Why couldn't you just let me die? A great destiny is waiting for you. Probably as the worst student ever seen in the headquarters. Or the first one being expelled, something I'm sure everyone would be happy about. Stop wallowing in self-pity. Explore your abilities, train them, work harder, the dragon cut in. You're the second one to tell me this, but how could I be able to do it? Everyone I know would most likely go eat a flobberworm than help me with my training. You have a brain, use it. Moreover, you won't be alone. Ah yes, the insane spirit guardian. I forgot about him. But how will a spirit train me? You'll see, little one. But, you can do it, I know it. You're quite optimistic. I'm not strong enough. This There he showed up, his wrist where a thin red line could be seen. Should prove you're wrong. Be more confident, young one. It's not that easy. I'm alone, said Harry quietly. You're not alone, people are watching you, you just need to learn to see them. I won't manage it. The Soweric looked closely at him. Give me your hand. Harry obeyed. The dragon lowered his head at his hand's level. The young boy could feel his breath. Contrary to what he had believed, it didn't smell like sulfur or fire. He couldn't name it, but it was calming and relaxing. His hand glowed, and when the light faded, and he saw a necklace in it. He took a good look at it. It was an oblong pendant with something engraved on it, a flying dragon in all its majesty. He looked up at the dragon, taking a deep breath. I can't accept it, it's too much. The eyes of the dragon locked with his, their rainbow colors hypnotizing Harry. Take it. It's made out of one of my scales. This way you will never really be alone. Almost not daring to, Harry slowly put it around his neck. As it lay on his chest when he hid it under his shirt, Harry could feel a warm feeling passing through him at the contact. He looked up at the mighty beast with a tear in his eyes. Thank you, you don't know what it means to me. Harry was so taken by his joy that he missed the small glow that surrounded the pendant for a few seconds. But the Soweric didn't. He gave the boy before him a sharp look. You must leave now, young one. Harry headed out of the cave. On his right, he saw stairs leading to the top of the cliff. Before exiting the cave he stopped and turned back. Wait, what's your name? You'll know when we'll meet again, young one. Now go, before your absence is noticed by your teachers. He somehow spat the word. Please don't tell them anything, it would only make things worse, pleaded Harry, feeling the dragon might report what he had done to someone, maybe Deminor. The elf had forgotten all about him, proving his true interest for the boy. Harry didn't want to have him reminded of it. The dragon eyed him for a long moment before nodding reluctantly. Agreed, young one. Now go. Goodbye, and thank you, replied Harry in a whisper before leaving. Once he was alone, the dragon muttered quietly. We'll meet again, young Harry Potter. Harry ran to the headquarters, hoping against hope that nobody would notice that he hadn't been in his dorm for the entire night. He wasn't so lucky. As he was running down a corridor, he bumped into someone. Hey, watch where you're going, you, yelled the person he had just nearly knocked out. To his luck, it was Ephilin. What are you doing here? Running in the corridors. I'll teach you, he ranted. Harry didn't even bother to listen to him. He knew the best way to deal with the sword master was to remain silent and wait for him to finish his lecture. And if you're so energetic that you can run this early in the morning, then you're going to have to clean the whole fighting room today. I want it to be spotless. And I don't care that it's Christmas, he shouted. By now a score of riders and a few students had gathered around them. All were smirking at Harry, apparently happy to see him in trouble. Harry nodded carelessly and walked away. Hey, I'm not finished, human, yelled a red Ephilin, but Harry didn't take notice of it. Too many thoughts were swirling in his mind and he would deal with the consequences later. In a few minutes he was in his dorm. Nobody was there, all were in the common room enjoying Christmas morning. Harry clutched his necklace tightly and for the first time in months he smiled a true smile. Meanwhile panic was spreading in the wizarding world. Harry's disappearance wasn't noticed before the middle of August when the Weasleys, worried by Harry's lack of answers to their mail, had come to get him out of the house of his relatives. The Dursleys, quite happy to see him gone, didn't try to find where he had left or who had took him away. They only realized they were rid of him, something they were glad for. Worry was the last of the things in their mind. Only Petunia was a bit angry at his disappearance because he had left before finishing his work, leaving the paintbrushes on the floor and dropping paint on the grass. When the Weasleys arrived, this time by car, the Dursleys panicked. Ron rang at the door, quite worried. Harry hadn't replied to his letters for a few weeks. The door opened slowly, revealing a smiling Petunia. Her smile disappeared as soon as she saw who was standing on her doorstep, replaced by a look of pure panic. Before she could close the door, Ron had blocked the door. Sorry to come like this, Mrs. Dursley, said Hermione, who had come with him, but we need to speak with Harry. Who? Stuttered Petunia Dursley. Harry Potter. There is nobody by this name living here, now leave before I call the police. Don't play with us, replied Mr. Weasley, who had approached his son and friend. You know Harry, now let us enter and take him with us. Petunia was about to answer, when Vernon's voice was heard behind her. Who is it, Petunia? He asked. People, they're here for him, she said shakily. Vernon immediately joined his wife. He eyed Mr. Weasley disdainfully. The boy doesn't live here anymore, he said, smirking. Mr. Weasley, Ron and Hermione paled. What do you mean? Asked the grown wizard hurriedly. He disappeared weeks ago. Phew, gone. Good riddance it was, replied the beefy man. This wasn't what Hermione and her companions had expected. Their faces were now deadly pale. He disappeared, repeated Ron. Are you stupid? The boy left. I don't know how or where or with who, but he's gone. Now leave my house, he yelled. With that he slammed the door. Hermione, Ron, and his father went whiter, panic visible on their faces. We must go to Hogwarts, stated Mr. Weasley. The two youths were too shocked to say anything, so they nodded dumbly and left. Once Dumbledore learned what had happened, it only took a few days before the wizarding world knew about it. It was in the newspapers, headlines like, "The boy who lived disappeared," or, "Potter kidnapped," could be seen. The craziest hypotheses were made. A world-scale search was made, but no clues were found. Panic followed. People started to believe in the return of the Dark Lord. Fudge tried to cover it, saying that the Potter boy must have had this thing planned, that you-know-who wasn't back. But only a few believed him, most followed Dumbledore's lead. After a few weeks, as the students boarded the Hogwarts Express, everyone waited for Harry to show up, hoping against hope that he would come. But he never came. During the ride, Hermione had to restrain Ron from punching Malfoy as the young blonde came to their compartment, making snide comments about Harry's disappearance. It was with a depressed mind that Hermione and the others entered the Great Hall. All the Gryffindors were looking sad, silent, and lost, even the twins. The sorting took place in a heavy atmosphere as all the houses, except Slytherin, were worried for their comrade. Now, time for gymnastics, exclaimed Arcturan. Harry, who was panting on the ground, groaned. Must you be so energetic this early in the morning? Harry, I'd like to see more enthusiasm on your part. Enthusiasm, right, more like madness. Maybe, but in this case, I should tell you that you have to be quite crazy if you're arguing with yourself. Technically, you're not a part of myself. That's not the point. Now look, this is what I want you to do. Pictures of men doing flips and jumps passed before Harry's mind. Once it stopped, there was a small silence. I have only one question, said Harry. What are you thinking? Are you all right? Do you want to rest for a moment? I'm saying, how many times do I have to tell you this? I am fine. Doesn't look like you are, muttered Harry. Harry could practically picture the scowling guardian in his mind. Arcturan couldn't come into his plane, so the spirit guardian was following him mentally and giving him instructions through mental pictures. I heard that. Well, it's true. How do you want me to do these things? Oh, shut up and do it. How? Do it. All right, no need to get violent. Harry sighed and tried to imitate one of the simplest moves he had just seen. He ended painfully on his back. See, I told you I couldn't do it. I have only 3 words, training, training and training. That's one word, you know. I know it's one word, so stop talking and try this. He showed Harry a simple move. You know we could just skip this part, it's not like I will improve. Harry, yes, shut up. You are talking, for the last time, and if you are, I don't see why I shouldn't. I'm warning you, it's not really fair if you can talk and I can't. Shut up and work. All right. Don't get so worked up. Harry started to practice some basic moves while muttering about a stupid guardian with an anger management problem. End of the flashback. Slowly, he improved. He became fitter, more enduring, and more agile. Once Arcturan thought he was ready, he started to teach him combat. Sword fighting was quite difficult at first since Harry rapidly grew tired of holding the sword. But little by little his skills improved. To train he used a sword he had managed to bring out of Ephilon's room. It was an old and heavy weapon but well made. He also used a stolen bow and arrows to practice archery, but he was still feeling like he had two left hands. Something, said Arxeron, which was linked to the fact this bow wasn't adapted to him. His liking for sword fighting started on a precise day. Flashback. Harry had missed his target for the 100th time that morning and was getting fed up with it. He was ready to throw his bow at the first person he saw. All right, stop, you can't continue like this. You're giving up. Already. Stop talking nonsense, replied the Guardian. I'm going to have you get some appropriate weapons. And how? You'll see. Be here tonight at 9 and be ready to spend the night and following ones up. To make up for this, you won't have training for the time it'll last. What? Surprise. I don't know if I really want to find out. You'll like it. That's why it's scaring me. Enough talking. Go work on your knife throwing. Your aim wasn't accurate last time. Great, replied Harry, grimacing. He wasn't any better at knife throwing than at archery. Once he was finished with his morning training, he went to his classes. The day passed slowly, and finally he headed for the place where he trained at night. It was a small cabin 1 kilometer away from the headquarters. Harry had stumbled upon it during one of his morning runs and had been using it for storage since then. Before placing anything in it, he had cast numerous wards, protections and disillusionment charms on it to prevent any members of the headquarters entering it. Once there, he sat on the ground and waited. Minutes passed and nothing happened. Shifting a bit, he started to list the potion's ingredients needed for an invisibility draft. Time passed and still nothing. Getting a bit restless and annoyed at the wait, he decided to go to the other plane and ask his guardian. Arxeron. There was no answer. Arxeron. Still no answer. Arxeron. Yes. What is this yelling about? Can't you speak like a normal person? Since when am I normal? Well, it doesn't matter. You didn't have to yell. I'm not deaf. No, you're insane. I'm not. R2. I'm not. R2. I'm not. R2. I'm not. Not. Am2. Yes. I hate it when you trick me, said Arxeron dejectedly. Get used to it. Arrogant twit. You're one to talk. Back to the subject at hand, you should go back to your plane. Someone should be there to explain everything to you. I've been waiting for ages and nobody has come. He was a bit delayed, but he should have arrived by now. All right, see you later. Harry came back to his plane quickly. Indeed, somebody else was now present in the cabin. To say Harry was surprised was an understatement. There was a dwarf standing before him. He was about 1.2 meters high, dressed in leather with an axe hanging at his side. He had small eyes, and a few scars crossed his face. His short brown hair was messy and partially blocked his view. He pushed some of his bangs aside, clearing his vision in a quick motion of the hand, before eyeing Harry from head to toe. So you're the one who needs weapons? Why yes, stuttered Harry, quite nervous. Right, come on, we don't have time to waste talking. Harry grumbled a bit as he followed the dwarf. After all, he wasn't the one who was late. The dwarf led him towards a hill and after a half-an-hour walk, he knelt on the ground and opened a trapdoor. Harry's eyes widened. He would have never guessed something was hidden there, even if he had come here quite often for his training. The door had to be magical. There wasn't any other explanation for an entrance to be disguised that perfectly. A hole was now visible, but Harry couldn't see where it led as no lights were lightening it. As Harry was lost in his thoughts, the dwarf snapped him back to reality. Come on, we don't have time to waste. They stepped inside the hole, and ended in a tunnel lit by fluorescent stones. Follow me closely, it's easy to get lost here, and I don't have time to give you a tour. Harry nodded and obeyed. He didn't want to get lost in those tunnels. They walked for a few minutes before entering a huge cavern. 4 huge fires were roaring and a few dwarves were busying themselves around them. Loud sounds of hammers hitting red-hot metal echoed in the cave. Sparks flew each time the metal was hit, and steam was shooting in the air as newly made weapons were cooled down in large basins. Harry's eyes were darting from one dwarf to another, his mind a bit dizzy from all the activity going on there. Sweat started to roll down his back as the atmosphere of the cave was stifling. Well, I'm going to show you how to make your weapons and how to take care of them. Listen attentively, I won't repeat my explanations. Harry nodded again and listened to his guide. First, the dwarf, Terrio, showed him how to choose the right materials. He taught Harry how to see the flaws in the metal, then once it was done, how to create the best mix possible, depending on what you wanted to use your weapons for and the qualities desired by the crafter. Then, he showed him the different steps to a sword's creation. He told Harry that learning how to make weapons was a lifetime task and that he would only teach him the basics, but that those would help him to understand his blades better. The night passed quickly under the dwarf's authority. Harry left the underground at 2 a.m. and woke up at 7 a.m. For the whole week, the days followed the same pattern. By the end, the dwarf led Harry to a different room. On their way they met quite a few dwarves. Some of them Harry had met during his time there, and others were perfect strangers, but none of them paid them a lot of attention. They finally stopped before a huge steel door. This was the first door Harry had seen there. Terrio turned to Harry. "We keep all the weapons we make in there. Now, listen carefully. You don't choose the weapon, it's the weapon which chooses you, always remember that," he explained. "I will." "Good, follow me." He put his hand on the door, which glowed slightly before opening. They entered slowly and Harry stared in wonder. He felt like he had opened his Gringotts vault for the first time. There were weapons everywhere. Daggers and swords of all types, sheaths, bows with a quiver and some arrows, spears, knives. "Have a look around. You will know when you'll found the ones right for you," said Terrio. Harry obeyed and started to walk through the room, sometimes picking up a sword or a bow, testing them a bit before putting them back to the piles. After an hour, he still hadn't found anything that seemed right for him. Glancing at Terrio, he found him sitting in a corner, smoking. Sighing, Harry went back to the task at hand. Finally a flash of metal attracted his eye. He approached it. It was a sword, a masterpiece. The blade was the perfect weight, and perfectly polished and sharpened. The metal used was quite peculiar and Harry couldn't recognize it. The handle ending the blade was well crafted and when Harry picked it up, it seemed to have been made for his hand. The sheath was made of leather with a golden pattern on it. He looked at the blade, studying it in the light. The stone placed at the junction of the blade and the handle shone a little. Some of the swords made by dwarves comported stones, as Terrio had told him, which could be used to store some magical powers, allowing their bearer to deflect curses with them. The nature of the stone depended on the bearer. Here, it was a piece of amber. Looking closer at it, Harry noticed the stone had something embedded in its center, but he couldn't see what it was. This was his sword, he thought without any hesitation. He looked around, trying to see if there was anything else interesting there. A dagger caught his eye. It was made of the same metal as the sword and held a stone as well. The handle was shaped like claws on the sides. Harry found his bow a few minutes later with its quiver and arrows. He came back to Terrio, who had observed him throughout his search, wondering which weapons he would end with. The human was interesting to watch. He was young, that was a given, and prone to the mistakes of youth, but at the same time he had a maturity rarely seen in younglings. Yes, the boy was interesting. And that power. When he had first met him it had hit him like a hammer and Harry had no idea about the forces he was wielding. He schooled his features as the boy came towards him. His face was unreadable when Harry showed him what he had picked up. The sword and the dagger, as well as the tips of the arrows, are made of a mix which we are now unable to produce. Its inventor died with his secret and didn't see fit to pass it down to one of his apprentices. These are his last and best creations. The bow is made of ebony and birch and the strings of dragon's ligaments taken after their death. The arrows are made of willow and some eagle and phoenix feathers, explained the dwarf. He led Harry outside. Before leaving, he looked closely at the youth. "Take good care of those weapons. If you have a problem, come back and ask for me, I'll help you." "Thank you." "No need, good luck." Harry nodded, thanking the dwarf again before going back to the headquarters. He hid his weapons in a charmed box. He had made it expandable and impossible for anyone other than himself to open. To add to these security measures, the box was hidden in the wall, behind a few removable bricks Harry had personally charmed. The next morning, he was up at 4 a.m. for his training. After an hour of jogging, stretching and warming up, he started to practice with his new sword. This did it. After the first few moves, Harry wanted only one thing: to master sword fighting. Moving with his sword gave him incredible feelings, a mix of power, strength, and something else he couldn't really name, a sense of completion that filled him, making him a bit dizzy. End of the flashback. From that day, his progress in this field was quick. He improved in archery and reached an average level. He trained also in hand-to-hand combat, mixing street fighting, martial arts, and gymnastics, creating his own style of fighting. Sometimes he would learn a new technique in hours, other times, it would take him days before getting another one straight. Arxeron also trained him to hone his magical abilities. Firstly, he taught him how to channel his magic out of his body, therefore allowing him to use wandless magic. This was a tedious task that took Harry a month to complete. When he managed to shoot a few sparks out of his hand, he was overjoyed, and it took Arxeron minutes to calm him. Once he had done that, his training became easier. He would learn how to cast the spells with and without his wand, but in the end, he found the wandless way easier. Arxeron told him that theoretically any wizard or witch could learn how to do wandless magic, but also that it was extremely difficult to understand the concept and that people's abilities varied more or less, for it depended on how the flows of magic circulated in their bodies. To his pleasure, Harry progressed steadily. Of course, he sometimes had to overcome some problems and setbacks, but that didn't stop him. Another aspect of his training was mind magic. He slowly reached a good level of empathy and could move things with his mind, but it took him a lot of energy. Nonetheless, he trained, knowing that this ability might save his life one day. At first, mind magic had sounded to him like magic sounded to a muggle, a fairy tale. But Arxeron explained to him that what the elves called mind magic was what he called accidental magic, in a way. These abilities were focused mostly on his will and inner core of magic. It was all about redirecting his inner magic through his mind and supplying it with enough power to exert his will. The more energies his mind channeled, the more areas of his mind were put to work, and the more of his brain he used. Harry had once read that humans only used 20 of their brain. Arxeron told him that adequate stimulation of certain areas could lead to the appearance and control of new abilities, but that those would always be dependent on his power level, since they would feed on it, making it extremely draining. However, mind magic had an interesting secondary effect: it enhanced his magical skills. With his mind, he could now see the magic inside him and manipulate it to allow himself easier access to it and increase his power. His skills weren't the only things that had changed. He had changed, both physically and mentally. His training was shaping him. Slowly, he was changing from a scrawny boy to a well-toned teenager. However, when looking at him, you wouldn't expect him to be strong. He was slender and didn't have bulging muscles to show his strength. But there wasn't any fat on him, thanks to the Dursleys and to the diet Arxeron forced him to follow. He needed strength, but huge muscles would have cost him some of his agility, and would have slowed his movements. However, his hair was as messy as ever and he had lost all hope of taming it. The biggest change was visible in his eyes. Since Christmas, his eyes had been cold, cautious. He had become more silent, learned to melt into the shadows, walk without a sound, and on top of all of this, he had learned how to hide his emotions. Those things were essential to his survival. Some of the other students, meaning Garth, Christiane, Ryber, Exjal and Vlad, would jump at any opportunity to mock him. Though they still taunted him from time to time, they didn't as often as they used to. Harry had built himself a blank mask that he constantly wore, hiding what he was feeling and thinking, only showing blank and cold indifference. He was more thoughtful, and collected. If someone from Hogwarts was to see him now, he would have had a hard time recognizing the boy who lived, with all the changes he had undergone during the past 9 months. Harry woke up at 4 a.m. as usual. It had become a sort of routine for him now. He quickly got up, took a shower and dressed, doing it all silently so as not to wake his dorm mates. He left the room, after casting an illusion on his bed showing him sleeping, and headed towards the paddocks, not forgetting his weapons. Once he had left them, and let's just say that Arxeron hadn't been happy. Harry winced at the memory. He walked soundlessly along the corridors, something he had learned fast. Being soundless had become second nature to him. Finally he reached a paddock and stopped. Climbing over the fence, he walked a few steps before stopping and looking around. Then, he whistled sharply twice and waited for something. A few seconds later, a horse could be heard galloping. Indeed, soon a stallion appeared and headed towards the young wizard. He stopped a few meters away. Harry smiled and approached the beast. The stallion was huge, and entirely black, except for his mane and his tail, which were a silvery gray color. Another characteristic was the 2 white stockings on his rear legs and a mark shaped like a crescent moon on his forehead. Harry petted the horse, speaking softly to him. Then in a wave of his hand he readied the horse and jumped on him. Leaning forward, he whispered in his ear, "Go, Shadow." Immediately the horse started to gallop towards the highest hill of the island. On his back, Harry was thoroughly enjoying the race, the winds hitting his face as his horse accelerated again. He recalled the first time he had met his stallion. Flashback. Harry had just finished cleaning the stables and was starting to feed the horses in the paddocks when he arrived to the one in which Leonhire had forbidden him to enter. Curious, he climbed on the fence and tried to see the horse living here. He knew the horse was called Shadow, but everyone agreed that it was a wild beast that nobody could ride. Suddenly, he saw a black shape on the opposite side of the paddock. Against his orders, he jumped down on the other side and walked towards it, curiosity getting the better of him. Finally the stallion came into view. It was one of the most amazing sights he had ever laid his eyes on. The beast was radiating energy. In its smallest movements, you could see its wildness. Smelling. Harry, the stallion, which had been eating, looked up and directed his eyes towards the intruder. The young boy was caught in its gaze. Leonhire had never allowed him to have a horse like all the other students, and he was longing for one, after it was his right. Deciding that it wouldn't do any harm to try to mount this stallion, as nobody wanted to, Harry approached it. As he came closer, the stallion became more and more nervous, shaking his mane, pawing the ground with his hooves. Harry put a hand on his back and in a strong push, jumped onto his back. 5 seconds later, he was laying flat on his own back, seeing little stars dancing around his head. Shakily, he stood up. Then he heard someone laughing. Looking around, he didn't saw anybody. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as an after effect of his fall. But the laughter didn't disappear, quite the opposite, it grew stronger. Then, he guessed whose laughter it was. "That's not funny, Arxeron. Took you long to guess it was me. And sorry, but it was funny, you should have seen your face. Instead of laughing, you could help me." "With what?" "You're really thick." "The horse." "And so, Arxeron." "What?" "Stop it." "Stop what?" "You're really annoying, you know. That's part of my charm." "Right. You were saying." "I was asking for your help." "I don't recall hearing the magical word." "Please." "That's not the word." "What is it then?" "Arxeron is the best." "I'm not saying that." "Have it your way." Harry sighed heavily. "All right, Arxeron is the best." "Happy. Now could you help me?" "That wasn't too difficult, was it?" "What do you want?" "You're doing that on purpose, right?" "Doing what?" "Nothing, never mind." Harry sighed. Sometimes, Arxeron was really being a pain. "Really?" "Yes, I was asking for help to mount this horse." "You put your hand on his back and jump on it." "I did that and I lasted 5 seconds on his back." "Well, in that case, you need to have him used to your weight and your presence." "And how do I do this?" "Listen, first you have to." Arxeron gave him a detailed explanation on the method to follow to train Shadow. For the following days, Harry didn't try to mount the stallion again. Instead he came every evening to take care of him, brushing his coat, combing his mane and tail. Little by little, the horse got used to his scent and became less and less nervous in Harry's presence. He even seemed to take some pleasure in the sessions. Things stayed this way for about 2 weeks. At this time, Shadow had become quite used to Harry's smell and touch. Then in addition to taking care of him, Harry started to accustom him to his weight, leaning more and more on his back. Finally, after a month, he could lay across Shadow's back. He decided then to try to mount him again. This time he lasted 2 minutes before being thrown to the ground. The stallion had remained still for a minute, his body trembling with contained fury at having someone on his back. However, Harry didn't give up and continued. Little by little, he stayed longer and longer. Harry had never learned to ride and was following Arxeron's instructions blindly, nursing his bruises every night. He never used trappings as he didn't have any and couldn't take the ones in the stables for fear of their disappearance being noticed. He could have conjured some, but Arxerin had said not to, arguing that if he could stay on the stallion's back and direct him without trappings, he would be able to do the same thing with trappings. All in all, it took him 2 months to manage it, but he did it, and at the end of these 2 months, he could ride Shadow with and without trappings. It was the beginning of a great companionship, Shadow being the only being, except Arxerin, who would listen to Harry. End of the flashback. Since then, Harry had always ridden Shadow at least once a day. Each morning, he would come to the paddock, get Shadow ready and ride to the hill where he would then train for the 2 following hours before coming back to the headquarters. He snapped back to reality as Shadow slowed down. He looked around and smiled. He was on the top of the hill and could see a big part of the island. The sun was up early here, around 5 a.m. He climbed off Shadow, deciding to train himself first before starting to work with the stallion, allowing the beast to rest a bit. First, he started to jog, then stretched. After, it was time for his magical training. He practiced a bit on his wandless magic, casting spells, curses and hexes on targets he had conjured before. Arxerin advised and corrected him. Then he moved on to his elemental ability. He remembered the first time Arxerin had told him about him being able to control an element. Flashback. Harry had just finished his training and was sheathing his sword when Arxerin spoke to him. Harry, yes, I think you can start practicing your elemental ability. What did I say about yelling? Sorry, but I thought I heard you saying I had to train some elemental ability. That's exactly what I said. It's official. You're definitely mad. Why? Because it's impossible. Why? Because it is. Good argument. Don't joke, it's not funny. Harry was getting rather annoyed at the spirit. I'm not joking. You are. Try at least. Why should I? You have nothing to lose. There's no point on try to do something impossible. Just try. But, try for God's sake. All right, calm down. What must I do? Focus on the power inside you and try to push it outside. Harry did as he was told, but nothing happened. You see, when I said try, I meant that you had to believe in what you were doing. All right. This time, Harry focused himself, putting all his doubts behind him, only keeping the belief that he could do it in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a rush of power and an incredible heat. He looked around and nearly panicked. He was circled by fire. Looking widely around, he tried to find a way out, panic rising in his body. Stop, you're going to burn yourself. Immediately Harry stopped focusing and the flames disappeared, only leaving a large circle of ashes around himself. Whoa, was Harry's only comment. As you've seen, you have control over fire. I saw, and I'll have you practicing on your skill, at least to prevent you from burning everything each time you lose control. Harry remained silent, reflecting on what he had just learned. End of the flashback. He smiled at this memory. He had thought training his element would be easy, but he had had huge difficulties achieving it. It had been even more difficult than gaining control of wandless magic. First, he had spent hours meditating, and only meditating. Then he had learned to focus. Only then, had he been allowed to conjure a small ball of fire, something he had trouble doing. He would more likely burn everything in a 2-meter radius than conjure a small ball. Once he had managed to learn how to control the intensity of the power he was conjuring, he had to work on changing the shape of what he was conjuring. He had to conjure balls, rings, arrows, spirals, flowers, animals, of fire. Now, he had quite good control over it. At least from what Arxerin had said. Finally he passed to the physical training. He whistled twice and Shadow approached. He quickly mounted the horse and started to practice some of the moves he had been learning the day before. He slowly added acrobatics to this practice. Then, he worked on Shadow's agility. Finally, he stopped and with a flick of his hand conjured a circuit of fire. He speeded towards the first obstacle, a slalom, then he had to duck flying fireballs, and then Shadow had to jump over a few obstacles. Harry had had a hard time getting the stallion used to the fire. After that, he arrived to the part he liked the least. He unsheathed his knives and threw them as he passed near the targets, hoping they would reach their aim for once. He had never been really good at archery. After that he took his bow, which was strapped to his back, and shot some arrows at moving targets on his left and right, before reaching the end. Well, quite good time, but you missed 3 targets with your knives and 2 others hit them far from the center. Your arrows hit all the targets but your aim wasn't really good. So you know what this means. Game over, play again. Exactly. Sighing, Harry directed Shadow towards the start of the circuit to do it again. All in all he had to do it 4 times before Arcturan was satisfied. Then, he dismissed the circuit, climbed off Shadow, cleaned him and conjured some food for him before unsheathing his swords and starting his training. Arcturan had made him learn a sequence of movements, a bit like a dance. He had to do it several times, each time accelerating a bit, before slowing down little by little. Once it was done, he would work on new movements. When he was finally finished, he was panting a bit and leaned on Shadow to rest before continuing his training. As he was doing so, he felt a spell hitting him. He had cast a shield on himself and was keeping it raised at all times, except in classes as it would be noticed by the teacher, something he wanted to prevent. He whirled on his heel and looked at the hill, his eyes widening as he took in those standing there. He saw 6 riders he recognized easily as Teneb, Inir, Melissa, Arnell, Ophiria and Cobalt. Shit. Language. Oh shut up. I have to get out of here. No need to become rude, they can't see who you are from the hill. Harry didn't answer. He jumped on Shadow and with a flick of his hand apparated near the headquarters, in the back of Shadow's paddock to be precise. He quickly dismounted and took care of the stallion before hurrying to his dorm. He'd have to be more careful next time. Ooh, Teneb and his friends had decided to go for a walk that morning with their horse. So they woke up earlier, took their horses and left the buildings. They had decided to go to the hill, having heard that the view was extraordinary there. They were talking and joking when they reached the top of the hill. For a few moments they were silent, admiring the view when suddenly Inir spotted something. Hey, look, he said, pointing to something. Teneb looked closely and saw a rider galloping in the plain before them. They all looked speechless at the rider who started to do acrobatics. Teneb had considered himself as a good rider, at least until he saw this stranger. He was dressed in black clothes with a bow strapped on his back and a sword hanging at his sides and was mounting a black stallion with a gray mane and tail and 2 white stockings. He couldn't see his face clearly, only noticed he had black hair. The stranger slowed and stopped. He's good, said Inir. More than good, replied Ophiria, focused on the unknown rider. Isn't it Shadow he is riding? Shadow, repeated Marissa, I thought nobody could mount him. Me too, but this horse looks exactly like him, so either it's Shadow, or it's his twin, said Ophiria. Their musing on the horse identity was interrupted as, suddenly, to their shock, the young man raised his hand and flicked it. Instantly a circuit made of fire appeared. At this moment, if the 6 friends hadn't been sitting on their horses they would have fallen on the ground. He has control over fire, exclaimed Cobalt. Apparently, said Marissa, amazement audible in her voice. Teneb couldn't help but feel amazed by this man. Fire was one of the most dangerous elements, as it had a tendency of overwhelming its bearer. It was strongly linked to feelings. He himself was an air element. In general all the riders had more or less control over one element. And this man was conjuring a whole circuit of fire without effort. They watched the rider doing the circuit a few times before climbing off his horse. Do you know who it is? Asked Arnell. No, but there isn't a lot of riders with control of fire and dark hair. There are. Before Inir could list all the riders entering this category, the black-haired man started to move with his sword, becoming faster and faster. He seemed to dance while fighting an invisible enemy. His sword was merely a blur. Apparently he was enjoying himself. He slowed down step by step. This man is one of the best swordsmen I've ever seen, stated Inir. Yeah, I think he may be able to beat Ephilin, added Cobalt. Teneb was silent. Elves were famous for their skills with bows and swords and loved to demonstrate. Surely he would have noticed someone this skilled, but he couldn't recognize this man. Perhaps, he said slowly. I really wonder who he is, said Ophiria. Me too. Teneb, do you know a spell which could identify him? Asked Inir. Teneb was recognized as the best student in the headquarters, according to all the teachers. The young elf nodded and raised his hand, pointing it to the rider who was now leaning on his horse, and cast an identification spell. As the spell was about to hit the stranger, it seemed to bounce on something. Teneb swore. A shield. Why hadn't he thought of this possibility? The stranger immediately looked up towards them. He jumped on his stallion, raised his hand and disappeared into thin air. The 6 youths stared at the space where he had stood seconds before. "What happened?" asked Cobalt, a bit dazed. "To be truthful, I don't know," answered Arnell. "Me either. Who do you think he is?" The curiosity was evident in Inir's tone. "I don't know, but I intend on finding out. Maybe he could teach us a few things." "Right," nodded Ophiria. "The problem is that I've no clue about who he might be." "We have a few clues," said Ophiria. "He has black hair, control over fire, is an expert at sword fight and can ride Shadow." "I'm practically sure it was Shadow." "It narrows the list, there aren't a lot of people who fulfill all of these characteristics," stated Teneb. "I doubt there are any. From what I've heard, nobody can ride Shadow." The others shrugged. "Well, we should go back if we don't want to be late," said Cobalt. "You're right, let's go," said Marissa. They headed towards the headquarters in silence, each of them trying to guess who this mysterious rider was. Teneb and his friends went back to the headquarters, only talking about the mysterious rider, trying to guess who it was. "It wasn't a Magus, I'm sure of it," said Cobalt. "How do you know?" asked Marissa. "We, Magus, can feel each other. I would have immediately known if he was one of us. And he isn't an elemental," added Ophiria. "Why?" Teneb, who was leading the way, was looking at her. "When he used fire, he didn't do it the way we elementals do. We are in tune with our element. He was tapping in the power of the element through his own power. So he is an elf." "Yes, all the other possibilities have been ruled out. But I really wonder who he is. From what I heard, nobody had been able to ride Shadow." "Maybe you were wrong, it might have been another horse." "Perhaps, but I'm pretty sure it was Shadow." "I'll ask Leonhire if someone has managed to mount him," said Ophiria. "Good idea. Anyway, I don't know a lot of elf riders with control over fire. There must be about 6 or 7 of them." "Yeah, I think there is Haram," Cobalt started. "He's blonde." Right then Gisela. This rider was definitively a male, Inir cut in. "Listen to the expert," teased Arnell. "Then, there are Garin and Farron. They have dark hair, but Garin couldn't hold a sword properly, even if his life depended on it." "It could be Farron though," Teneb said thoughtfully. "And finally Kasim and TL. TL has brown hair, but it could be Kasim too." They fell silent as they arrived at the headquarters. Quickly they dismounted and put their horses back to their paddocks after taking care of them. Then they hurried to Ephilin's class, knowing the teacher wouldn't be pleased to have them late, even if he wouldn't punish them, being very fond of Teneb and Cobalt. The day passed uneventfully for them, and at the end of the riding lesson, Ophiria approached Leonhire, who was petting his own stallion. "Excuse me." The men looked up in his feature at the sight of Ophiria, his favorite and by far his best student. "Yes, Ophiria. Well, sir, I would have liked to know if someone has ever been able to ride Shadow." She asked simply. "No, never," the elf replied. "That horse is completely wild, nobody managed to make something of him." "That's a shame, because he's the best stallion we have." "Really?" "Yes," answered Leonhire, enthusiastically, as he always was when talking about his horses. "He comes from a long line of champions, and his origins are ones of the best possible. He's the result of a carefully followed breed program. Sadly, he's untamable. So, we're going to use him for breeding. Maybe his descendants will be more tameable." "That's amazing," exclaimed Ophiria, a bit forcefully, to please the rider. "Isn't it?" "Yes, thank you a lot." "You're welcome. Well, good evening." "You too." They parted Leonhire to the stables and Ophiria to find her friends. They were eating, quietly talking, when the young Magus sat heavily in her chair, sighing. "What's the matter, Firia?" "Nothing, just that Leonhire told me no one could ride Shadow." "You must have been wrong then. I mean, we were quite far away from him, you could have mistake his horse with another." "Maybe, but I was sure." "Drop it, Ophiria, you must have been wrong." Inir cut in. "All right. But tomorrow I'm going back there to be sure." "I'll come with you," said Teneb, followed by all the others. They agreed to meet the next morning at 5 at the stables. For the following week they went to the hill each morning, trying to see a glimpse of the fighter's face. With no success, since the first time they surprised him, he had been more cautious, keeping a close watch of his surroundings, and they hadn't been able to even identify his horse. At the beginning of the second week, Teneb's friends grew fed up with having to wake up so early, only to see a glimpse of black before watching the stranger disappear. "That was the last time I went there," Arnell stated exasperatedly. "You're right, I'm fed up with having to wake up so early," exclaimed Inir. The others, minus Teneb, voiced their agreement. "Teneb." The young elf was deep in thought. "Yes, what about you? I think I'm going to keep trying to find who he is. I'm too curious. Way too curious for your own good, if you want to know. But have you thought about the possibility of him being someone from the outside, able to come here through an unknown way?" "I have. I asked Oraz about it. He said it was impossible unless this person had an incredible amount of power. There are wards on this island making it impossible from someone of the outside to enter the island by appearing or apparating. The island is also unploatable." All right, I understand, possibility ruled out. "Well, good luck on your watch, but you'll do this without me." "I'm not waking earlier than 7 a.m., said Inir. His friends agreed with Inir. Teneb shrugged. All right. For the next week he kept failing at finding even the smallest clues about the mysterious fighter, but he didn't give up. Teneb was known for his persevering and his curiosity, two major traits of his character. At the end of the second weeks his efforts finally paid. He had decided to wake up a bit earlier and arrived at the hill while the rider was practicing his archery. He was about to shot an arrow when he seemed to sense Teneb. Startled, he missed his target. He whistled, clapped his hands, making his stuff disappear before jumping on his horse's back and disappearing too. Teneb sighed but decided to check the area like he always did, to see if the stranger hadn't left any clues behind him. He climbed off his stallion and walked where he had been standing, looking carefully at the ground. He was ready to give up when something shiny caught his eye. He bent down and picked it up, his breath caught in his throat. It was an arrow. He could see that some willow was used to make it, as well as some eagles and phoenix's feathers, but the metal at the end was puzzling him. He had never seen it before. He turned the weapon in his hand, weighing it. It was perfectly balanced. All in all, it was perfectly made. Looking closer at it, he was a small mark, printed in the wood, a lightning bolt to be precise. He gave the arrow a last look before going back to his horse and tying it to the saddle. His mind was full of unanswered questions. What did this mark mean? Who had made it? Where did it come from? And so forth. He went back to the headquarters, lost in his thoughts, took care of his stallion Mist, put the arrow with his stuff and headed for his fighting class. He arrived nearly late and saw Ephelin giving him a disapproving look before motioning for him to join the others. As he reached his friends they gave him interrogating looks. "Why were you late?" whispered Marissa. "I'll tell you all after the class." His friends nodded before switching their attention to the teachers who started to speak. "All right, Darrens. Today, we're going to spar a bit before doing a small tournament. I'd like you to." As he spoke, explaining once again the rules of a spar, Teneb's mind drifted back to the stranger. He decided to study the arrow this evening. He scanned the room when he saw the door opening slowly and silently and the human entering. He went to the back of the room discreetly and waited for Ephelin to finish. Teneb looked at him curiously. He had totally forgotten about, what was his name? Hassan. Or maybe Hares. He eyed him, noticing the average height, the slender body and the messy black hair. Then he put his eyes back on the fighter. Ephelin had stopped speaking and was looking at the back of the room. "Human," he barked. Harry looked up. Teneb was a bit puzzled by the blank look. Wasn't he at least a bit intimidated by the master? "Yes, master. Do you think you can arrive late for my class and get away with it?" Harry didn't answer. Too stupid to answer. It was to be expected. "You're doing nothing, except wasting our time. But you must think otherwise, since you thought you could afford coming late to my lesson." A few students snickered at this, but as Teneb studied the human's face, which was a blank one, nothing was showing he had been hurt by these words. This lack of reaction seemed to surprise Ephelin a bit. The master sighed, angrily. Since you think so high of yourself, you won't mind facing Teneb. Sure, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. His voice was filled with sarcasm. He clapped his hand. Face your opponent, standard rules. The youths got into place and waited for his signal. As soon as he signaled for them to start, Teneb attacked, deciding to finish the human quickly, preventing him from being more humiliated than he was already. A bit surprisingly, the human parried all his blows. Teneb's brows furrowed. Sure, he was taking things easy to spare him too much humiliation, but if he was as bad as the teacher had said, he shouldn't have been able to stop one of his blows. He moved on more hard stuff, surprised to see his opponent continuing to parry everything, even if he seemed to be in difficulty. As he threw a punch to his face, he watched as the human ducked it, his hair thrown aside, showing his whole face. Suddenly, Teneb noticed something that stunned him beyond all the things imaginable. On the human's forehead stood a lightning bolt, identical to the one on the arrow. Degree shocked face, 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 degree. Harry swore to himself. He had been interrupted again during his training, but this time he had been so caught up in his practice that he hadn't sensed the intruder coming. He had lost an arrow in his retreat and spent a long time searching it with no success, and now he was late for Ephelin's class. What a day! He slipped in the class, praying against all hope that the teacher hadn't noticed his absence. But he didn't have this luck. He half listened to Ephelin's rant, knowing already what he was saying by heart, having heard it quite a lot of times. He was a bit worried with having to fight Teneb, but dismissed his worries. He would just fake a defeat, losing badly enough to content Ephelin. He faced the young elf and waited for the fight to start. As his opponent attacked, he was careful to duck or parry the blows. Faking difficulties and defeat, he nearly missed a punch coming his way and ducked hurriedly. He went back to his defensive stance, expecting a new blow, but nothing came. He looked up and noticed Teneb staring at his forehead, more precisely to his scar. He frowned. What was so interesting with his scar? Sure, it had an odd shape, known through the wizarding world, but there was nothing strange for an elf. Then it hit him, its shape. The arrow. How could he have been so stupid? Putting this mark on it. Mentally slapping himself and quietly swearing, Harry took a step forward, as if he had stumbled on his feet, and grabbed Teneb's arm, knowing that if he openly attacked Teneb, Ephelin would surely notice something was wrong. Don't stand like a stupid gaping fish. You must win this fight, so attack. It shouldn't be too hard for you to crush the mere and lower human I am, he whispered quickly in the young elf's ear. This seemed to kick Teneb's pride as he snapped out of his stunned state. He attacked violently the young wizard. Harry, who had been ready for this kind of reaction, blocked all the blows and quickly faked his own defeat, falling on his back. Immediately Ephelin started to yell at him. I give up, human. You're hopeless. I really wonder why you were chosen and why you kept coming to my class, since it looks like you can't even learn the simplest things. He went on for a few minutes and Harry tried his best to look embarrassed and humiliated, sensing the gaze of Teneb on him. Once the teacher was finished, he turned back to the other students who had finished their fight and had been listening to his lecture, amused to see the human being yelled at. Is everyone finished? Shake hands. Everyone shook the hand of his or her opponent, congratulating him on his fight. Teneb felt a small note passing in his hand as he shook the humans. They parted and Ephelin explained the works of the tournament. As the first two fighters started to spar, Teneb looked at the note. It read, "Meet me tomorrow at 5 at the hill. Come alone and don't talk about it to anyone." He looked up towards Harry, seeing him shining the swords, as Ephelin had forbidden him of participating to the small tournament, caught his eyes and nodded. He pocketed the note and readied for his first fight, against Garth. The winner wasn't a surprise. Teneb won easily, much to Ephelin's pleasure. During the whole day, he observed the human, trying to see any of the skills he had showed at the hill. When his friends asked about his lateness in the morning, he said his horses had lost a shoe. He could barely restrain himself from grabbing the human and asking him all the questions whirling in his mind. How could have a human become that powerful? It wasn't right. This was probably the first day he didn't pay attention to his classes, something really unusual. During the whole evening he was quiet, too lost in his thought to think about something else. He went to bed early. He didn't fall asleep easily, his mind too full of interrogations. But, he was up at 4:30 a.m. the next morning, literally bouncing of his bed. As he passed before the human's bed, he did a double take, as he saw him still sleeping. He approached and grabbed his arm. Well, to be precise, he only grabbed thin air. He withdrew his hand. An illusion, he muttered. He shook his head, adding this to his list of things to ask. He got ready, left and reached the hill a bit late. The human was there as usual, and now he clearly recognized him. He was in the middle of his swords dance and Teneb decided not to interrupt him. He approached quietly, focused on him, barely acknowledging the horse eating a few meters away, not disturbed at all by his rider's movements. Teneb watched attentively his moves and his face. The day before, he had been puzzled by one thing, while observing him, his look. The human had had an unreadable face throughout the whole day, not showing emotions once, always wearing a cold and indifferent look. Now he was deeply focused and concentrated, unaware of anything except his sword. Teneb watched him captivated. He was amazed at him. The movements were nearly flawless, except for a few minor details which was to be expected in a series like that. Of course an elf would be able to do so, but this human was more graceful than any of the fighters Teneb had seen. There was something in his movements, Teneb could tell the human was putting his whole being in this dance. As Harry finished it, Teneb came closer. The young wizard didn't acknowledge him, his back facing the elf, as he was carefully checking his sword before sheathing it. There a long silence, only broke by Harry. "So you came," he said in a cold voice. He wasn't in the best of moods. He had been discovered, something he had wanted to avoid at all cost, and moreover he had spent a dreadful night. His scar had woken him in the middle of the night, twitching for an hour. It had been doing so for the past 2 months. Sometimes, usually during the night, he would sense an unpleasant twitch on his forehead, which would generally disappear after a few hours. This way he knew Voldemort was doing something. Not killing, or his scar would have burned, but he was doing something. It was very frustrating, because he hadn't had a single dream since he arrived there, so things must be going right for the Dark Lord, as it was generally when he was cross that Harry had those dreams. "That was amazing," said Teneb in a whisper. "So the human is worth the attention of an elf." Degree shocked face, degree shocked face, degree shocked face. Degree shocked face, 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 degree. Life had gone on at Hogwarts, even if Harry's absence was still in all the minds. It had been 3 months since the start of the term and Christmas holidays were approaching slowly. The Wizarding World was still researching for Harry and the Daily Prophet was publishing a small daily article about the state of the researches, but people had started to give up hopes on finding the boy who lived. Many were starting to believe him dead. Hermione and Ron weren't part of this group. They believed firmly in the fact that Harry was still alive and were extremely worried about him. Fudge was still in denial, something which was infuriating them. Could this man be more stupid? Ron sighed angrily, reading the Daily Prophet an owl had just brought. "What has he done again?" asked Hermione. "Listen, I was asked several times about the possible return of you-know-who. And I want to say that this is a gigantic nonsense, started by the boy who lived. But need me to remind you that after the death of a student during the Tri-Wizard tournament, the boy had been slightly delusional, maybe a consequence of the Avada Kedavra. There is absolutely no reason to panic over a boy's words, who was at the moment he said them, quite shaken. He must have been victim of illusions, or hallucinations. I want to add that Harry Potter will be heard as witness about Diggory's death, to see if he played a role in it, which is a possibility if the boy is losing control over himself or is delusional. So again, I ask everyone to rest assured, there is no danger." These were the words of the minister when asked about the rumors concerning the Dark Lord's return. When asked about the abnormal magical activity in Siberia, Transylvania, in the Amazonian forest, the more and more frequent apparition of dark creatures, the minister answered that he must be some people taking advantages of these rumors and impersonating Death Eaters. "What must we believe?" Albus Dumbledore, eminently respected headmaster of Hogwarts, had been supporting the news of you-know-who's return, saying that the magical world must prepare itself for his rise. The headmaster has enforced greatly the securities measures around the school, to reassure the parents, worried about their children's safety. Is the Dark Lord really back? Is this some kind of a sick joke? The question remained unanswered. And so forth. I'll spare you the rest of the article, Ron spat angrily. I don't know if he is stupid, but you have to admit that being that blind and stubborn is quite incredible, the young witch replied. Yeah, I'm sure that if he was to become an animagi, it'll be a mule. Probably. What have we first? Defense against the dark arts with Ravenclaw. At least we haven't potions first. You're right, come on, or we'll be late. I'm coming. They were the first to arrive in the classroom. They took their seats in the front, courtesy of Hermione. Their teacher Professor Fig was at her desk, reading through a thick volume. The two Gryffindor put their homework on their table and chatted quietly until the other students arrived. Professor Fig was a great teacher, nearly as great as Lupin. Today they'd start on a new subject. Once everyone was gathered in the room, she put her book down and stood up, collecting their papers. She went back to her desk and faced the students. All right, class, today we're going to talk about dragons and how you can defend yourself from them. Hermione and Ron looked at each other, mouthing Norbert. Now, can someone tell me what is the weak point of a dragon? Not surprisingly, Hermione raised her hand, as well as a few Ravenclaw students. Miss Granger, the dragon's weak point is its eyes. Exactly, 5 points to Gryffindor. The eyes of a dragon are one of their only weak points. Can someone tell me why? This time it was a Ravenclaw that answered. The scales of a dragon can shield him from magic. True, 5 points. Now, to blind the dragon you can use the conjunctivitis charm, which will blind it for some time, but the problem linked to this curse is that it is quite painful. Therefore it will anger the beast and make it more dangerous. You can also use a simple blinding charm which, even if doesn't last long, will allow you to escape. Now what are the dangers of a dragon? Various answers fused all over the class. Fire, horns, claws, blades, and a few others. Very well. So now we're going to learn a few spells which could come in handy if you were to cross the path of a full-grown dragon. First, for the following hour, they practiced invisibility spells, charms which would hide your smell, silence your every moves. These spells could also be used to spy. A few minutes before the end of the lesson, she asked the student to put their wands down. Now, as you all know, there are about 10 different types of dragons in the world, each of them carefully watched. But there were legends about a group of people who could ride dragons slightly different from them. These legends are hundreds-year-old and thought by most of the historian to be pure invention. But through the centuries there have been some witnesses of strange dragons. An explication of this is the possibility of two different types mating and giving birth to hybrids. To defeat a hybrid, you have to use the same technique than with a real dragon, just being careful that the hybrid will have the characteristics of both his parents. Just as she finished, the bell rang and the students gathered their books, heading for their next class. That was interesting, said Hermione. Yeah, I wish I've known in my first year. And Harry would have liked to know this last year for the first task. The mention of their friend shattered their good mood, and for the walk to the Transfiguration classroom, they were silent, each reflecting on their own thought and memories. Transfiguration went as usual. They were studying animagi, well, the theory only. This lesson didn't help their mood as animagi was something Harry would have loved to learn about. As the holidays came nearer, the professors started to load them with homework, much to Ron's dismay. Potions class had nearly become unbearable. Between Malfoy's comment and Snape's unfairness towards Gryffindor, something which had increased since last year, it was taking all of the Gryffindor will and concentration not to lose too much points in this class, the average being 30. Dueling had been reinstated, but this time not as a club but as an optional class. Needless to say that most of the students sign up. It had been quite different from the last time with Lockhart. The Hogwarts, students were learning effective curses, defense methods, but also awareness, reflexes, agility. It had been a surprise when they discovered who was teaching them, Moody and Lupin. The return of Professor Lupin had been appreciated by the majority of the student body, especially by all who had had him during his year at Hogwarts. Christmas holidays finally came and the students sighed in relief, now allowed to relax a bit. On Christmas Day, Hermione and Ron, who had decided to stay at Hogwarts this year, woke up early and went down in the common room. There they opened their present in silence, the absence of their friend present in their mind. They had tried to contact him times and times, using Hedwig, but even his owl couldn't find him. Their only hope was that he was well. Then they walked to the Great Hall, decorated as greatly as ever, icicles shining, Christmas trees artfully ornate, little snowflakes here and there. Not a lot of students had stayed in the castle, barely 10 for each house. As they ate slowly, not talking, the owls arrived, most of them carrying packages from their family. An owl dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Ron, startling him a bit as he was looking through the present Mrs. Weasley had sent him. "Can I have a look?" asked Hermione, pointing to the newspaper. Ron looked up. Hermione had finished unwrapping her presents, mostly books, a bit of jewelry and some other things. Of course. As she started to read the headlines, he finished his inspection of the package. There was the traditional jumper, quite a lot of sweets, a poster of the Chudley Cannons and some pranks material from George and Fred. The twins had also added another presents. Quickly Ron tore up the wrapping paper and his jaw fell on the floor. The twins had bought him new dress robes. They were a deep midnight blue with a shimmering hem. "How did they find the money to buy me these?" he whispered in awe. "They must have cost a fortune." Hermione broke his thoughts. Ron, listen," she whispered excitedly. A curious event took place this night. A bit after midnight, the dragon tamers reported a strange behavior of these creatures. They sprang in the air and started howling, flying wildly everywhere. Obliviators had a hard job erasing everything from the hundreds of muggles who noticed this. This behavior was observed all over the world, all the dragons seemed affected and the scientists remained puzzled by this. "We don't have any explanation of these happenings. It remains a complete mystery." Asked about it, several tamers reported that the dragons seemed in deep pain. The different ministries are trying to find some reasons, explaining this. Some thought it was in relation with a mysterious magical surge of power which was observed in the north in the middle of the ocean, dismissed as an experience of the sea people. Asked about it, they denied having something to do with it. The mystery remains whole. "That's strange. Yeah, I wonder what the cause of all of this was. Do you think it has anything to do with you-know-who?" "Maybe," answered Ron, going back to his breakfast, not really concerned by this. After all, it was Charlie's department, not his. They finished their breakfast before going to see Hagrid. They spent their morning at his hut, just talking. The half-giant was quite interested by the article on the dragons. All in all, the holidays passed quickly and soon the work started again, this time the teachers being way more stressed as the OLWS were approaching. Hermione had started to study early, earning a "crazy girl" from Ron. At the end of January, strange events started to take place. It started with a break in a Muggle museum. The odd thing being that the alarms hadn't been trigged, the doors, bars and all the system of security hadn't been forced. The cameras had spotted nothing. The Muggle newspaper was qualifying these stole of magical. The burglars had only taken one thing, an old bracelet which had been found in an Aztec temple. The bracelet was covered with signs and drawing the archaeologists hadn't been able to decipher. A few gems had been decorating the jewel, but their place on it had been a subject of controversy as they seemed to have been put on it without any thinking. This was the first of a long series of break-ins. Several Muggle museums saw one their piece disappeared, an Egyptian amulet, a Phoenician cup, a Roman dagger. But universities were also targets. Several old parchments disappeared as well as a few manuscripts. Even the ministries had seen some of their documents disappearing, though this fact had been carefully hidden. Hermione and Ron, like most of the believer of Voldemort's return, were believing that this was the parts of a gigantic plan and therefore, deep researches were made on the objects and manuscripts, with no success. Teneb flushed at Harry's sarcasm. "Well, he was dumbfounded by the difference in the human's behavior. He didn't act shy or scared at all. Teneb's confusion must have appeared on his face as Harry's smirk deepened. Cat got your tongue. Harry grew fed up with Teneb's hesitations. Better get this over with, and the sooner, the better. His lack of sleep for the past few nights was getting on his nerves. Sure, it was nothing like what he had experienced during the first days of his stay. Apparently during those days, Voldemort must have dealt with some failures or traitors, as his scar had been throbbing. Then there had been a period of complete calm, and 2 months ago, his scar had begun to twitch, preventing him from getting a whole night's rest. "What do you want?" he asked shortly. The sudden question surprised Teneb, as well as the harshness audible in it. He reflected a few seconds on what to ask. "Was it you? Who? You know what I mean. Was it you? Sorry, but contrary to some of the people here, I don't have the ability to read minds." Teneb could see he was playing with him and enjoying every moment of it. Torn between his pride and his curiosity, Teneb didn't know what to do: play his game or have it his own way. Finally his curiosity won out. "Was it you who has been practicing here every morning?" he asked slowly, as if he was talking to a baby. "Does it matter?" Teneb was beginning to become fed up with the human. His eyes flashed angrily. "Just answer the damn question. It's not difficult. You just have to say yes or no." Harry just smirked, something which angered Teneb a great deal. What would be the point of answering a question whose answer you already know? "And why do you want to know?" Silence was his only answer. "See, what'll you do with this information?" "Nothing. So why should I answer you?" "Well, I don't know, but..." "So you don't know what you'll do with it, but still want to know. Isn't it a bit ironical?" "Answer. You already know the answer or you wouldn't be here this morning." Teneb's anger was increasing. He couldn't believe the human had the guts to stand up to him. He would have expected him to answer straight away. He was used to having people following his lead. His father was the Elf King Counselor, and Teneb had been brought up with the prince, spending all his time at the court with Prince Selen. Later, when his royal friend would be crowned, he would become his counselor. It was a well-known fact, and nobody ever dared to cross him. Most of the people liked him, though some were jealous, but nobody really hated him. "What's with you? Couldn't you give a straight answer, or is it too much to ask?" Harry's eyes flashed before going back to their amused state. "And what's with you, meddling in things which don't concern you in the slightest?" Teneb was taken aback by this. Now, the only important thing we have to sort out before parting is, what are you going to do?" asked Harry out of the blue, his blank green eyes looking intensely at Teneb. "Well, I don't know. Anyway, why does it matter?" Harry threw him a look that clearly stated, "Are you dumb or are you doing this on purpose?" "Think, Teneb the elf, think. Do you think these so-called masters would be very happy to know I can fight and I've reached a good level of magic without their help? Do you think they'll be delighted? Not mentioning I've been riding shadow, something I wasn't allowed to do. So, once again, what are you going to do?" Teneb remained silent, trying to register everything Harry had said. The young wizard sighed. "Well, I'll really appreciate it if you could remain silent about this." His voice was quite harsh. "And if I don't?" cut Teneb, not really appreciating being ordered around. "Then I'll make you a simple memory charm and you won't remember anything." Teneb laughed loudly. Memory charms. No danger there, elves were immune to them, and he himself had built a strong resistance to nearly all the curses, hexes and charms involving manipulation of the memory. "Are you really stupid, human? Human memory charms don't work on elves. Practically none of the memory charms work on us anyway." "Really? And what about the Euphora charm?" said Harry with a knowing grin. Teneb paled. How could you know that charm?" he stuttered. "So, you know it too. Quite useful charm, isn't it? It will wipe a selective part of your memory and work on everybody, whatever species he is from, meaning humans, elves, magus, elementals." "I know that. But how do you know it?" "This is one of the most guarded secret of the elves. I have my sources." Harry grinned mentally. He wouldn't be able to thank Arxeron enough for teaching him this charm. And the look on the elf's face was priceless. Teneb remained silent for a few seconds. Was the human bluffing? Or was he serious? On the one hand, he didn't want to submit to the human, but on the other hand, there was the risk of being on the receiving hand of an Euphora charm. "All right, I'll keep my mouth shut about it." "Good." Harry nodded and turned on his heel, heading for his horse, who had been waiting for its rider. "Hey, wait!" shouted Teneb, suddenly grabbing Harry by his arm from behind. Wrong move. Before he realized it, he was on his back, seeing little stars dancing around his head. Harry looked at him a bit apologetically. From his training with Arxeron, he had developed strong defensive reflexes. Constant vigilance. Moody's phrase was somewhat one of the Spirit Guardian's first rules. And, although he was restraining them during the day as it would look suspicious if he was to block every attack thrown his way, he had them running high in the morning, the evening and the night. Deciding to be civil, he pulled out his hand to help the elf. "Sorry about that, but you shouldn't jump on people like that." Teneb was staring wide-eyed at him, speechless. He prided himself on being able to stand up to nearly every kind of situation, and this human brought him to the ground in seconds. "That wasn't right. How did you get that strong?" he asked incredulously, dismissing the hand that was offering to help him and getting up himself. Harry's features hardened at being rejected. He whirled on his heels and walked to his horse. "None of your concern." But the elf didn't give up. He quickly caught up with Harry and stopped him, grabbing his arm. "How?" Become fed up with this, Harry chose to answer, so he would leave him. "I trained." "With who?" asked immediately Teneb, curiosity getting the best of him. "If I answer you, would you leave me alone?" sighed Harry, annoyed. "Deal. Now, who?" "My spirit guardian." There was a silence during which Harry was slowly counting down in his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your spirit guardian. Right in time. Do you have some hearing problems? How could you have managed to find your spirit guardian? You can't even manage to enter a right trance, and Nerthor told us it would take nearly a year and a half before finding our guardian. Who said he had to be right? He is a master. Doesn't mean he knows everything. But. There is no but. If you don't believe me, all right, I don't care. Now, could you let go of my wrist? Teneb realized he hadn't released the human's arm. He was about to do it, but something caught his attention. He tightened his grip and narrowed his eyes. Sure, there was no mistake. He could clearly see the crescent moon scars on both wrists. He looked up at the human, who was now expressionless, his face not giving away his emotions. "How did you get those?" Teneb knew this question was stupid even before he asked it. The look on the human's face went from expressionless to icy. "What does it look like to you?" Teneb was stunned. "How? Why would you do something that stupid?" He knew immediately it hadn't been the smartest thing to say. "Stupid," repeated Harry, showing for the first time some emotions, disbelief but also anger. Then he laughed, a harsh, bitter laugh. "You, of all the people, ask me why I did it." His disbelief was replaced by restrained anger. "Well, think and guess." Harry walked away and jumped on Shadow. Before leaving, he turned to look down at Teneb. "By the way, I have a name." With this, he disappeared. Teneb stood there, quite shocked, not knowing what to think. His mind was a mess. Slowly he went back to his horse and headed to the headquarters. During the whole day, he couldn't concentrate. He kept wondering about the human's last sentences. Throughout the day, Teneb watched, trying to decipher, with no real success, the mystery of the human. Not the human, he thought, he has a name. He remembered it being said the first day and a few times in the following week, but after that he had always been the human. What was it? Julian? No. Kev? No. Alan? No, no. He looked several times his way, trying to find answers to the many questions which were circling in his mind. His teachers noticed he was a bit distracted but dismissed it. They all had a soft spot for the young elf and never got him into trouble. Harry carefully avoided him for the whole day, but unfortunately, couldn't avoid the teachers and the other students. The day passed as slowly as usual, and he acted like he always did, faking weakness, clumsiness, fear and everything which was expected from him by teachers or students. He would endure this, but once his training would be over, he'd have a few things to say to a few people here, before leaving. At the end of the day, he quickly left after having eaten a bit. He could feel Teneb's gaze on him as he passed through the doors. He shrugged, went to his dorm, put the usual illusions on his bed, plus a few charms in case the students had the lovely idea to play a few tricks on him, thinking he was sleeping. He dressed, took his weapons and slipped outside. He spent the evening and a part of the night training. He liked to train at dusk and in the dark. Arxeron was pleased with his improvements. He was becoming better and better with his sword, he could control fire and wandless magic was now coming naturally to him. The only weak point was archery. His aim wasn't bad, but it was average. He had started on healing methods and animagus transformation. Tenub couldn't sleep, he was tossing back and forth in his bed. Around midnight, he heard small creaks signaling the no, Harry's return. He raised his head to try to see him, but to no avail. He seemed to blend in with the shadows. He had found the human's name on the shelves where the lists of the students were put. These lists were updated each time new students entered the headquarters. Moments later, he heard his bed creak and a sigh. Tenub laid back. Why had he tried to kill himself? What could have pushed him to that point? He kept thinking about that for a big part of the night, when, finally it clicked. The joy of finding why was soon replaced by a mixed feeling. It wasn't really heavy guilt. Sure, he was guilty, a bit, but he was also shocked. He tried to persuade himself that it wasn't true, it was impossible. Elves wouldn't do that. If there was one thing the elves were proud about, it was the fact that they had never purposely hurt a living creature for the pleasure to hurt. But, if this was true, then, no, it couldn't be. It wasn't possible. He cast a look in the direction of the human's bed. But Tenub couldn't dismiss the evidence, he had tried to kill himself. Why? Surely being a bit pushed around couldn't have led him to suicide. It was way too drastic. It was then that Tenub decided to do something he knew would regret. Slowly, he sat on his bed, falling into a meditating stance. He slowed his breath and tried to project his mind towards the sleeping figure. Tenub was proud of his mind-reading capacities from what Nerthor had told him, he was one of the most powerful telepaths here. And he prided himself with being able to go through any spirits. But this time, he felt like he had hit a wall. He withdrew himself a bit and opened his spirit senses. He could sense a powerful shield around the mind of the human, hiding his thoughts. He tried to find a weak part but had no success. He then decided to try another approach. He gathered all his power and threw it all on the shield, trying to break it. For a few moments, nothing happened. He continued to apply the pressure and suddenly felt a crack. He stopped immediately. Slowly he slipped through the mental crack and accessed the mind of the human. He was overwhelmed with pictures, sounds at first. Blocking everything, he started to look for the right memories. Looking around he saw that most of Harry's memories were now hidden, surely a defensive reflex. Finally, he found what he wanted, memories of his stay here. Surprisingly, they weren't hidden like the others. He started to read them. Minutes later, he came back to his own mind, completely confused. He couldn't believe what he had seen. It was impossible. Elves wouldn't behave like that. Lost, he finally went to sleep. But it wasn't an easy sleep, as he was still trying to register and accept what he had seen. He decided to go to the hill in a few hours, as it was nearly 2 a.m. Degree shocked face, 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 degree shocked face. A few hours later he was awake, mostly thanks to a small energy charm and getting ready. He quickly equipped his horse and galloped to the hill. There he saw the human, sitting on the ground, his legs and arms crossed, a look of deep concentration upon his face. He was sweating a bit and his eyebrows were furrowed. He was a few meters away, when Harry's eyes snapped wide open and looked sharply at him. "You came back. I thought I made myself clear." His voice was harsh and Tenub could see he was annoyed. He ignored it. "Would it do some good if I apologized?" Harry narrowed his eyes. "Not really, because you're not really meaning it. You're not sorry for what you and your friends, as well the teachers and the riders did to me, but for the fact they broke one of your principles. You're perceptive. I have to be." There was a silence. "What do you want?" asked Harry sharply. Tend bit his lower lip. Was he that predictable? "Why are you asking that?" he asked, hesitating a bit. If I've learned one thing here, it's that elves wouldn't associate with humans if their lives depended on it, unless they had something to gain. Now would you answer me or leave me alone? Would you help me with my training? Asked Teneb. For once, he was happy to see the human looking quite startled. Harry blinked a few times. You're joking, he spluttered. I am not. You must have hit your head. Pretty bad yesterday if you're asking me this, retorted Harry. Teneb, the teacher's pet, the future king's counselor, the one always given as an example, is asking the mere human I am, the clumsy, weak, foolish human to help him with his training. Excuse me, but don't you think there is a slight mistake in this sentence? Not really. You can help me, so why not ask? Sorry, but there's a catch. Look, on the one hand you have a respected and privileged student, praised by the whole faculty, and on the other, you have someone who had been either ignored completely or persecuted by his fellow classmates, humiliated by the teachers and writers. Do I have to spell it out to you? Teneb gave him an annoyed look which Harry was only too happy to return. What, would it bother you? This was too much for Harry. The young elf was definitively way too full of himself. Here he comes ordering him to help him. One word, number. Now leave me alone. Teneb was stunned, but quickly grinned. I don't think you have much of a choice. I seem to recall having told you to leave. Not until you agree to help me. Then I hope you're patient, because I won't. Think about this, either you help me, or I'll make sure you never end your training and leave this place. Moreover, I'm sure the riders would be delighted to know that you've been riding Shadow without permission and will forbid you the access to the paddock. All annoyance or amusement was gone from Harry's eyes. He clutched to the necklace the dragon had given him. He had disguised it to be a simple golden necklace. Whenever he touched it, it always calmed him and cleared his spirit. He had also discovered that, in time of need, he could contact Arxeron through the necklace. Slowly he calmed down, and eyed Teneb icily. You know that I could simply wipe out any memories you have of this. You could, but then your secret would be out of the woods. I'm recording this with a useful little charm on a crystal in one of my friend's drawers, sure you know about it, the Dragonmaster. There was a silence, and Teneb was hoping that Harry would buy it. Truth be told, he hadn't done that charm, he was just bluffing. Harry clenched his fists. So blackmail is it? Growled Harry. Blackmail is such a vile word. I prefer exchange of services. You help me and I keep your secret quiet. Harry grit his teeth. Damn him, he should have been more careful. All right, he said tensely, I'll help you. I want a magical binding contract. Grudgingly, Harry submitted to the formalities of the binding contract. It consisted of putting a charm on both the people agreeing to this type of contract. If one of them was to break it, he would be stripped of his or her powers for 10 years. Once it was done, they stood face to face. Finally, Harry broke the silence and coldly looked at Teneb. The elf could see a boiling and restrained anger in the deep green eyes, nearly giving them a strange glow. Well, I'll show you how to meet your spirit guardian, he will take care of you as mine is doing. Or trying to, at least. Hey, I heard that. I thought you were gone. I've been trying to contact you for ages. I was chatting with a friend. How many times must I remember you that you finding a girlfriend will happen the day hell freezes over? And why, may I ask? You're too damn annoying for them to support. I'll take that as a compliment coming from you, just so you know, I'm quite the ladies' man. Yeah right, and modest too. And what's her name? I think your little friend is waiting for you. Changing the subject are we? Oh shut up and deal with him. I don't know why I put up with you. That's why you love me. I give up. Harry smiled mentally, but kept his cold facade. Teneb had been looking at him, expectantly. All right, we have another hour before we need to go back to headquarters. So listen carefully, because I won't repeat it twice. Then in cool tone, he explained to the young elf how to reach his guardian. He was confident that he would do it in less than an hour. He knew Teneb was quite skilled in mind magic, so it wouldn't be too hard for him to do it. Indeed, half an hour later, Teneb met his guardian. Harry knew it, thanks to his huge smile and the fact that Arxeron had told him. Good, now your guardian will help you, he said, unsheathing his sword. He still had half an hour to train, as his dragon guardian was happy to remind him. He didn't give Teneb a second thought, knowing the elf would spend the following time getting acquainted with his guardian. When time to leave came, he approached Teneb and shook him. "We need to go." He climbed on Shadow, seeing the elf doing the same. They rode back to the headquarters. As they parted before reaching the building, Harry turned to Teneb. "I'm at the hill from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. Come if you want." He walked a few steps away before stopping again. "Oh, and if you ever read my thoughts without my permission, you'll regret it." Teneb was left alone, looking completely bewildered. Harry sped towards the headquarters. "Stupid, stupid, stupid. I couldn't agree more. It was quite dumb to let him know who you are." "Oh, stop it, I didn't do it on purpose. If you had been more careful with this arrow, he wouldn't have found out." "Spare me the lecture, will you? You have already made your point." "I have. Yes, and believe me, having an insane spirit yelling as loud as he can in your head isn't what I call fun. You deserved it. I think I got the point when you called me a stupid careless little boy with as much attention and focus as a baby troll. I'll have to remember that phrase." Harry rolled his eyes. "And don't roll your eyes at me, I may be a spirit but I'm not blind and dumb. Forgive me, oh great one. Flattery won't do any good. It can't hurt to try. I give up." "That's the 10th time you've said that." "Oh, shut up." Chuckling lightly, Harry arrived at Shadow's paddock, dismounted the stallion, and took care of him before heading to his first lesson. "Oh degree, oh 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 degree, oh." Harry's routine hadn't changed a lot, he still went to the hill at the same times. The only change was Teneb's presence. He had hoped that having to wake up at 3:30 each morning would put its strain on him, but no. He had to admit that the elf was persevering. The young wizard was startled out of his musings by Ephilin's yells. "Human!" The familiar cry of the fighting master echoed in the now silent room. Harry didn't even bother to look his way. He knew, too well, the master's rant. "Yes, master?" he asked in a dull voice, his eyes still on the sword he was polishing. "I asked you to order the swords by their length, not by their properties. I also remember telling you to clean and polish them. But I did, master. Do you call that polished?" he bellowed. This time, Harry looked up at the elf. Ephelin had a long sword. The ornate handle was heavily encrusted gems that glinted at Harry as the sword master waved it in front of him. Harry had two choices. He could either answer the man and aggravate his situation further, or remain silent. The second option was safer. At least the elf wouldn't be able to rant on his insolence if he kept his mouth shut. Moreover, he knew this sword was polished. "Well, I'm waiting. What do you have to say about his?" Harry remained silent. "Answer me." Silence. Harry knew he was upsetting Ephelin, but he was upsetting him only by being here, so why bother answering? Suddenly there was a loud clang as the sword fell to the floor and he felt himself being lifted by his collar. His green eyes met the steel-blue eyes of the teacher. "You'll answer me when I address you, human." Harry only nodded. "I'll not tolerate your cheek in this classroom. Now pick up this sword." Harry hesitated, not wanting to kneel before this man. "Now, Harry." Arxeron's mental interference brought him to his senses and he took the sword. It wasn't as heavy as his own, though a little longer. "Face me." Harry looked questioningly at the elf, who was smirking. The fighting master turned to look at the other students. "Now watch carefully and learn how to handle a human in combat. Even if this one must be one of the weaker of his race, he's still a human." Harry gritted his teeth. "Bo." Harry complied and fell in a clumsy stance. "Did I teach you nothing, human?" Ephelin addressed the remaining students. "Look at his stance. The first flaw of a human is his stance and the second is his balance." For the following minutes he went on, singling out and exaggerating all the flaws that could be found in humans, while refusing to recognize any good qualities. During those minutes, Harry let himself be smashed by the elf, knowing that he would have his revenge one day. Finally Ephelin stopped as Harry fell to the floor once again, with the master's sword pointed to his throat. "Get up. Darren, did you understand what I said?" The elves, Magus and elementals nodded, smirking. Teneb forced himself to give a superior smirk at Harry's defeat. Ephelin turned to Harry and threw his sword at him. "Clean this one." That's all you're good for. Your parents must have been too worthless, good-for-nothing, feeble humans to have a son like you. They're dead. Harry cut in with a growl, in fists clenched around the handle of the sword, his eyes blazing. Probably of shame. Harry's knuckles were now white. His emerald eyes were turning an unnatural shade of green, not the usual deep emerald or dark green, but blazing, hypnotizing green. You could nearly see a fire in them. Harry, calm down immediately. Harry's mind was foggy, blinded by anger. He could accept taunts and insults thrown at him, he could handle being persecuted by elves, magus and elementals with an attitude problem, but he would not allow his parents to be tainted by this. His grip on the sword hilt tightened so much, that the muscles in his arm began to shake slightly. He was slowly losing control. The room started to grow warmer. Harry. This time, Arxeron's yell reached his mind and made him cool down a bit. What? He yelled back, every bit as angry as he had ever been. Snap out of this, you can't afford to lose your control. But, you'll kick his ass later, don't blow your cover because of him. Don't give him the satisfaction. Slowly, Harry calmed down, taking slow, deep breaths and allowing Arxeron's voice to drown out the still ranting elf. When he had nearly come back to his senses, another comment of the master made his anger go haywire. But then, it's a blessing that the world is now rid of their taint. Harry, grasping at the thinly won restraint on his temper, he dropped the sword on the floor and walked out of the room, ignoring the sword master's yells and the stares of the other students. Once outside, he ran. He ran as fast and as far as he could, letting the physical exertion wipe away the anger that had gripped him. He found himself at the cliff. There, he gathered his power and let his anger out. Blazing flames suddenly surrounded him. An explosion echoed off the surrounding hills, then everything went blank for a few minutes. Once he came to himself again, he looked around, taking in the blackened circle that surrounded him, still quite dazed. His mind refused to register what he had just done, it was still focused on the words that Effilin spat at him. Teneb watched Harry leave until the door swung closed behind him, then turned and watched as Effilin continued in his temper tantrum. The elf was getting redder and Teneb was afraid that he might explode. He turned again to the door that Harry had stormed through. This was the first time he had seen the human that angry. The fighting teacher must have hit a nerve. While the master was still ranting on about Harry, he looked down at the sword that the young human had dropped, picked it up and immediately dropped it again with a hiss. The weapon was burning, as if it had been set on fire. He silently cast a quick cooling spell on the sword, before picking it up again. He immediately noticed something odd about the handle. There was a handprint. It seemed that the metal had melted under the fingers of the one holding it. Teneb furrowed his brows, trying to understand, when it hit him. The human had control over fire. That was it. He cast a glance at Effilin and shook his head. The swordmaster had been lucky not to have been fried on the spot. Fire was quite unpredictable, as were the people controlling it, and they had a tendency to have very short tempers. He himself knew an elf with the power of fire, and had learned very early not to anger him. He hid the sword, not wanting the others to find out about some of the human's abilities. After all, he had a contract to fulfill. They didn't do anything else in that lesson, as Effilin was still ranting on about how low humans were. Teneb couldn't help being a bit confused by what the master was saying. There was quite a difference between what he was being told by his teachers, friends, parents and elders, and what he knew Harry to be capable of. The human was hiding his true self, and Teneb couldn't get rid of the doubts that had started to grow in him, especially after seeing some of Harry's memories. "You're done now." A grim silence answered the spirit guardian. "Harry, I know you hear me, so answer this instant." All right. Finally, so are you done with your, let's wallow in self-pity, time?" "No. Too bad for you. And why is that?" "One word, training." This made Harry even angrier. "I'm tired of it. That's all I've been doing. Wake up, eat breakfast, train, get yelled at, get humiliated, eat lunch, more humiliation and more yelling, eat dinner, train, and sleep. I'm sick of it. I quit." "Do you really want to quit?" Sigh. "Yes." "Well, in that case, I'll leave you. I just wanted to tell you we were going to start on spirit talking, but seeing that you want to quit, I'll respect your wishes." It's been good knowing you, Harry. The spirit's voice started to fade. Wait. He knew the spirit had been baiting him, but he wanted to be sure. What did you say? What? Me? No, the Queen of England. Of course you. But I thought you wanted to quit. Don't play with me, Arxeron. May I remind you that I'm a spirit, therefore you can't harm me. Arxeron. What? All right. I'm sorry. Happy. I'm sorry I yelled at you. You'd better be. ... But in nearly 9 months, I haven't talked with one person who knew my name, and didn't consider me dirt. You have to admit it's not something which is going to improve my social skills. If you had any to begin with. Thank you for that, but could you stop interrupting me when I'm trying to make a point? Not if you allow yourself to wallow in self-pity. Thanks a lot, you're being very helpful. You're doing a good enough job at devaluing yourself without me, why should I help you? There was a small moment of silence. All right. Now that you've come back to your senses, I'll explain. I'm listening. All right, as I was saying before, I was about to introduce you to spirit talking. Mainly, you have to access the second plane. Second plane. They really teach you nothing in class. I won't even bother answering this. To sum it up, unless you want the 3-hour explanation, there are 3 planes. This one, the spirit plane, the second one, the soul plane, and the third, the magic plane. Sorry to cut in, but what's the difference between them? You're way too curious. Well, the spirit plane is where you are presently. It's the first plane, accessible to those who train their mind enough. In this plane, you find the guardians. Care to elaborate? Well, to put it simply, a guardian isn't really an outside thing that chooses you. It's a part of you. It's your personality that shapes your guardian. It'll take the form that suits you the best. So spirits don't really exist. No, you misunderstood me. We are part of the magic of life, of the nature, of the living. Each of us has different characteristics. When someone reaches the plane, he links with the spirit holding the abilities he needs and gives shape to his guardian. What shape was yours the last time you were linked to someone? A monkey. Don't laugh. It's not funny. Harry did laugh, despite Arxeron's warning, something which would have seemed strange if someone had been around him at that time. Sorry, he wiped some tears, but a monkey. I didn't ask for it, however, I must say that I'm pleased with this form. It's the second time I've been a dragon, but the first time I've become a Sowera last time I was an Azurian. You're welcome, but I don't think a dragon is the form that suits me the best. What did I say earlier about devaluing yourself? The only one allowed to do that is me. Since when? Since now. Hold your horses. If you weren't so thick-headed, I'd. All right, I know this, you've said it quite a few times since I've known you, so spare me the full speech. Now, what were you saying about the planes? Nice try, but we'll speak about it later. To come back at the subject at hand, the second plane is the soul plane. There, you'll find the souls of the dead, except those of the ones who dedicated themselves to darkness. Those are damned and have to wander eternally in the shadow realm, never finding peace. The third plane is the magic plane. Basically, it's where the primary forces of nature and life reside. Few can access this plane, it's almost impossible, except for the chosen ones. Who? None of your business for now. Tell me. Do you want to learn how to reach the soul plane or not? All right, I'm listening, but we'll talk about this later. Finally. And quit using my own words against me. Silence. All right, all you have to do is. It took Arxeron 10 minutes to explain how to do it. Then, he had to re-explain it, as Harry hadn't understood the whole concept. For the following hour they just practiced it. Harry didn't go to his lessons that day, knowing he would pay for it. Demonor wouldn't hear of it, but the teachers would punish him for defying their authority. Harry didn't go to lunch or dinner either, using the food he had stored in case something like this happened. At the end of the night training sessions, just before Harry left, Arxeron suddenly grew serious. Harry, I trained you in most of the fields that you will need to become a full master. You have mastered most of them, with the exception of archery and some specific techniques, not to mention strategy, but you won't progress to a higher level if you continue to practice alone. I can practice with dummies. No, fighting with a dummy and fighting with a real person is quite different. You program the dummy, you can predict its actions. But in front of a real adversary, would you be able to do so? Would you be able to read his face, his body, to know what his next move would be? Well, you couldn't. People aren't born with it. True, some are more perceptive, but you have to train your senses to spot the smallest twitches, the lightest shudders, and the changes in the attitude that would give away your opponent's decisions. All right, oh wise one, spare me the lecture. Just one question, could you give the name of one person, living on this bee island that would willingly agree to train with me? At a loss of words. There is the elf that tricked you into helping him. You know, I've always known you weren't really sane, but now I'm sure of it. You're completely nuts. Sure, I'll go to him and I'll say, hey Tenub, would you like to practice with me? And he'll answer, sure, no problem. Yeah, right, why not? He's ambitious and wants to become powerful. He knows who you are, and what better way to progress than practical fighting? I'll arrange it with his guardian, all you have to do is bring the subject up. Thanks a lot, like I don't have enough to do. Like I said, you bring the subject up and I'll arrange things with his guardian. His guardian? Yes, the cool thing is that she is a dragon too, Kalia. Arxeron stumbled a little, realizing his mistake. Guardians' forms were to remain unknown to everybody, except those they were linked to. Harry felt a probe on his mind. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Harry, but you can't remember that. Arxeron pushed a bit more and Harry's mental figure stilled for a few seconds, his mouth opened in protest, his eyes dazed. Then the young wizard blinked and sent a smirk at his guardian. First name basis and a date. Is there something you wish to tell me? Well, it's not my fault that I'm a charmer. Had he been a real creature, Arxeron would have taken a relieved breath. Yeah right, should I call you Gilderoy from now on? No thank you, I like my name. You're sure? 100 sure. Well, if you don't mind, I'll go to bed. I think tomorrow will be an eventful day. Seeing how you acted with the elf, and the fact that you didn't go to any of your classes today, you could say that. Thank you for that reminder. You're welcome. Well, I'll go now, good night, if there's a night in your plane. See you tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. sharp. I was hoping you'd forget about that. Not a chance. Harry shook his head and headed back to the headquarters, pondering the day's events. He hadn't been able to reach the second plane, but Arxeron had told him he was doing great. Soon, he hoped, he'd be able to talk to his parents. But before he could reach the headquarters, he fell on his knees, his scar burning, threatening to split his head. The pain grew, his head was on fire, and he felt like somebody was digging a knife in his forehead. Finally he blacked out, not able to bear the pain any longer. Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of the window in his office, absently stroking Fawkes' head. Sensing his master's sorrow, the Phoenix gave a questioning shrill. Sighing, the old man took his eyes off the landscape before him. I don't know, Fawkes. I think that the light is weakening each day. It's time for the order to gather again. The Phoenix bowed his head. The headmaster went to one side of his office, before a sculpture of the school's crest. In the center, a star was carved, within its center a rune nobody had been able to decipher. Albus placed his hand on it, and the Phoenix flew to his shoulder, starting to sing, not the usual song, but more like a summons. The star in Dumbledore's hand glowed golden and slowly, little dots lightened on the crest, growing more and more numerous as minutes passed. Finally, as the crest was nearly covered by the luminous dots, Fawkes stopped his song. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling as he looked at the crest. Well, perhaps the light isn't as weakened as I thought it was. He sent a thought through his hand. Tomorrow, Hogwarts, the Phoenix's nest, midnight. Apparate. Once it was done, he withdrew his hand and the light slowly disappeared. Now, my friend, we wait. In the Gryffindor's common room, Ron and Hermione were sitting at a table in a corner of the room, silently working on their homework. Hermione was engrossed in the reading of a thick book, entitled, Magical Artifacts and Their Meanings, while Ron was taking notes on another called, Muggle and Magical Artifacts, What Are Their Uses? This had come as a shock for those who knew the two. Seeing Hermione reading non-compulsory books was normal, but Ron doing it. That was another story. Before them, parchments, covered with writing, diagrams, and drawings were sprawled on the table. Since the beginning of the burglaries, soon after Christmas, they had tried to find a pattern in them, a motive, or a link between the stolen artifacts. There had been 10 artifacts stolen from Mughal museums. The sun's bracelet, an Aztec jewel, found on the sculpture of one of the main Aztec gods, symbolizing the sun. The desert's burn, an Egyptian amulet, dedicated to Seth's cult. The cup of urn, which had been owned by a powerful Phoenician mage. Naren's dagger, which was the one he killed many people with. Maya's heart, which was a big ruby, it was used by Maya to store the energy of the people they sacrificed. The dragon eye, a Chinese crystal ball, said to show the destiny of its holder, if he had enough power. Heracles, bow and arrows. Well, the Mughals thought they were ordinary weapons, but they were Heracles. Attila's sword. The shadow's knife, used by torturers back in the Romans' time. An African mask, picturing a war god, the Mask of the Summons. Along with all of this, there were all the manuscripts taken from universities and from the ministry. But all they knew about this was that it was old books of prophecies, or indecipherable parchment, giving vague indication and warning against the rise of the basilisk and asking to look for the dragon. Ron sighed. He was getting nowhere. Hermione, I need a break. Why don't we go to visit Hagrid? It's been a long time since we last saw him. What? Oh, all right, let me finish this chapter. Okay, I'll get our cloaks. See you in a minute. Minutes later, they were heading for the hut. They knocked on the door. The booming voice of Hagrid answered them. Come in. They opened the door and stepped inside. Hagrid was feeding Fang in a corner. Hermione. Ron. Hello Hagrid, said Hermione, taking her cloak off and putting it on the back of a chair. Do you want some tea? Or some cakes? I've just made a batch of my marble cakes. Just tea, thank you. You're welcome, answered the semi-giant, while putting 3 cups on the table and pouring tea in them. How are you doing? Well, the teachers are going crazy with the coming newts, and Snape is nastier than ever, Ron replied, earning a good kick in his leg for the last bit. Hagrid looked closely at Ron. I wouldn't say this normally, but don't be too quick to judge Snape. He has had a lot on his plate lately. Seeing Ron was ready to argue, he continued. Don't get me wrong here, it's not a reason to lay his frustrations and stress on you, but try to understand him. Before Ron replied, Hermione spoke up. Have you heard about the burglaries? Yeah, quite mysterious, isn't it? Yes. Do you think it's linked to you know who? I'll be ready to bet everything I have that it is. Really? Ron cut in. Yes, it reminds me of what happened 40 years ago. What was the name of that man? Ah yes, a wizard named Doron tried to gather several artifacts. All were involved in a ritual. I think he managed to obtain 4 of the 6 needed for it before he was arrested. The artifacts were sent back to their owners and nobody heard of it. How do you know it then? Well, Dumbledore sent me to bring one of them to a museum, I think it was called the Cup of Urn. At this Hermione and Ron focused all their attention on him. Really, and why did he needed those artifacts? Nobody really found out. All I can say is that it was really dark and had powerful magic and that it would have brought chaos on Earth. He left a few notes in London's University of Occult Sciences. Hermione cast a quick glance at Ron. This had been one of the first universities to which the thieves had gone. Is there a link? Asked Hermione eagerly. I don't think so, there were only 6 artifacts needed, and this time, 10 have disappeared. Well, thank you Hagrid, it's been really nice talking to you, but we must go now, we still have a lot of homework to do, she said. Yes, thanks a lot for the tea, Hagrid, added Ron. It's all right, come back soon. We will. Bye Hagrid, said Hermione, putting her cloak on and heading to the door. After a few words, they parted, Ron and Hermione going back to the castle, Hagrid back into his hut. Once back in the castle, Hermione turned to look at Ron. I know the book where we'll find what we need, but it's in the restricted section. It's a shame Lockhart isn't here anymore, the man might have been a first-class idiot, but at least we could easily take a book from the restricted section. He was signing every bit of paper he could find. Ron. What? Never mind, do you have Harry's invisibility cloak? No, the headmaster's kept all his belongings. So we need a teacher's permission. Who could be stupid enough to sign us a slip allowing us to take a restricted book without asking questions? Let me handle this, I'll have it by the end of the week. Really? Since when did I lie to you? Trust me. All right, don't get so worked up. Come on, it's nearly curfew, we have to go back to the tower. The two youths ran back to their tower, slipping past the fat lady's portrait after giving the password, Phoenix's Rise. They were the first ones to go up to their dorms that night. Somewhere in the world, Snape was standing in a dark room, his face hidden under his hood, his eyes studying the man before him. He was tall, pale, but his face was becoming more and more human. Voldemort was becoming again the charismatic man Snape had encountered years before. During his first rise, the Dark Lord had been a great leader who could give his men strength just by speaking. He had a gift for making speeches. Snape had believed him at the beginning, he had fallen under his charm, having thought to act in the wizarding world's interest, for the rise of a better society, a society that would suppress all social evils. Snape had to give it to the man, he had a way with words, an aura, and a charisma that had attracted many of the wizards deceived or disappointed by the ministry. His power, the ease at which he cast even the hardest spells was fascinating too. Snape had believed in him, until one event opened his eyes. Flashback. Snape never took part in Voldemort's raids against those who were blinded by the Ministry's lies and refused to acknowledge the truth. He was a potions master, one of the best in his area. One night, he was called to his master, he immediately apparated to him, bowing before him. "Severus, my lord, I called you tonight to be one of us in our little raid. I know of your skills. And I'm perfectly aware that you prefer the beauty of your potions to the intricacies of a wand, but I think that it will be an useful experience for you. The occasion to see the beauty of the way a spell breaks through someone, making him lose his mind, his senses, making him fall under your power, and with what? A few words and your wand. It can be compared to the way your potions act. And I want you to learn this. Thank you, my lord. Get ready, young Severus. We'll leave in half an hour." It had been a nightmare. Along with 10 other Death Eaters, they had apparated to a small house in the countryside. It was nearly Christmas time, and Snape could hear the family in the house. "Raise your hood," Voldemort ordered. They obeyed and waited for their master's sign. At the moment he raised his arm, they stormed in the house, surprising its inhabitants. Snape recognized them. It was a well-known, old and respected family, the Lawrences, who had always played a big role in the ministry. The whole family was there, from the grandparents to the grandchildren, the youngest being a few months old. That night, Snape saw the horror of Voldemort for the first time. He witnessed the death of all the family, a girl only a couple of years old being tortured for the amusement of a few men. He heard them laughing as a woman writhed on the floor. He watched them commit atrocities. That night, Snape killed a man, at the order of Voldemort. Something he would never forgive himself for. When it was finished, they left quickly. As they stepped out, Voldemort turned to him. "As it's your first time, Severus, you'll have the honor of conjuring the mark." With his arm shaking slightly, Snape raised his wand and uttered the word, Mors Mordre. A jet of black light shot up in the air. Laughing merrily, Voldemort turned to his men. "You did well tonight. I think this will teach the Mudblood lovers and Dumbledore's followers what is awaiting them. Apparate back to your homes, I'll call you soon again." Snape apparated back to his house with a pop and threw up the moment he arrived. End of the flashback. Since that day he hadn't been able to look at Voldemort in the same way. Each time he tried, he saw the face of the little girl, screaming in agony. As time passed, the memories faded, but he never felt again the admiration he had had for the Dark Lord. Slowly he started to question Voldemort's ideas, though of course never openly. Little by little, he distanced himself from the Lord. He always answered to his calls and obeyed him, but he was doubtful. Then, one day, he found himself in his old headmaster's office. Flashback. Albus Dumbledore was looking at him with his piercing and twinkling blue eyes. Snape eyed the old man. He was the only wizard the Dark Lord still feared, and Snape knew that Voldemort's main purpose was to destroy Hogwarts. Its current headmaster was particularly bothersome to him. Already admired and revered for his defeat of Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore had not lost his importance and had made the school his territory. Voldemort could also see the use of having free reign over Hogwarts. The school molded the future generation of wizards and he would need it to raise the youths to respect his very name and yearn to serve him. Once he gained control of Hogwarts, he could use the children as a guarantee of their parents' behavior and teach them to be his servants. With Dumbledore defeated, the aged wizard would lose support and more wizards would rally to him. Nothing would stop him. "What can I do for you, Mr. Snape?" "I need your help, Headmaster." "Call me Albus, Mr. Snape. I'm no longer your headmaster." "What sort of help do you need?" Snape uncovered his left forearm, revealing his mark. "I wish to help your side," he said, looking at the old man before him. The blue eyes were piercing him, as though evaluating him. "Mr. Snape, showing me this mark isn't really proof of your desire to help our side. I made a mistake, I want to try to make amends." "Really? Excuse me, Mr. Snape, but what caused this change? It is very unusual to see a member of Voldemort's army changing sides. I've seen what he's doing. I was at the Lawrences' residence the night they were killed." Snape's face was expressionless and his eyes were fixed on something only he could see. "It's not something I can forget, Headmaster." "Well, Mr. Snape, before I make my decision, I hope you'll understand that I need to question you under Veritaserum." Snape nodded and took the cup the man handed him, drinking it in one gulp. For the following hour, Albus Dumbledore asked him several questions, on his loyalties, his motivations and his past. Finally the truth serum wore off and Snape found himself once more in control of himself. He couldn't bear to look up into the eyes of the headmaster. Dumbledore had made him confess everything, and he had been guilty of murder, there was no denying it. "Very well, Mr. Snape. I'll gladly accept your help." Snape looked up surprised as the old man continued to speak. "But I can't remove your mark. You'll still be forced to answer the call of Voldemort." "I know. So, how do you want to help?" "I was thinking of spying," he answered quickly. He had given it some thought and it was his only way out. This statement earned him a sharp look. "Are you sure, Mr. Snape? Spying is wrought with quite a lot of dangers, and Voldemort's punishment, if he were to discover your secret, would be great. I'm aware of the consequences of this decision. Professor Dumbledore, you don't have a spy, and either way I'm in danger. If I side with you, Voldemort will kill me. If I continue to serve the Dark Lord, I will face horrors beyond imagination. Either way I find myself in a difficult position, so I might as well make the most of it. It's your decision. Then, I wish to spy, but if you could find a way to prevent him from calling me to participate to his raids." The professor seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before he said, "We need a potions teacher. You can take the position if you want. It will give you some protection and an excuse not to be part of future raids." "Professor Dumbledore, you know that if I accept, he will ask me to spy on you." "Then, you'll have to spy for him," replied the headmaster, his eyes twinkling. "We shall just have to be very careful about what we tell him." Snape nodded slowly. "Very well, in that case, I agree." "Good, I'll show you your quarters and have Minerva explain to you how the school works. Term will start September the 1st, but you're required to be here at least a week before." Snape nodded slowly and got up. "Professor, you are aware of what I am, of what I did. How can you let me teach children? How can you even think of it?" Dumbledore sent him a piercing look. "I know very well what you did. I heard it a few minutes ago. I knew the Lawrences quite well, they were good people who did not deserve such a fate. Do not think you won't be monitored at first, but everyone deserves a second chance and the possibility of redemption. Do not make me regret this, Severus." The younger man nodded, understanding why Albus Dumbledore was hailed as one of the most powerful wizards of this time. The air had seemed to get colder and the room darker as the headmaster spoke. Power was nearly palpable around him. Suddenly those feelings vanished so swiftly Snape nearly thought he had dreamt them. "Very well, now, since we're colleagues, you should call me Albus, Severus." "All right, Profe. Albus." For the first time in days, Snape smiled a true smile, as he headed to the dungeons. End of the flashback. But now, he was looking at him, barely able to hide his disgust for the almost man. He was still tall, but his paleness was giving him a non-human aura. Add to this his blood-red eyes, and you had it. But as he regained power, his S-like face had shaped back to one of almost human features, if you made exceptions for the skin and the eyes. Snape didn't know how this had been possible. He knew that the man was responsible for the theft of those artifacts, but didn't know anything about their use. The Dark Lord was remaining very secretive about it. Only 2 men knew about it, 2 specialists of the artifacts who were well versed in dark rituals. They had come several times to his lab there to ask him for several ingredients. He had noted what they had asked for, but couldn't see what they were going to use them for. Some of them were highly incompatible. All he knew was that it wasn't good news. The Dark Lord had grown more and more content in the past few days. His appearance was changing back to what it was before, though with a few changes. But the power of his voice had not changed. He could see some of the trainees who were going to be initiated tonight standing in a corner, hanging on his words, awed by this man. They didn't know anything about the reality of what they had just done. The initiation went smoothly, and then the Dark Lord started to give his men orders and tasks. The wait is over. From today, the world will learn that the Dark Lord is back. They'll learn to fear me, and will kneel before me. The basilisk will rise, and we'll purify our society, making it the society it should have been, a place where your children will grow correctly, not said by mudbloods. Tonight we will strike, showing this corrupted world, that our reign is starting. Cheers answered his speech. Snape had no choice but to clap. He was trying to find a way to warn Albus. An attack tonight. But where? Tonight, my Death Eaters, London will learn of our return. More cheers were heard. The Dark Lord raised an arm and silence immediately fell on the room. Lucius, take your unit with you to Azkaban and bring the Dementors with you. The deal you'll offer them won't be something they will be able to refuse. Make sure that the prisoners are freed and that those who can recover their senses are cured. Join us in London at Point C at midnight. Not, Avery, Fennerson, gather your men. Be ready in an hour. Trainees, new members, go to Esam. As the Death Eaters parted, Snape followed the crowd, trying to exit as discreetly as possible to warn Albus. Severus. He stopped dead in his tracks and turned around. Yes, my lord. You will come with me. Bring some of your potions. We might have to conduct some interrogating, and your skills will be needed. Yes, my lord. Take young Darren with you, he'll help you with your vials. Snape bowed before leaving, understanding Voldemort's real motives. The man didn't trust him and wouldn't leave him alone. For the following hours, he gathered his vials, placing unbreakable charms on them. He had to brew some potions he knew the Dark Lord fancied too. The young Death Eater was following him silently. Finally, it was nearly midnight, and holding a few bags, he headed to Voldemort's room. He entered and approached the Dark Lord. Bowing before him, he waited for the man's word. Thank you, Severus, be ready to leave in a few minutes. 10 minutes later, the Death Eaters left for London, following their master, and the London massacre started. Albus Dumbledore warily eyed the chair of the potions master. Severus hadn't come back from his meeting last night. He was worried about what could have happened to the man. Suddenly Poppy came in, running. She approached him. Albus, Severus came back a few minutes ago. He's not gravely injured, but something is very wrong with him. I'm coming, Poppy. He stood, and as he was about to walk out of the hall, the Owl Post arrived and dropped the Daily Prophet in his hand. The headline answered his concerns about Severus. The London Massacre. You know WHO is back. Last night, the town of London was ruined. At midnight, you know who, followed by hundreds of Death Eaters, stormed into the town, destroying everything in their way, causing the deaths of thousands of Muggles. The exact number is still unknown. They erupted in Diagon Alley, surprising everyone. Nobody had time to react. A few people managed to escape by flow or by apparating, but soon, it was impossible as the Dark Lord set up anti-apparition wards. From that moment on, nobody escaped him. Bodies were found heavily mutilated this morning. The whole street of Diagon Alley is a pile of rubble now. Only Gringotts is still standing, thanks to the goblin magic. From the early estimations, 596 people were killed, but bodies are still being found as we print. The Muggle town is in ruins, 2/3 of the buildings were destroyed, and the city is now paralyzed. It was said that Dementors were present at the Dark Lord's attack, and we learned this morning that they indeed left Azkaban with some of the Dark Lord's men after freeing all the prisoners. Many wizards received the K.S. last night and were put in St. Mungo's charge. The hospitals are loaded and people are panicking all over the world. Muggle governments are in disarray, thinking it is a terrorist attack. They're ready to retaliate on the countries they think responsible of this attack. The minister, who managed to escape in the first minutes of the attack, has refused to give us any explanation. He has denied for months the return of the Dark Lord, against Albus Dumbledore's advice. Even the disappearance of the boy who lived was dismissed by him as a hoax. Mr. Fudge was stripped of his functions as word of the attack spread in the country. Is Mr. Potter still alive? Hogwarts, headmaster believes so, as he told us in the last interview we had with him. In this case, where is he? The article continued for 4 pages, with testimony of witnesses, interviews of foreign ministers, and worse, photos of destroyed buildings, bodies. Albus Dumbledore stood still in the hall, before dropping the newspaper. As he stood, a wave of owls arrived, most of them carrying black letters. Before the students receiving them opened them, he spoke up. As you might have learned, London was destroyed and many were killed. Let me assure you that you're protected here and that as long as I am here, I'll make certain that this school remains unharmed by Voldemort. I give those of you that have lost someone all my support. The staff and myself will always be ready to talk if you need to. With that, he exited the hall, nearly running to the hospital wing in his haste to talk with Severus. In the hall, the professors didn't know what to do. Several students were crying, some were in hysterics, and many were surrounded by their friends who were trying to calm them. Chaos was spreading in the hall. Only the Slytherins remained quite calm. The professors looked at each other, sensing the fear of their students. Harry groaned as he came back to consciousness. That had hurt. He sat on the grass, still a bit dizzy, trying to remember what happened. He had just finished his training. He remembered having skipped his classes and trained the whole day. He had headed back to the headquarters. Then nothing. He furrowed his brows, trying to find what had happened. Pain. He had been in excruciating pain. His scar had been hurting like crazy. He had blacked out a few minutes after that. Visions of what happened the previous night flashed in his mind. Death Eaters, followed by Dementors erupting in London, Diagon Alley, killing, blasting everything or everyone they saw. People running, screaming, panic printed on their faces, despair, fear. Fire, screams, cries, blood. Some tried to escape, only to be killed. Harry closed his eyes, a lonely tear falling on his cheek. So many deaths, so much pain. He pushed the visions away, deep in his mind locking them up, with his other personal nightmares. Tilda, doing this isn't going to solve your problem, you know. Tilda. Harry rolled his eyes. Great, you're a counselor too. Tilda, don't laugh at that. I'm serious. Tilda. For once. Tilda. Harry, Tilda. It's none of your business what I do with my thoughts. Tilda, it is when you're doing something which could endanger your health or your sanity. Tilda. I don't want to talk about it. Tilda. All right, but what are you doing when this will happen again? Clearly this guy isn't going to stop and you're going to watch everything. What'll you do when it'll become too much to bear? Tilda. I don't know, but what I know is that you should keep your nose out of my business. Tilda. You need to talk about it to someone. Tilda. It's my choice, so stay out of it. Tilda. All right Tilda. What time is it? Tilda. Well, it's time for our little session, if you want to know. Tilda. Couldn't you let me go of this one? Tilda. Maybe I would if your soon-to-be partner hadn't been here. Tilda. Don't tell me you're still on it. I already told you that. What? Tilda. He's standing behind you. Tilda. In a few seconds, Harry was on his feet, facing a confused Teneb, leaning on his horse. Of all the moment possible to see him, he had to find me today. Are you all right? He heard the elf ask him. Oh degree, 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 oh. Teneb had woken early, like he always did since he had found about the human nearly 2 weeks ago. He quickly dressed and went to the stables. In a times and times practiced pattern he readied his horse, petting it lovingly before mounting him and heading for the hill. His stallion had been a gift of his friend, Prince Selen. He had called him Mist, because of its gray coat and deep black mane, tail and stockings on each legs. The horse also had a small white star-shaped mark on its forehead. He was of the same breed than Shadow, and looked a bit like the great black stallion. He was only a bit shorter and more slender. He directed his mount where he knew he would meet the human. He was halfway, when Mystic stopped abruptly. Startled, he looked around him to see what had made his horse stop like this. He frowned. There was nothing strange. Then he looked down. His eyes widened in surprise. Harry was sitting in the grass, looking completely dizzy. His attention was caught by his forehead. He could see dry blood around his scar. He saw him frown, wince and tense. Then he opened his eyes and looked at him. "Are you all right?" he asked, knowing the moment the words left his lips that it was a stupid question. "Oh degree, oh 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 degree, oh." Harry sighed. He was probably doing that on purpose. "Do I look all right?" "Not really. Why have you dry blood on your forehead?" "What? Why have you?" "I understood that part, thank you." He raised his hat and touched his scar lightly, wincing a bit when his hand came in contact with it. "Great." And Teneb had to show up at this precise moment. "Care to explain?" asked the young elf, dismounting his stallion. "Not really, it has nothing to do with you," replied Harry, "just with my past," he added in a whisper. Apparently the elf heard him, as he raised his eyebrows, but for once, and Harry was grateful for that, he didn't press him to explain. Harry stood up and looked around. He put a hand in one of his trousers pockets and pulled out a small whistle, carved in wood. "Be ready to go," he said to Teneb. Seconds later 2 sharp whistles could be heard, and minutes later Shadow arrived. He didn't stop and Harry jumped on his back as he passed near him. They galloped towards the hill, Teneb on their tail, as it had taken the young elf a few seconds to register what had just happened. "Oh degree, oh 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 degree, oh." They arrived at their usual spot a few minutes later. Once there, they silently climbed out of their horses and Teneb took off his stallion's equipment. Before he could try to contact his guardian, Harry spoke up. "My guardian wants me to talk to you about something. In fact, I think he already talked with your guardian about it." Teneb looked at him a bit surprised. Generally, Harry barely acknowledged him, much less spoke to him. "Yes, and, to sum up, he thinks that I should practice against a real opponent, meaning you." This time, Teneb was shocked, but immediately, he started to weigh the pros and the cons. "You're not obliged to accept," added Harry. Teneb was still thinking. Training with Harry could only help him to improve. He had to admit that the human was great and could teach him a lot. Moreover, a few well-chosen words from his guardian achieved to convince him. "All right." Harry looked up at him, a bit surprised by his quick agreement. "You sure? When do we begin?" Harry smirked. "All right, if he wants to have it this way." Now, he summoned his sword and other weapons, making them appear near him. Picking up his sword, he raised, before bowing, imitated by Teneb. They faced each other for a few minutes, then Teneb lunged at Harry, who parried his blow easily, retaliating immediately. After half an hour, during which Teneb found himself more often on his back than standing. Out of the blue, Harry stopped and sheathed his sword. "All right, this isn't going anyway. What's the problem?" "Just an advice, if you have to fight one day, don't use your sword, you'd be killed in a few minutes." "Why?" asked Teneb a bit curtly. He was proud of his fighting skills and was often praised about them. "Well, you know how to fight, the stance, the tricks, the ways, but you have a little default that could mean your death in a fight. You're too readable, too predictable. I know your move at least 5 seconds before you do it." "How is this possible?" Teneb was stunned by this. His teachers never said anything about that. "Easy, before attacking, you fix the spot where you'll put your attack. If you're going to attack on your right, you put all your weight on your left side, just before delivering your blow, and the opposite if you attack on the left. You furrow your eyebrows before attacking too. Moreover, you're doing unnecessary moves, like jumps, turns, you only tire yourself. And you're an expert, said sarcastically Teneb. It's only an advice, but that's what my guardian taught me, always keep your opponent in the doubt. And when you fight, you seem to plaster your intentions on your body. But you can do whatever you want. At this, Teneb was torn between two feelings, one being pride, he didn't like the tone Harry took while talking to him, the second being his thirst for improvement, his desire to best his abilities. He sighed. All right, but what could I do? I was taught to fight that way. Well, if I want someone to practice with, we'll definitively have to correct this default of yours. I understood that, but what about the other forms of combat? Harry smirked at him. We're going to find out how much you have to learn. An hour and a half later, Teneb fell on the floor, completely worn out. I'm dead. Why are you still talking then? Teneb glared at Harry. That was an image. Really? Tend only glared more. You're loving it. What? Annoying me. Me? How could you think me capable of doing such a thing? Replied Harry, batting his eyelashes, faking innocence, his voice filled with sarcasm. Besides, doing it is so easy that it would be a crime to miss the opportunity, he added. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, I'm done with you for today. I've seen on what you have to work so that I've someone with whom I'll be able to practice. Teneb looked up at him. What about archery? I think you should rest, classes start in an hour, said Harry. Teneb raised an eyebrow. Why do I have the feeling that you're eluding my question? Harry looked coldly at him. Think whatever you want. With that, he approached Shadow and jumped on the stallion, speeding towards the headquarters. Teneb watched him galloping away, making an assessment of today's session. Pros: now he trained with the human, something which could only make him improve, since the human was, even if it disturbed him to say it, better than most of his teachers. Cons: he still hadn't any answer to his questions. Why was his scar bleeding? How did he get this scar? How could he be that powerful? How did he get his necklace? How did he manage to find his guardian without anybody's help? What form did his guardian have? What was this necklace he was always wearing? Ellipsis. And now, why didn't he want to practice on archery? He shook his head before mounting mist. He hurried to prepare for his first class. After Harry's outburst in Ephilon's class and his absence from all his lessons the day before, it was promising to be interesting. Unknown to him, Harry was thinking exactly the same thing. O degree, 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 O. He wasn't disappointed. Harry sighed mentally. Now I'm sure they're making a contest. 1 point per insult, reprimands, snide comments, 5 points per punishment, or any sanction possible. Ephilon's class had been more horrible than usual, and that was something. Apparently the elf hadn't appreciated in the slightest to see Harry openly disobeying to him. After having him running around the room for half the class, seeing it wasn't tiring him, he used him as his assistant, meaning his punching ball and lackey for the rest of the class. To his disappointment, Harry hadn't complained or showed any pain at this treatment, and he couldn't really do worse than that. Edivia's lessons. There had been a reason behind Harry's refusal of practicing archery with Teneb. He knew that the elf was way better than him. Archery was one of his weakest point. He wasn't really bad, just average. Sword fighting came naturally to him. When he was holding his sword, he was in tune with it, seeing it as an expansion of his arm. Hand-to-hand combat was easy for him too, as he had set up his own style, adapted to his skills, agility, speed, and he wasn't quite bad with knives. He hadn't had a lot of problems with magic. The copying he did in Nerthor's and Sarwin's class finally found a use. Dueling was his strong point. He could do it with or without his wand as he continued to practice with it, knowing his wandless abilities would have to remain secret when he'll come back to Hogwarts. He was good at manipulating his element too. Mind magic had been difficult for him to learn, but with training he had reached a good level. He had very strong mental defenses, could read minds or dreams if he entered a trance, had a fairly good empathy and telepathy, and if need arise could do some telekinesis. But the last one was particularly draining. Healing magic wasn't his forte. He could heal minors' wounds like bruises, mild cuts, dislocated members, simple fractures, but any serious injuries was beyond his ability. His animagus training was progressing quite well, even if he still didn't know his form. But archery, he could use a bow if necessary, but in a battle he would avoid it at all costs. It felt weird to use this weapon, and he would never hit near the center. For him, archery would always be a bothering necessity. He had to admit that the bow he got from the dwarfs made it easier for him. Anyway, if he wanted to hit a faraway target, he would throw a fireball, some flames, his aim would be more accurate. So, in Edivia's lesson, he didn't have to fake his uneasiness. And this time, she had decided to put him through hell. Once the lesson was over, he dragged himself to the common room for his lunch. But apparently the teachers had other plans for him. As he seated himself, he saw his favorite teachers heading towards him. Great, the whole Harry torture group. Effilin, Edivia, Sarwin, Nerthor and Leonhire approached him, with a satisfied gleam in their eyes. Uh-oh, trouble's coming. Tilda, I wonder what they come up with. Tilda, what are you doing here? Enjoy the show. Tilda, no, just curiosity. Tilda, great, in front crazy and human haters, in my head crazy and lunatic guardian. I'm doomed. Tilda, took you long enough to notice this. Tilda, human, we met to deal with your behavior yesterday and came up with a right punishment. Said Sarwin. Effilin threw him a piece of garment. You're expected in the kitchen. Now. He barked. Nerthor smirked. You'll work there for 3 days, and Eystein has been warned about you. Harry was staring at the masters in shock. I don't know if it's bad or good news. Tilda, knowing them, I would say bad. Tilda, yes, but at least I'm lesson-free for 3 days. But as Harry found out, it was a mere compensation against what he was told to do. As he went to the hill this evening, he was fuming. Once he was there, he dismounted Shadow, and started pacing. A servant. They made me a servant. Tilda, breath Harry, breath. In, out, Tilda. I won't calm down. These stupid brainless idiots made a K.S. for 3 days. Tilda, then, training will calm you, now run. Tilda. Tilda, run. Tilda. Harry complied without arguing for once. He trained longer than usual, and this time, Teneb didn't join him, something he was grateful for, as he would have probably fried the first elf he saw on the spot. Once he was done, he sat on the ground, panting, feeling drained, but now calmer. He knew Teneb would improve quickly. He couldn't deny that he was skilled, so he'd have to take him to Terrio. He will need to find his weapons. He had argued this with Arxerin, who had been the one to mention it, but in the end, he had lost. He took his necklace in his hand, closing his hand on it. As always, it had a calming effect on him. I'm not alone. This thought contributed to appease him. He called Shadow and petted the stallion. He had come to the point where he considered the fierce animal as a friend. He mounted the horse and headed for the headquarters. Before slipping in his bed, he left a note for Teneb, then fell in a welcomed sleep. O degree, 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 O. Teneb stared at the ceiling. He had waited for Harry to come back, deciding against joining him for training. He had seen him at the end of classes and he looked murderous. Teneb had judged that it would be safer for him not to approach him until he cooled off, as elf, magus or elementals must not have been on the friend list of the human, not that he had them already. In great esteem to begin with. He was quite confused by his teacher's behavior. Once Garth had skipped a whole day, and they hadn't said anything after, even to ask for explanations. Why did they act this way towards the human? He heard someone dropped something on his bedside and made a mental note to look at it first thing in the morning. When he woke up, he saw a small note and quickly snatched it. He produced a small light, as everyone was still asleep. There won't be morning session for the following 3 days. You can come, in the evening, around 9 p.m., same place. Teneb looked a bit confused at the message, then shrugged, why not? O degree, 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 O. The next day was a day of pure torture for Harry. Everyone there took advantage of the situation, and once it was nearly over, Harry was on the edge of explosion. Between the ridiculous outfit he had been forced to wear, the taunts and being ordered around for the day, he had reached his limits. Garth's group had particularly been happy with this situation. He sat down on the far end of the Darren's table and started to eat his meal, which was nearly cold, as he had to serve everyone before being able to eat. Demonor hadn't even looked at him once during the meal. Some mentor he was. He has completely forgotten about me. Harry was quite saddened by this thought. He missed having someone to talk to. Dumbledore had assumed this role, and against everything, he had always hoped that the leader would remember him and help him one day. The teachers must have told him some story because he didn't question Harry's clothes or behavior. Finally, once dinner was over, he stood up and clapped his hands a few times, to attract attention. Darren's, may I have your attention please? Silence fell on the room. You have been here for nearly 10 months. So at the end of this week, the presentation will take place. Listen carefully to what your teachers will say, as they will prepare you for this ceremony. Arxeron, Tilda, I'll explain tonight. Oh, and we'll try to access the soul plan too. Tilda, really? Tilda, yes Tilda. There was a small silence, then. Thank you, for everything. Arxeron didn't answer, there was nothing to say. O degree, 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 O. Dodge, parry, lunge, clang, your feet, clang, you're too open, clang, clang, screech. Your eyes, stop looking at your aim. Stop exposing your arm, clang, bam, don't let yourself be distracted by your opponent, said Harry, summoning the elf's sword to him and handing it to him. Teneb was panting, his hands on his knee, trying to catch his breath. I'm going to teach you a basic sequence, like the one I'm practicing, only more simple. Look, he executed a series of moves. Got it? Follow me, sword up, slash, parry, push, drop, sweep. For a few minutes, he explained the sequence, then watched Teneb execute it, correcting him with curt words, then making him accelerate. All right, I'm going to attack, and you'll retaliate with this series, understand? Okay, said the elf, a bit forcefully as he had trouble catching his breath. Good, in position, ready, go. He lunged at Teneb, who replied by the movements he had just learned. Well done, admitted Harry once it was done. Enough for tonight, I'm going to present you to someone. Teneb looked at him quizzically. Who? Terrio. And who is Terrio? A dwarf. A dwarf. We have a winner. But, there hasn't been a dwarf here for decades. And, where do you think I got my weapons? Well, all right. But why are we going to see him? For your weapons. What's wrong with them? Terrio will tell you what's wrong better than me. Harry replied sharply. Teneb kept silent. He knew that when Harry used this tone, it was useless to try to get a straight answer. They walked for 10 minutes. Then Harry stopped and kneeled. He put a hand on the grass and muttered a few words Terrio had taught him before leaving. The entrance to the dwarves' caves opened before Teneb's unbelieving eyes. Harry stepped in and motioned for Teneb to follow. They walked in silence to a gigantic cave. Once there, Harry looked around and stopped a dwarf passing by. Sorry, but where could I find Terrio? The dwarf looked closely at him. I'll go and fetch him. Wait here. Harry thanked him and went back to Teneb. A few minutes later, the dwarf came back with Terrio. Harry, it's good to see you again. You too, Terrio. They chatted for a while. Harry had come back a few times to see the dwarf and have him check over his weapons. Why are you here anyway? Well, I'm training with him there. He pointed to Teneb, who was looking around him, a bit lost. An elf, said Terrio, a bit harshly. Yes, but he can be tolerable. Anyway, I don't have a lot of choice in this matter. My trainer ordered me to find a partner to work with, and he's the only one who found out about me. He can be trusted. I don't know. I'm not that fond of elves, but he's okay, I think. Does he have a background in weapon crafting? Or is he as clueless as you were when I first saw you? Hey, I wasn't that bad, and I'm taking great care of mine. That's right, you've been a good student. Thank you, but to answer your question, I don't know. All right, leave him here, I'm going to see how much he knows, then I'll take the matter in my hands. Thanks a lot, I'll come back in 3 hours. See you then. They approached Tenub. Tenub, this is Terrio, he's going to show you around. Terrio started immediately to question the young elf. Harry used this moment to disappear and went outside. Tilda, all right, now that your little companion isn't here, I'll explain about the presentation, then we'll try to reach the plan. Tilda, sounds good. Tilda, well, the presentation takes place 10 months after the beginning of the training and 2 months before the binding. During this ceremony, the Darrens are presented to the dragons, explain the duties of a rider, it's mostly to allow the dragons to have a look at the future riders. There is a special outfit for it, I'll show you, as I'm not sure that your beloved teachers will give it to you. Tilda, probably not. Is there a special pattern for the ceremony? Tilda, yes, listen, Tilda. For half an hour, he explained how the ceremony took place. All right, I think I've got it. Tilda, goo, now what about our second task, you're ready? Tilda, as ready as I'll ever be. Tilda, in that case, go ahead, Tilda. Harry let himself fall in an heavy trance after sitting in the grass. He reached the first plan and saw Arxeron. When he was talking mentally, he wasn't entering the plan, just using the link he shared with his guardian. Once you had found your guardian, you didn't have to go to the spirit plan to talk to him, except if you wanted to see him. Tilda, good, you're getting better at it. Tilda, thank you. It had always surprised Harry to be able to speak normally in the plan and not mentally. Tilda, now, concentrate, and do as we practiced. I'll be with you. Tilda. Harry focused on himself and on the structure of the plan. To pass to the second plan, he had to pierce the structure of the first one. Energy, only energy matters. Chanting this like a mantra, he focused harder. Little by little the familiar surroundings of the plan started to fade and dissolve into lightness. Harry had soon learned that he could control what the plan looked like, well, as soon as he was concentrated. He had finally settled for a nice glade. But soon, there was nothing but light. He concentrated all his will on the light and soon could make out the flows of energy in it. Now the tricky part was coming. He had to tune himself to this energy. He approached one of the flows and slowly approached his hand. He felt a mild shock when his palm entered in contact with this pure energy. Slowly, he started to channel his own energy and power out. He saw a gold thread exit his hand and join the flow. But he didn't break the connection. He focused on it and willed it to open to the plan's energy. Slowly, the golden color faded a little, while the silver-white taint of the flows took a few golden sparks. Finally he knew it, he could feel the energy humming under his hand. He channeled in his power and removed his hand. Slowly, he dropped his concentration and the plan get back in its usual form. Arxeron was still there, but this time he was smiling. Tilda, good Harry, well done, but it took you long. Tilda. Harry ignored him and smiled. Tilda, ready. Tilda, yes. Tilda, then, climb on me, if you've done your job right, we'll be able to pass, Tilda. Aren't you a spirit? Tilda, in this plan we have forms, and I have to point out that you are also a spirit here. Tilda. He didn't have to repeat this twice. Harry immediately jumped on him, even if he was still quite intimidated by having to mount the mighty animal. Then the dragon took flight to the soul plan. Harry gripped the dragon's neck. He might have been only present in spirit form, but this seemed real enough for him. Tilda, I need to breath, you know. Tilda, really? I thought you were only a spirit. Tilda, stop twisting my words, we're approaching the gate. I hope you got your part right. Tilda, I did, stop worrying. Tilda, I'll be worried for myself if I stopped being worried as far as you're concerned. Tilda. Harry rolled his eyes. Suddenly he sensed himself twirling before feeling himself falling into pieces. It wasn't painful, just plainly strange. Little by little he became whole again and looked around him. He really didn't know how the place would look like. Somehow the common vision of paradise as a lovely place of peace, with magnificent surroundings, a place of peace and abundance didn't seem right. Tilda, do you like it? Tilda. Harry didn't answer, busy looking around him. This was not what he had imagined. The whole place seemed to be made of clouds which were changing shape, color, light was drawing shining roads under their feet. Tilda, I'll take that as a yes. This is, I don't even know how to put it. Amazing, magnificent, incredible, breathtaking, or you could say, I get it, I get it. Thank you. Now what do we do? Well, I think that as it's your first time here, you'll be able to stay about an hour here. Pause. What do you mean by, about an hour? Didn't you know? Know what? Being in the soul plane drain you. You have to maintain your link with the real plane with your energy. But you'll be able to come for longer later, with practice. There also a time difference. For each minutes you spend here, 2 pass in your plan. Okay, I think I got it. Now to come back to the problem at hand, what do we do? Well, don't you want to see someone? Arxeron, / Both Harry and his guardian turned and saw a man approaching. The guardian groaned. Not him again. Harry raised his eyebrow. Why do I have the feeling that I don't want to know about this? Arxeron, old pal, it's been ages, said the man, slapping the dragon's neck. Find yourself another one to watch. / Hello to you too, Curzon. The guardian replied courtly. Not seeming to have heard the cold tone in the reply, the man kept on talking. I must say, that this one gave you a better shape, though I like the monkey too, in particular when you tried to prove me that you could imitate Tarzan. And fell flat on the grounds. / Harry muffled his laughter, knowing full well that his guardian wouldn't like to see him laughing at him. Arxeron turned to Harry. Harry. Yes, Harry was desperately trying to cover his amusement. I think there are people waiting for you over there. He pointed to something behind him with his head. You don't mind if I stay there? No, Karkin and I have to talk about a few things, he said, shooting a withering look at the man who didn't notice it. Harry quickly left, knowing that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself more longer. He walked away but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw people waiting for him. His parents. / backslash slash 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 backslash. Harry stared at them, completely stunned. Sure, he had been waiting for that moment for so long, but now that he was here he didn't know what to do. Part of him wanted to run to them and hug them for dear life, and other wanted to break down. There was a strained silence. Mum, Dad. His parents' faces broke in a relieved but somewhat sad smile. Harry. That was it. Harry cracked. He felt silent tears running down his cheeks and looked down. Suddenly he felt a pair of arms hugging him, and a hand running in his hair. He heard the soft, soothing voice of his mother murmuring comforting words to him. He leaned on her and buried his head in her shoulder. He cried. Something he hadn't done in months since he arrived here, but that now seemed natural. Everything he had bottled up for those times escaped. Once he calmed down, he didn't move. He was now being hugged by his father too, and it felt right. We're sorry, Harry. This surprised him. Why should they be sorry? He pulled away, looking closely at his parents. What? We're sorry, repeated his mother. For what? You've nothing to apologize for. Lily shook her head. For leaving you, for the life you had to live, for not being here when you needed us. Harry stared at them. It's not your fault. Then stop blaming yourself for my death. A new voice cut in. Harry whirled and came face to face with Cedric. He was as he remembered him. See, Cedric, stuttered Harry. Harry, I didn't blame you once. But, I'm responsible. Stop that. You didn't know. All you do was being fair, and I can't blame you for that. Moreover, you respected my wish and brought my body back. That's all I asked for. Harry was looking at the older boy as if he was completely nuts. By blaming yourself, you're playing you-know-whose game. He wants you to feel guilty, he wants to crush you, to throw you over the edge. And he succeeded, mumbled Harry. Partly, you weren't only motivated by what happened last year but also by your current situation, replied Cedric. Whatever. Cedric approached him. Look at me. Promise me that you'll stop blaming yourself. Harry looked closely at him. I'll try, was his only answer, but Cedric seemed satisfied. Thank you, Harry. I'll leave you now, you must have things to talk about with your parents. Harry smiled weakly and watched him going away before turning to his parents. He stood before them, feeling a bit awkward. Sensing his uneasiness, they walked to him, stopping in front of him. His father smiled. So, following my steps in the Quidditch team. This broke the ice and soon they were talking. Harry was listening closely to their stories, how they met, their times at Hogwarts, little anecdotes on the teachers, are they classmates, such as the time when Sirius lost a bet and had to dress as a medieval lady for a day, or when Snape made one of his cauldron explode during a potion lesson, covering the classroom with green goo, because he had mistaken two ingredients. They were engrossed in one of Lily's tale of the first time her sister decided to put makeup, ending up looking like a clown that they didn't see Arcturan coming. Tilda Harry, it's time to leave. Tilda. Harry bit his low lip and looked at both his parents. Lily hugged her son. Remember that we'll always watch over you, we love you more than anything. Then with a last squeeze, she pulled away. His father took her place. We're so proud of you. You've turned to be a great person, Harry, never let anyone convince you otherwise or put you down. Harry looked down. He could practically heard the words, like you have done so far, hanging in the air. Don't get me wrong, Harry, added James, I'm really proud of what you have done, but you shouldn't let people push you around. I'll try, Dad. James's smile lit his face. Thank you, Harry. Tilda Harry, we must go now. Tilda. His parents hugged him a last time, reminding him to come back soon and that they'll always be with him. Harry and Arcturan came back to the first plane. Arcturan. Tilda. Yes. Tilda. Will I be able to access the soul plane without you? Tilda. Of course. You didn't think I'll always bring you. Now, you're keyed to the plane, all you have to do is summon a Poggett. He will take you to the second plane. Tilda. A what? Tilda. A Poggett. They are messengers, and can bring people from the spirit plane to the soul one if the person is keyed. You just have to say, Semre, and one of them will come. Tilda. Harry smiled. Thank you a lot. Tilda. You're welcome, Tilda. Now, who was this guy? Tilda. Curzon. Tilda. Yes, he seemed to know you well. Tilda. Unfortunately, we had to work on something together times ago and since then I can't get him off of my back. Tilda. I'll talk with him, he seemed to know quite interesting stories about you. Tilda. Don't you dare. Tilda. Harry couldn't help laughing at the panic-stricken face of his guardian. Before Arcturan could reply, he left the plane and come back to the real world. He stretched, his body a bit cramped from having remained 2 hours in the same position. Standing up, he looked around. Well, tried to, as it was now near pitch black. Flicking his hand, he conjured a small fireball and headed back to the dwarves. He entered their caves and went straight for the one where he left Teneb. He sighed in relief seeing them talking quietly in a corner. He had to admit that he had been a bit afraid of what he might have found. Dwarves didn't really appreciate elves, finding them snobby and too full of themselves. Add to that the fact that elves refused to help the dwarves during their war against the trolls hundreds years before, arguing that they wished to remain neutral and that they weren't warriors, something even the stupidest dwarf wouldn't have believed, as elves were taught archery and sword fight very young. The dwarves managed to win, but the conflict ended with a bloodshed on both sides. They had had a huge city caved in a mountain with about 80,000 inhabitants. They all died as the mountain crashed on them. The troll had managed to steal a sort of explosive and provoke the fall of the mountain, killing all of the inhabitants. The war ended a few weeks later, in a final showdown that left most of its protagonists dead on the grounds. The trolls fled and the dwarves started rebuilding everything. From that day, the relations between elves and dwarves had always been very tensed. The dwarves never really forgave them to have refused to help them, or at least gave them something to protect their cities, as they had asked. Harry, said Terrio. Yes. Brought him here tomorrow and the day after. He knows quite a lot but has still some things to learn. I'll give him his weapons in 3 days. Same time. Yes. Thank you a lot, Terrio. The dwarf smiled. You're welcome, Harry. Come back when you wish. I will, don't worry. They parted. Teneb hadn't said a word to Harry since he came back. Harry, the young wizard turned to the elf. What? How long have you known him? A few months. He doesn't seem to be like dwarves are said to be. Harry narrowed his eyes. I think that it's time you get your own opinion on something instead of agreeing blindly to what people say. You'll have to make your own choices. His tone was a bit harsh, but he didn't care at that moment. See you tomorrow night, same time, same place. He turned and left Teneb at his own thoughts. The elf looked at the human. Once again he didn't know what to think. What should he believe, what he was seeing or what he was taught? Ellipsis. The 2 following days followed the same pattern. Harry was still punished. In the evening he brought Teneb to Terrio, then left and trained. He wasn't ready to go to the soul plane again, so he practiced on his animagus skills. He had nearly finished self-transformations, which were the first steps to achieving animagus forms. He could now transform huge part of his body into animals' limbs in a heartbeat. Tilda, Harry, Tilda. The dark-haired teenager nearly jumped out of his skin as he had been focusing on a tricky transformation, the face. Arxeron, I told you to stop doing that. Tilda, too fun to stop. But anyway, I think you're ready to go further in this part of your training. Tilda, really? Tilda, yes. What about finding your form? Tilda, what do I do? Replied Harry, dying to try it out. Achieving his animagi form was really important for him. Tilda, well, you need some water, some renia, 2 leaves of ardalen and 3 drops of your blood. Tilda, the ardalen is easy to find. I think I saw a bush of it not far away. There is some renia in the kitchen. I could summon it. Water is easy to find, same goes for blood. Tilda, then what are you waiting for? Tilda, today, Teneb would be given his weapons, so Harry knew that he'd have more time to train. Half an hour later, everything was ready. All he had to do was to add the blood. Tilda, all right, Harry. This isn't a commonly used method, but once you'll have put the blood in this will change to a silver color and it will show you your form or forms. Tilda, forms. Tilda, go ahead. Tilda. Harry shrugged and dropped his blood in the cup he had conjured. Immediately the mixture turned a silver color, but Harry could see some gold sparks in it. Dismissing this, he looked in the cup attentively. The swirls of the liquid suddenly stopped and the whole thing became crystal clear. Slowly the shape of an animal appeared. Harry gasped. He was looking at a phoenix, then the picture faded to be replaced by a leopard, a raven and finally a soeric. The last one drew a gasp from Harry. Tilda, good. 2 magical creatures, very good. Tilda, Arxeron, how can I have more than one shape? Tilda, simple, everyone has more than one. These are the forms you can become, but some fit you better than other. The second and following ones are difficult to achieve, in particular if the animals are enemies. The mind thought against it. Tilda, all right, I think I got it. Tilda, good. You'll need to practice a charm and a potion to achieve one of your forms. Tilda, the rest of the evening was spent on practicing the charm and starting the potion. The next day, Harry went back to classes. He remained silent through the whole day, staying in his shadows. The lessons had been suspended due to the presentation, which was to take place in 3 days, and they were being taught the ways of the ceremony. Harry was bored to death. Arxeron had already explained this to him. He had even conjured his own outfit, seeing that nobody gave his to him. This night, Teneb would receive his weapons and they'd start serious practice. In 2 months, it would be the binding ceremony. This lasted 2 days. The first one was a competition involving every students. They were expected to show everything they learned. Most of the second day was reserved to meditation. The binding was to take place in the end of the afternoon. He brought Teneb once more to Terrio, but this time he waited for him. His potions now needed to simmer for 2 weeks before he could add the final ingredients. An hour later, Teneb came back, smiling and holding his new weapons. Terrio looked at them both. Well, I expect you to take care of your weapons. Harry smiled at his dwarf friend. Of course. Good. Come back if you need anything. He looked at Teneb closely. This goes for you too, young elf. You're not as bad as I think you were. Teneb nodded. They left, and for the rest of the night, Harry had Teneb practicing harder than ever. The young wizard was decided to bring the elf to a level where he would find a challenge. The next days followed the same pattern, waking up at 4 a.m., training, breakfast, lessons, lunch, lessons, training, going to bed. Then on one morning, Harry realized that today was the day the presentation was to take place. Both of them had a light practice this time, Teneb working on his archery. Harry was mentally smirking as Teneb raised his bow. Each time the elf had it in hand, he looked like a kid in a candy store. Harry never practiced archery with the elf, and took this opportunity to work on his elemental abilities. Once they were done, they headed silently for breakfast. The ceremony would take place in the end of the afternoon in the Dragon's Den. It was a large round area, with a stand erected on one side, for those who wanted to watch the ceremony, meaning most of the riders. Harry spent the afternoon outside, wandering on the island with Shadow. It wasn't often he had a quiet day like this one, and he, for once, was enjoying the peace. He stopped on the cliff where he tried to kill himself and looked at the sea. The sound of the waves hitting the base of the cliff was appeasing, as was their hypnotic movements. Harry filled his lungs, enjoying the salty and fresh feeling of the air, before exhaling deeply. He looked towards Hogwarts, his home, feeling, at this moment, at peace with himself. He didn't feel the despair he had experienced on Christmas, now only sure of one thing. As soon as the binding ceremony was finished, he would go back to his world. Once he would be bonded, he would have permission to leave the island. The second year was mainly used to perfect the riders' skill with their dragon with the help of their mentor and the other riders, but that was something he knew he could learn alone. Moreover, Voldemort was still there. Since the destruction of London, Voldemort had continued his attacks, progressing quickly. The wizarding world, thanks to Fudge's stupidity, wasn't ready. The Dark Lord was on a killing spree. He didn't care about Muggles anymore. He was attacking in the open, destroying and killing as much as possible. Harry knew this all too well, as he had to witness everything. He would have breakdown once again, had it not been for the Sowerix necklace. Each time he woke up from a vision, he clutched it, and slowly the memories faded a little. They didn't disappear, but were dimmed so they didn't haunt him. This had been the only thing preserving his sanity. An hour before the ceremony's start, he came back to the headquarters, being careful not to let anybody see him with Shadow. He went straight to his dorms after taking care of the stallion. He had still half an hour left and remained on his bed, daydreaming. 15 minutes before the ceremony, all the other Darrens had left and he stood up. He was already wearing part of the outfit required for the presentation. All he had to do was to put the white tunic on, instead of his usual shirt. 5 minutes later he was ready and exited the dorm. He walked a few corridors, left the building and had just took a few steps when someone grabbed his arm. He turned and came face to face with a smirking Garth. Looking up, he saw his whole gang standing behind him, Exjal, Vlad, Ryber and Christian. "Where do you think you're going, human?" the young Magus said maliciously. "None of your concern, now, let me go." The Magus chuckled. "I don't think so." Harry turned to face the little group. "Let me go." He wasn't going to support this anymore. His talk with his parents had given him one thing, confidence. They were proud of him and he wouldn't let them down. "You really think you can go to the presentation? You're really dumb, you know, you're just gonna make a fool of yourself. Renounce, you're worthless. Admit it." Harry looked at him with cold eyes. "Now that you have finished your little speech, could you let me go? I believe you're going to be late." He didn't wait for his answer and freed his arm, walking away. He didn't go far away. "Why, you little..." He heard the pounding of feet behind and had just the time to duck Garth's fist. Acting on pure reflex, Harry fell into a defensive stance. He caught the surprised look on Garth's face. But this didn't last long, as the young Magus lunged at him. Not really willing to harm him now, he was saving that for the binding ceremony. Harry just parried his blows or ducked them. Garth was growing more and more mad. Finally he exploded. "You're nothing but a coward, like you must have been. You can't even fight back." That was it. Before he could add something, Harry's fist collided with his nose, breaking it. He looked at the human, raising his hand to his nose and looking at he blood on them, shock painted on his every features. How could have you dared? He turned to his little gang. Get him. With pleasure, replied Ryber. Then Harry fell into his kick duck kick parry retaliate dodge pattern. He hit Vlad on his temple, knocking him out. Christian was soon thrown in a tree and knocked out. He knocked Ryber in the stomach before tripping him. The tall elemental crashed on Garth. Only Xjal was left. They faced each other. You're better than I thought, human, but still too weak for us. Harry didn't bother to answer. The elf leapt at him, he ducked a fist but was hit in the shoulder. Weakling, stated Xjal. Harry immediately retaliated, butting in practice everything he had learned. He hit the elf on the chest, then taking advantage of the shock grabbed his arm and flipped him to the floor. Xjal pulled on his arm, trying to make him fall, but Harry freed himself. The elf managed to come back to his feet, a bit dizzy, only to be hit on the temple, thus rendering him unconscious. Harry sighed and resumed his walk, when suddenly, he felt a sharp and excruciating pain in his back. He turned around and saw Garth smirking, a bloody knife in his right hand. He felt himself go numb. Everything was becoming dizzy. You won't go anywhere, human, he spat viciously. He approached him and grabbed his collar, shoving him in the nearest tree, making Harry gasp as a wave of pain shot from his back. But Garth's attention was distracted by a flicker of gold. Where did you find that? He took it in his hand and pulled it off. You're not worth it. This was the last thing Harry heard before darkness engulfed him. // backslash slash 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 backslash. Teneb looked around. So far the day had been great. The riders were all settled in the stands and the dragons had started to come and land. Teneb was watching them in awe. Even the riders were surprised as a Sowarik and an Emnag showed up. Those dragons rarely came as it was rare that they linked with someone. The golden scales of the Sowarik reminded him of Harry's necklace. Frowning, he looked around for him. He wasn't there, as were Garth and his friends. His frown deepened and he turned to Inir. Hey, do you know where the others are? Inir looked around and shrugged. No idea, but they should arrive anytime now. I heard them talking about the human, Arnell cut in. Really? Teneb was a bit worried now. Yes, something about teaching him something. Teneb might not like the human a lot, but he didn't want him to suffer more than he already had. I have forgotten something in the dorm, I'll be back in a minute. Hurry up, said Melissa, it'll start in a few minutes. Don't worry. Teneb sped up to the headquarters when he heard a crash. He headed in the direction of the sound and what he found shocked him. Garth and his little friends were surrounding Harry, kicking him and he saw Harry's necklace in Garth's hand. Teneb, exclaimed Vlad, spotting him. He smiled a bit at the elf but was taken aback by the cold look on his face as he looked at Harry. Bruises were starting to appear. But he could see that the others had earned their fair share of wounds too. What happened? He was a bit shocked at the harsh tone of his voice. Oh, well, the human wanted to go to the ceremony and we stopped him. You stopped him, repeated Teneb, raising an eyebrow. Well, he didn't obey us, so we had to use force. Teneb looked sharply at Vlad. They were good fighters, but Harry was far better. And, you won't believe us. He beat us. He knocked us out and was leaving when Garth managed to get up. Really, I thought you were knocked up. Well, I weren't, said Garth. I got up and stabbed him in the back. It will teach him not to mess with us. Teneb didn't hear the end of the sentence. He looked at Harry's figure on the floor, noting that the others were watching him. Sure enough, he saw some blood underneath the human. He approached him and knelt at his side, rolling him gently on one side. A moan escaped Harry's lips and Teneb gasped. The wound was deep and Teneb knew that Garth must have hit the spine. The human seemed to have internal bleeding too. What are you doing, Teneb? Come on, you're going to be late for the ceremony. I'm checking him up, he said, looking at the youths who were now standing a few meters away. Why? Asked Christiane, a bit bewildered. Because he's dying. It's a living being. Teneb was getting angrier and angrier now. What's up with you? If he died, well, good riddance, he won't be missed. Now come on, you don't want to miss the presentation just because this human was stupid enough to disobey us. Teneb looked at her. What should he do? He could follow them, leaving Harry to his fate, or he could stay there, and help him as elves were supposed to do. What should he do? What mattered the most? What he was told, or his morals? You'll have to make your own choice. The words of the human rang to his ears. What's up with me? I'm just saving his life. Are you all right? You're helping a human. The disgust was evident in the Mag's tone. Yes. Do you know what you're doing? Asked Garth in a threatening tone. I am. The Magus took a few steps in Teneb's direction but was stopped as Teneb summoned his sword and pointed the blade at him. He looked at the weapon, then at Teneb. Traitor, he spat, filthy traitor. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment. Garth sent him a scornful glance, before taking a few steps backwards. He walked away, but then stopped and turned to Teneb. Oh, bury this. With him. He threw Harry's necklace at him. Teneb met his eyes with a stony look. They left after a few seconds, hurrying to the presentation. He drew his attention back to Harry, checking for a pulse and trying to stop the bleeding. Feeling a feeble pulse, he started to panic. Harry, wake up. Wake up. Suddenly, the young wizard stopped breathing. Teneb looked at him in shock. He bowed his head and slowly took the human hand, putting his necklace in it. May you rest in peace. Suddenly, the necklace glowed golden. Startled, Teneb took a few steps back, staring at the glowing form of Harry. Suddenly, he heard something behind him. He gasped. Before him was standing a mighty Soeric, his whole body glowing, but he couldn't help noticing the anger radiating from the dragon. Tilda, what happened? Tilda. Slash backslash 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 slash backslash. A minute before, Garth and his friends had arrived. They had healed themselves on the way to the dragon's den. They approached the other Darrens. Suddenly a roar could be heard from the dragon. Everyone looked their way. Suddenly the Soeric leapt in the air and disappeared. The other dragons were agitated. Suddenly the Emnag followed the Soeric, disappearing too. Demonor stood up. Darrens, we will now start the ceremony. Those who aren't present will catch up when they come. Calming a bit, the ceremony began. Slash backslash 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 slash backslash. Tilda, what happened? Tilda. Teneb stuttered a bit. The dragon looked at him and calmed down a bit. Tilda, speak with no fear, young one. Tilda. Quickly Ten told him the whole thing. Once he was done, he could see the Soeric was really mad. Shaking its golden head, he approached Harry, who was still surrounded by the golden glow. Can you save him? The dragon's sharp gaze turned to Teneb. Tilda, I'll need your help, little one, as well as the support of one of my kind. He had drifted far away and I don't know if I'll manage to bring him back this time. But I'll try. Tilda. As he finished to talk, an Emnag appeared next to them. She turned to Tenub, her eyes piercing him. Tilda, are you willing to help, young one? Tilda. Tenub didn't hesitate. I will. Tilda, very well, just know that we'll take you to the depth of his mind. Are you ready to face this? Tilda. I am, was Tenub's answer. He wasn't very sure, but wanted to help. Tilda, well, in that case, enter a trance and trust us. Tilda. In a few seconds Tenub was in a deep trance and felt himself being dragged somewhere. Then, he penetrated Harry's mind. Tenub looked around. He was in a bedroom. Suddenly he heard shouts downstairs, someone running. A woman entered the bedroom, looking panicked. She took a baby from a crib and held it against her chest. Tenub could hear shouts from downstairs, then a cry and a small laugh. Footsteps were heard and the door was opened brutally. The man Tenub had seen before stepped in the room, wand raised. Evil was the only word to describe him. The woman took a few steps backwards, holding her baby closer. Step aside. No, please, not Harry. Step aside, and you'll be sparred. No, take me instead. Not Harry. Have mercy. Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed in the room and the woman fell on the floor, dead, still holding her child. The last Potter, whispered the man. He raised his wand to the face of the baby. Avada Kedavra. Those two words were accompanied by a maniacal laugh. Tenub watched with dread as the green light ran to the baby. He was expecting to see the lifeless body of the young child, but the light seemed to rebound on him and hit the man. The scene started to fade, but before it got completely dark he saw a lightning bolt-shaped scar on the forehead of the baby who was now wailing. A survivor, stated a deep voice in the background. The scene changed. He was now in a small cupboard. Boy. Tenub was startled at the screech. There was a young boy, about 6 or 7, woke up, startled. He watched as he got dressed, putting several spiders aside as he did before getting out of the dark place, as he hurried to the kitchen and started to pull out cooking tools, as a horse-like woman, a bull-like man and a pig-like boy settle at the table, waiting for their breakfast, completely ignoring the little dark-haired boy as he struggled with a pan. He served them their food before taking a piece of bread and a glass of water which had been put on the counter. A boy, said the same voice. Another scene. The boy looked older, around 11. He was in a little pub, surrounded by people trying to talk to him, to shake his hand. Tenub could see his confused look. A celebrity. Yet another change. They were in a castle, in a class. A small man was standing on the desk, waving his wand in the air and pronouncing an incantation. The children tried to imitate him with more or less success. A wizard. This time he saw him surrounded by two people, a boy with flaming red hair, freckles, and a girl with bushy brown hair carrying a few books. They were laughing together, talking happily. A friend. The scenery faded to be replaced with the sight of a cemetery. He shuddered. Two teenagers appeared, holding a cup. They looked confused. Suddenly a green light, 3 words, kill the spare, and one of them was down, dead. Tenub watched as the young dark-haired boy was tied to a tombstone, as a little man took some blood from him and poured it in a cauldron with some ashes in his hand, and a man rose from the cauldron. Well, he didn't look really like a man. Red eyes, S-like face. The little man gave him a robe before stuttering to him, pointing to his arm. The tall man took a long stick, and waved it over the spot where the hand had been, and suddenly a silver hand appeared. He touched the left arm of the little man, pressing on a dark thing, and several other people dressed in black and wearing masks appeared and bowed to him. He addressed them before turning to the boy and starting to talk. Tenub couldn't hear what they were saying, but he saw the little man giving the wand back to the boy and untied him. The tall man and the boy stood face to face, bowed and raised their wand. A small fight ensued. The man was casting spells as the boy was dodging them. Suddenly they both cast a curse at the same time and the two lights collided, creating a golden link between them. Shadows started to appear, the boy who had been killed a few minutes before, an old man, a woman, and finally the couple Tenub had seen first. Somehow the boy broke the link, ran, took the body of his fallen friend and summoned the cup before disappearing. A fighter. Teneb was still wondering about the boy's identity, when it struck him, the scar. How could he be that stupid? This was Harry's memories, but seen from another point of view. The pace of the scenes quickened. Harry's life flashed before him. He stared, dumbfounded before the thing the human had to face. Suddenly he found himself surrounded by darkness, a thick dark fog encircling him. He looked around, panicked. Remember, light is your ally. What light? You must find your light. Light, light, light. What light? There's no light here, only darkness, despair, no hope. Teneb shook his head, he mustn't give up. His guardian, Kalia, would help him. As he concentrated on his guardian, he didn't see light leaking from his body and pushing the darkness away. Tilda Teneb. Tilda. Kalia. Tilda, what are you doing here? Tilda. I have to help Harry. Tilda, why? Tilda. Teneb reflected on this question. Why? Because I have to. Tilda, why? Tilda. Because it's right. Tilda, good, you have changed for the better, young one. Tilda. Teneb was a bit confused by this. Had he changed? He pushed these thoughts away, now he had to concentrate on the task at hand. What should I do, Kalia? Tilda, you must give him the will to live. Tilda. How? Tilda, you've seen his life, there must be something he wants to live for. Tilda. Teneb's mind was racing. What could make the human want to live? Not his powers. Duty. No. An image came back to his mind, 3 children, laughing happily. His friends. Tilda, good, now concentrate on it. Tilda. Teneb obeyed, his mind focused on the joy he had seen in the children's face, their laugh, their carelessness, their complicity. Slowly the darkness dimmed, turning a mild gray. Tilda, thank you, young one. Tilda said a deep voice. Tilda, we will bring him back now. Tilda added another voice, lighter, more musical. Tilda, trust us, Tilda. Teneb relaxed. He trusted these 2 voices. There was a flash of light, a surge of power, and suddenly he was back to his body. He opened his eyes to come face to face with the Sowarik and the Emnag. Tilda, you did well, young one. Tilda. Teneb bowed his head. He looked at Harry. The young wizard stirred and slowly opened his eyes. He blinked a few times, before looking around. What happened? What do you remember? Harry looked closely at Teneb. There was something different about the elf. Well, Garth and his little gang ambushed me. We fought. I knocked them out and was about to go to his ceremony when this son of a backstabbed me. Now what happened? Well, I came to see why you wasn't there and I found you unconscious, bleeding, and Garth and his friends beating you up. I stopped them. They left to the ceremony, then the Sowarik arrived, followed by the Emnag, and I helped bring you back to the living. At the word, Sowarik, Harry looked at the golden dragon. You saved me again. Thank you both, he said, bowing at the 2 dragons. Tilda, there's no need to bow to us, young dragonling. You are worthy of our care, Tilda said the Emnag. Tilda, this is the 2nd time, we have to come to your help, little one. I'll make sure there is no 3rd, Tilda said the Sowarik, looking towards the den with anger in his eyes. Teneb shuddered. He didn't want to be the one to face the angry dragon. Don't, said Harry, pleadingly. Tilda, why? They broke one of the oaths of the riders, never attack up here. They must face their punishment. Tilda, the bonding ceremony will be held in 2 months. I will have my revenge then. Your intervention could do more harm than good. Teneb had to agree to this. If the others were to know Harry's connection to the Golden Dragon, it would only bring jealousy, envy, and resentment to him. The Sowarik frowned at Harry. Tilda, I'm not sure that's wise, but I will follow your wish. But if we were to come to your help again, I will put a stop to this. However, be sure that no dragon will bond with those responsible of this. Tilda. Harry nodded, fastening his necklace around his neck. Seeing this, the Sowarik softened. Tilda, always wear it, young one. Tilda. He turned to the other dragon, nodded, took off and disappeared. The Emnag came closer to Teneb. Tilda, you proved yourself today, young one. You deserve my gift. Tilda, a silver glow engulfed Teneb's right hand. He looked at it, curious. In his palm rested a necklace similar to Harry's, the difference being that his was silver, like the scales of the dragon facing him. He bowed, thanking the mighty beast. Tilda, don't take it off. We will see each other again. Tilda. Then the dragon disappeared. Harry and Teneb looked at each other. "Well, I think we need to talk, but before we need to go to this ceremony," said Harry. "Come on." They ran to the den. Fortunately they weren't really too late. They took place in the back. The dragons were still agitated and the Soeric and the Emnag hadn't come back. Deminor was finishing to recite the oath of the riders. Harry raised an eyebrow as he heard his so-called mentor talk about solidarity, helpfulness, tolerance. Tolerance, what a laugh. Then the Darrens stepped forwards and started to recite the pledge. "We, Darrens, bearing the mark of the dragon, swear allegiance to the Nine, by their names and powers. Side and Sarah, keepers of the water and the earth. Faced and Dia, bearers of the fire and the air. Altai, the wise and his companion, the graceful Aurine. Day, the judge, guardian of the spirits. Guy, the kind, embodiment of magic. Rexarin, ruler of them all, fair and brave." They bowed towards the dragon's constellation. The dragons present roared, but the riders watching the ceremony couldn't help but feeling something was wrong. The dragons hadn't communicate at all with the future Darrens, although it was something that was common. The last part of the ceremony came. All the Darrens came close to an altar. On it stood an ornate cup. It was made of a metal whose fabrication people had long forgotten. A dagger was laying next to it. The tradition was that every rider had to put one drop of his blood in it. The cup was filled with a silver swirling liquid. Nobody knew what it was, but it had been here since the first bonding between a dragon and another being. Harry went to the back of the line. He didn't want to do that, but he had to. Finally it was his turn. There was a red tinge of color in the liquid now. Sighing, he took the dagger, and cut his left thumb. A drop blood formed on his finger and fell in the cup. No one noticed a faint glow around the drop as it came in contact with the liquid. This marked the end of the ceremony. Silently, the dragons sprang in the air before disappearing. The riders exchanged confused glances but shrugged. Harry cast a look at Teneb, meaning, "Come on." The two of them slipped away, unnoticed. Degree o 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 degree. Harry led Teneb to a room he had found earlier. It was his room and he hadn't planned on letting Teneb know about it. But this was the only where they wouldn't be disturbed. "Well, what happened? I only remember seeing my friends, then a blinding light, and I woke up with my guardian screaming. Tilda, I had every right to yell at you. You let him get you like a beginner. Tilda, shut up, will you? Well, you were barely alive when the two dragons arrived. They asked for my help and I accepted. You had retreated to the depths of your mind and they took me with them to retrieve you." "They what?" "They took me to your mind, to your memories, so that I could find something to give you the will to live." Harry gave me an undecipherable look. "My memories, ellipsis quote. Your whole life. You passed my shields this time." Teneb winced a bit. He remembered well the last time he had tried to enter the human's mind. It had felt like hitting a brick wall, a very thick wall. "The dragons brought me. How come you have such strong shields?" "To keep the noisy one out of my mind." "I have a question though." "Ask." "Why did you help me? You could have let me there." "Do you understand what siding with me means here?" "I understand, but like you said, I had to make my choice and it was the right thing to do." "The right thing. Whatever you may think about the elves, some of us have morals and values. And helping those in need is one of them. Even if it means going what you were taught to believe. Even if it does." There was a silence. Teneb wasn't sure what to do now. Harry's face was unreadable. I want to apologize," he said quietly. He looked down. Now that he had seen the life of the human, he felt bad, really bad. He looked up, waiting for Harry's answer. The emerald eyes seemed to pierce him. Finally Harry spoke. "My stay here has given me every reason to be wary of your kind. Before coming here, I thought the elves to be wise, tolerant beings, in tune with nature, unable to hurt anyone. Needless to say, my illusions were quickly shredded into pieces. I only found defiance, discrimination, scornful, narrow-minded people, so caught up in their traditions that were becoming completely blind to anything else." These words pained Teneb. The human had had faith in them, but where had it led him? To his own destruction. "When you blackmailed me into helping you, I only saw another elf, power-thirsty, too blind to care about anything but himself. I guess I was wrong. Teneb looked sharply at him. After what you did tonight, well, thank you. This time, Teneb wasn't believing his ears. The human was thanking him. I don't deserve to be thanked. Maybe, maybe not. It's up to me to decide. There was a new silence, only broken by Harry. Are you sure of your choice? I mean, you're aware of what will happen once words of it spread to the riders. It won't be easy for you. Teneb bit his low lip. I know that, but I know I'm right. Moreover, there is only 2 months left. Harry looked at him. Well, I don't know if I can put everything behind me, but I'll try. He smiled, the first real smile Teneb had seen from him when speaking with someone else, beside his guardian. I'm Harry Potter, he said, extending his hand. Teneb smiled back. I'm Teneb. He shook his hand. Degree o 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 degree. The reactions to this event were quite drastic. Everyone distanced themselves from Teneb. They didn't treat him bad. No, they didn't dare to do this. He was still the only son of the king's counselor and a friend of the prince. They just distanced themselves from him, as if he was holding a contagious disease. He was no longer the little prodigy. The teachers were avoiding talking to him, as were most of his so-called friends. Only a few still stayed with him, Inir, Ophiria and Cobalt. They may not approve it, but they didn't say anything against it, just ignored the subject. It pained him a bit, but as he said to Harry, he now knew who were his real friends. The first days had been awkward, none of them knew how to act around each other. Then, the uneasiness disappeared as their training for the bonding ceremony intensified. Teneb was spending 3 hours in the morning and 4 in the evening training with Harry. They progressed, but it was apparent that they each had their favored subjects. Teneb's were archery, much to Harry's dismay, healing magic, and hand-to-hand combat. He was also able to follow a trail like if it was indicated with flashing neon panels, while Harry's were sword fighting, riding, offensive magic and elemental power. Both were skilled when it came to mind magic. They now were comfortable around each other, not best friends or anything like that, but partners. Partners who were currently trying to beat each other. Both of them had their sword raised to eye level, eyeing carefully each other. Suddenly they lunged at each other. Their swords clanged loudly. Teneb pushed on his, trying to unbalance Harry. The young wizard smiled. He dropped on his feet and swept the ground to make the elf trip. However, Teneb had fallen for this trick before and wasn't about to fall again for it. He jumped above it, instantly casting a blow aimed for Harry's chest. His sword met Harry's and he felt the vibrations of the metal in his arm. He didn't have time to dwell on it as he ducked a slash of Harry's sword. He retaliated, feinting on his right to strike at Harry's right side. He was trying to find an opening in the other's defense. They continued to exchange blows, matching each other in strength or rapidity. Finally, Teneb saw it. Without thinking, he charged, putting all his strength in it. When he saw Harry moving, he cursed. He had been tricked, again. Seconds later he was on the ground, his sword a few meters away. I won, Harry stated, smiling. Stop rubbing it in my face, will you? Harry offered him his arm. Teneb took it and before Harry could do anything, he was on his back, on the grounds. Getting comfortable? Asked Teneb, standing over Harry. That was cheating. That was revenge. Harry raised an eyebrow. Really? Then you won't mind me doing that. He grabbed Teneb's leg and pulled on it, sending Teneb to the ground. That means war. Soon they were engaged in a hand-to-hand fight whose outcome was predictable. Teneb 1, Harry 0. Tilda, are you done behaving like children? Tilda, you're no fun, Arxeron, you know. Tilda, well, at least I don't have the maturity of a 10-year-old. Tilda, coming from someone who had the maturity of a 4-year-old, I'll take that as a compliment. Tilda, thank you. Hey. It wasn't. Tilda. Harry laughed. Tilda, all right, now on more serious matters. Tilda, you couldn't be serious, even if you tried. Tilda, could you shut up for a few minutes? Tilda, if you asked politely, I might consider it. Tilda, Harry. Tilda, all right, I'm listening. Tilda, good. You know you can train in the spirit plan. Tilda, yes, you brought me there once. Tilda, I met with Teneb's guardian and we discussed your training. Tilda, really? Tilda, we decided to bring you both in the spirit plan to train you together. Tilda, ellipsis. What? Sorry. Stop, rewind, play again. Tilda, we're going to bring you both to, Tilda. Alright, stop. Now tell me, what did you drink before coming? Tilda, I'm serious, and before you say anything, serious as in serious. Tilda, spoilsport. But you didn't answer my question. Tilda, Harry, Tilda. Don't harry me. You told me it wasn't possible for someone to see someone else's guardian, or meet with someone in the plan. Tilda, I know. But Kalia and me managed to bend the rules a bit, Tilda. Kalia, the one you told me you had a date with. Tilda, well, yes, but that's not the point. From now, you'll spend your morning training in the plan. Bye. Tilda, hey, wait. Too late, the spirit was gone, much to Harry's annoyance. He had still a few questions for the guardian. But this would have to wait. He glanced at Teneb, who had the same glazed look as he knew he must be sporting right now. You learned it too. The elf nodded. Why have I a bad feeling about this? Degree. Meanwhile, things weren't looking up in the wizarding world. The attack on London had been the first of a long series. Each one as murderous as the last. Panic had followed the article about London's massacre. People were trying to leave the country. Unfortunately, other European countries were no longer safe, and the only way to get to other continent was by portkeys whose had been destroyed, or by using Muggle ways, something which was dangerous now. The Aurors had been too unorganized to be a threat to Voldemort's army, and by the time they managed to regroup, it was too late. Voldemort had already set up his base in the old Riddle house, which had been transformed into a fortress. Their leader, thinking that Voldemort hadn't had the time to set up defenses, ordered an attack against it, despite Dumbledore's warning. Most of the Aurors were sent, except those assigned to the protection of key figures. Very few returned, and those who managed to escape brought horrific news. Voldemort was turning himself in a necromancer. If panic had followed the first attack, now it was complete chaos. Degree. Come on, Ron. We're going to be late. Well, if you had agreed to leave this bloody library sooner, we wouldn't be late. I didn't force you to come with me, she snapped. Ron cast a glance at her. She looked completely worn out. Sorry, my own, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. The last days had been hard on them. Both their families had gone into hiding. They were put under the Fidelius charm, and Dumbledore was the guardian for them. They couldn't have any sort of contact with them. Moreover, the constant attacks were a continuous strain for everybody in the school. Each morning an owl at least was bringing a black letter to one of the students. No, it's me. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that, it was uncalled for. Ron smiled at her. Well, we're both sorry, so what about forgetting this and run to Dada before Fig has our heads? Excellent idea for once, my dear Ron. Lead the way, fair lady. Smacking him on the head, they ran to the classroom, entering him as the professor started to take roll call. Sit down, Mr. Weasley, same for you, Miss Granger. Both of them took their usual seats silently, panting a bit. Today, we'll learn about Dementors. There were a few gasps in the room. Who can tell what are the effects of Dementors? Unsurprisingly, Hermione's hand was immediately up. But she wasn't the only one. Mr. Weasley, a Dementor is a creature who has every happy feelings from you and makes you relive your worst memories. They can also your soul when they give you the K.S. Good Mr. Weasley, 5 points to Gryffindor. Now who can tell me what's the only way to protect yourself from a Dementor? Several people lifted their hands. Miss Sullivan, you have to use the Patronus charm. Exact, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now, to produce a Patronus, you have to focus on your happiest memory, then say the incantation, Expecto Patronum. The happier the memory, the stronger the charm. Now, a bit of theory about the spell, its effect and Dementors. The class groaned, but started to take notes as the professor talked. Half an hour later she stopped. Good. Now put that away and take your wands, we're going to practice it a bit. Soon the whole class was echoing with, "Expecto Patronum," giving Mrs. Arabella Fig one hell of a headache. As expected, none of them managed to produce anything. They were told to practice the spell and that they'd continue with this during next lesson. They then headed towards Transfiguration, which they had with the Hufflepuff this year. They hurried as today they will find their forms as animagi. They were quite excited, and for Ron and Hermione, that was certain. Should they have animagi forms, they would immediately join the group McGonagall was setting up for those who wanted to become animagus. They entered the room and sat, setting their quills, parchment and textbooks on their desks and waiting for the rest of the class to arrive. Soon everyone was here, looking expectantly at McGonagall. "Today, as you all know, you are going to find your form. I will call your name and you'll step forwards. Approach this cup, fill a glass with some of the potion and put a drop of your blood in it. You can use the knife near the cup. If you have a form, it will appear in your glass." Susan Bones. The girl approached and cut her thumb, wincing a bit. She looked with McGonagall into her glass, her face breaking into a relieved smile. "A butterfly," she said. "Good, go back to your seat." Irene Davin. The Hufflepuffs all went to the desk and few went back to their seats smiling. On the 11th Hufflepuff, only 4 found a form: Susan, Maria, which was a colibri, Maxim, who was a bear, and Ernie, who was a horse. It was then the Gryffindor's turn. Lavender Brown. She stood up and walked to the cup. Minutes later, she was back to her seat, disappointed. Seamus was a big gray dog. Hermione Granger. She dropped the blood and looked at the swirling liquid expectantly. "Nothing." "Well," started McGonagall, a bit disappointed. She had expected Hermione to have a form. Before she could continue, the liquid started to bubble. "What?" She looked closely at it. The liquid had gone from translucent to a milky white, then a picture appeared in it. A sphinx. The teacher looked shocked. "A magical animal, no wonder it took time to appear." "Very good, Miss Granger." She gave the girl one of her rare smiles. Dazed, Hermione went back to her seat. "Cool, Hermione. Thank you, Ron." Meanwhile, Neville had found his form, an eagle, which was rather ironic, knowing the flying ability of Neville. Dean and Parvati didn't have any forms. Ronald Weasley. Minutes later, Ron gave a whoop of joy. "A tiger. Do you believe it? A tiger. Mr. Weasley, could you restrain yourself? I don't think Professor Snape would appreciate knowing you knocked down the potion he made for my classes." This calmed Ron immediately. The class continued without any more interruption, all the students who had a form signing up for the private lessons to become animagus. Once it was done, they went back to the tower, having still an hour before dinner. They spent it working for Hermione on a book of counter curses, and in Ron's case on a strategy book. Seeing Hermione reading was something usual, but Ron, that was quite uncommon. After Harry's disappearance, Ron had become more withdrawn. He had matured. He and Hermione had grown closer, but against everyone's expectations they didn't go out. Everyone had been waiting for that. Now that Harry was gone, it seemed natural to see the 2 remaining members of the Gryffindor trio together. It didn't happen. They were closer, as close as 2 people could be without being involved, and highly protective of each other, as a few people had found out the hard way. Malfoy won a week-long stay in the hospital wing for calling Hermione a mudblood, threatening her, her family, and taunting her about Harry. They were like 2 siblings, they could nearly act like the twins. As to the reason behind their will to learn, it was mainly to be prepared. They knew Voldemort would come for them and wanted to be able to protect themselves or their family. They were aware that should they encounter the Dark Lord, their chances to get out of it alive were close to nil. At least they would take as many Death Eaters as possible with them. Finally it was dinner time. They headed to the hall and sat, waiting for the food to appear. However, nobody would have the heart to eat a lot this evening. As the food appeared in the golden plate, Annals entered the hall, sweeping towards the staff. Frowning, Dumbledore took the envelope and tore it open. He read it and the usual twinkle in his eyes disappeared completely. His face was grave and solemn. He passed the letter to McGonagall, who read it with wide eyes. "Students, I have the regret to inform you of the fall of Durmstrang." Gasps and cries echoed in the room. Rescuers are searching for survivors, but most of the students were killed as well as the staff. I also received news of Beauxbatons. The silence was deafening. Voldemort's troops attacked this afternoon, the French school is now at siege. I was right, we're doomed, thought Harry sulkily. From Teneb's facial expression, he could say that identical thoughts were crossing his mind. They were standing on a cliff, face to face, waiting for their guardian's instructions. Tilda, all right, take one of your knife, you need to do a blood exchange to be able to see each other in the spirit plane. Tilda, a blood exchange, shouted the two youths at the same time, looking at each other with wide eyes. Tilda, I'm not deaf, you know, Tilda. But a blood exchange means that we'll have a latent connection between us, stuttered Harry. Tilda, good, you listen at least to one of the things I taught you. Where is the problem? Tilda, I resent that. And the problem is that I don't think neither of us want to have connection built between us. Tilda, why? You're friends, right? Tilda, we're partner, replied Harry, emphasizing the word partner. Tilda, that's the same thing, Tilda. Not exactly. Tilda, well, though luck because you aren't getting out of this one. So shut up and concentrate. Tilda, sighing, Harry brought his attention back to Teneb. He didn't seem really overjoyed by this too. Well, I suppose we don't have a choice in the matter. Not really. Harry pulled out one of his throwing knives and made a small cut in his palm before passing the sharp blade to the elf. Once he had cut himself, they pressed their palms against each other. Their hand glowed faintly and they felt a little tingle in their arms. Done, said Teneb, healing the cut. Tilda, good, now go to the plane. Tilda. Seconds later, Harry found himself in the spirit plane. So what are we going to now? Arxerin appeared near him. Tilda, train, my dear boy, train, Tilda. Where is Teneb? I thought you said I'll be able to see and interact with High in this plane. Tilda, he should come in no time. He had a little less practice. Tilda. At this, they saw an elf popped out of thin air. Teneb. He looked towards them and walked in their direction. It worked. Yes, where is your guardian? Tilda, behind you, young one. Tilda. Harry whirled on his heel. He came face to face with another dragon, which looked like an emnag. Harry, this is Kalia. Harry bowed to the dragon before turning to Teneb. The crazy overgrown lizard here is my guardian, Arxerin. He could see the corners of Teneb's mouth twitch. Arxerin didn't look really pleased at this introduction, but the laughter of Kalia stopped him from doing anything harsh. Tilda, well, Tilda, he snapped at the young wizard. Tilda, I believe we're here to train, aren't we? Tilda, touchy aren't we? Smirked Harry. Arxerin threw him a dirty look. Harry was going to regret having teased his guardian in front of Kalia. O asterisk degree asterisk 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 O asterisk degree asterisk. Harry exited his trance, panting. What he had been doing had affected his body as well. He was sore, bruised and, to put it simply, completely exhausted. They had started slowly, dueling and using easy wandless spells, and in Harry's case, with a wand too. The level of the spell got higher and soon they were casting complex and powerful hexes. Once the duel was over, with Harry as winner, their guardian had them practicing a few new spells and again they summoned opponents. Once they were done with that, they had moved to mind magic. In this field they each had their forte. More generally, Harry seemed to have a knack for fighting skills, whereas Teneb was more adept at other fields like healing, pisting, telekinesis. He was a good fighter, but not a natural. The two youths completed each other. They were starting to form a great team, but the past year still hung between them, preventing them from becoming real friends. Mind magic was followed by magic, then a duel against each other, and to finish, a fight, students against guardians who had taken a human form for once. Harry and Teneb were crushed. Totally, utterly crushed. They had always thought themselves as good fighters, quite above the average level of the Darrens. But they realized that they had still a long to reach the level of their guardians. Shaking his head, Harry dusted himself and stood up. We should go, Teneb, or they'll notice our absence. The elf sighed. A few more minutes, please. Teneb, said Harry, warningly. All right, I'm coming. He straightened himself and followed Harry to their horses, before galloping back to the headquarters. Harry dismounted behind Shadow's paddock so that nobody could see him riding the stallion. As they were already a bit late, they shifted to their animagus forms. Over the past month, since the presentation ceremony, Harry had worked on his forms and Teneb had asked him to teach it to him. The potion should have taken a year to brew normally, but thanks to his friendship with Terrio, Harry had managed to get hold of some. Once they had both been able to transform every parts of their body, they drank it and had been practicing their transformations since then. Teneb had 3 forms, an emnag, a cougar and an eagle. Both had managed the feline forms and were working on the birds' ones now. A snow leopard and a cougar were now running side to side towards the headquarters. Both of them were rather big, a bit more than usual. Harry had the end of his tail, his ears and his paws white, blazing green eyes with golden streaks, and a silver lightning bolt hidden on his right shoulder. Teneb had a white mark around his muzzle making it look like a mask. His tail end was inky black, as were the tufts of hairs on top of their ears. His right front paw was marked with a small black crescent. His light blue, almost gray eyes were hypnotizing. The day passed uneventfully. The teachers were growing harsher on the Darrens, as the bonding ceremony was approaching. They went on with their routine, get up, training. Arxeron and Kalia were getting more and more exigent with them and they always ended quite sore and tired after these morning sessions, breakfast, morning classes, lunch, classes, free time which Teneb spent with Inir, Ophiria and Cobalt and Harry practicing his magic with a wand or in the plains, either with Arxeron in the Spirits one, or with his parents in the Souls one. Harry had gone a few more times in the second plane and talking with his parents or some other people who wished to talk to him had eased his mind a bit. With them he could talk about his fears, his nightmares, his doubts. They would listen and guide him on his way. Then it was training time again. Each night they crawled up to bed, exhausted but conscious of their progresses. However, this was taking its roll on Harry. Because of his nightmares, he couldn't have a quiet night of sleep, having to witness Voldemort's doing over the wizarding world. The bags under his eyes were getting bigger and despite his efforts to hide it, his weariness was starting to show. Shorter temper, uncontrollable reflexes. He had put a hiding charm on his face, but he knew he wouldn't be able to go on like this. This night, Harry laid on his bed, dreading the moment he would fall asleep. But, in the end Morpheus was the strongest and Harry's eyelids fell, sending him in his haunting dream world. Oh shocked face, 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 shocked face. Voldemort was standing in front of a building. You could see that fights had been occurring there not a long time ago. There were holes in the walls, burns, rumbles, cracks. Death Eaters were assembled before him. Death Eaters. A roar answered him. We're standing strong, the world fears us again, the dark mark is rising everywhere. Durmstrang has fallen, and today Beauxbatons will meet its doom too. Today we'll strike. Show no mercy. Another roar. The Death Eaters were getting excited now. Tomorrow morning, there will be only one obstacle left on our path. The Dark Lord paused. Hogwarts. A silence fell on the people. But not for long. We're powerful, more than we've ever been, and this time the old mudblood lover won't be able to stop us. Hogwarts shall fall and then, we'll reign. Roars. The world will finally be purged of its filth and the pureblood will stand above as they should have a long time ago. For we, the ones of pure blood, are the one fit for the grand task of commanding. The world will be our. Hadn't the situation be serious, it would have been ridiculous. A half-blood was pushing wizard to slay the ones of muggle blood. Cries answered Voldemort's speech. The Death Eaters were completely excited now. To Beauxbatons, yelled Voldemort. Immediately, the cloaked men apparated to the French school. The French school was already quite damages. It had been under siege for about a month now and it was showing. Most of the army was stationing around the French building, except for those close to Voldemort who had just appeared. The leaders of the different parts of the Dark Army walked up to Voldemort and bowed to him. The Dark Lord looked at them, pleased with what he saw. Before him was standing a werewolves, a vampire, 2 Death Eaters, a Dementor, a demon, a dark elemental, a troll, and a beast tamer which was responsible for the team of timers which organized the dark beast which had joined them. Report. One of the Death Eaters stepped forwards, a bit shakily, which pleased Voldemort. He relished in the fear he inspired his men. The defenses are weakening. We had broken through 3/4 of them. I think the siege is taking their toll on them as they don't retaliate to our attacks with as much strength as they did at the beginning. Good, be ready to attack in an hour. We're going to finish this once for all. Ivan, you and Zanya will coordinate it. Thank you, my lord. He bowed deeply and stepped back to the other Death Eater, his wife, apparently. Voldemort gave his order to the other leaders before dismissing them. Lestrange, he called out suddenly. The man, Ivan, turned and faced his lord. Yes, master. Bring me Wormtail. The Lestranges left, and minutes later, a short balding man ran to Voldemort. Panting, he bowed to him and waited for the dark wizard to speak. Did you find the book Wormtail? Why, yes, my lord. He rummaged through his robe before handing Voldemort a small brown leather book. Immediately the eyes of the Dark Lord lit up and tore the book from Wormtail's hands. Jazra's diary, he whispered, passing his finger on the cover as if not daring to open it. He pocketed the book in his robes before turning his attention back to the man before him. Good, Wormtail. Your job there is done. I want you to do the same at Hogwarts. Find any information concerning the school defenses, state, the people who live there, their weakness, if some are likely to turn to us. I want a detailed report at the end of the week. We'll launch our first attack then. During the next hour, Voldemort walked through his troops, exciting them. Then the Dark Army was ready. Voldemort amplified his voice. Today we'll win. The Dark Fighters cheered. Today, this place fall. Cheers. Today the darkness will rule. Voldemort. Voldemort. The army was chanting his name. Voldemort smirked. He had done a good work with them. Now all he had to do was launch his army of puppets against the school. He raised his wand and suddenly the dark mark appeared in the sky. Immediately a deafening roar erupted from the rank of the Dark Soldier as they rushed to the French school. The battle started. The Dark Army was swarming the place. The French soldiers stood no chance and many of them were slaughtered. Slowly the last defenses started to crack under the hundreds of spells cast. Voldemort encountered several bad surprises. A vampire triggered a rain of silver arrows which cost the Dark Lord several werewolves and vampires. Traps had been set up. But they could only slow down Voldemort, as for each dark soldier out, 2 came to take his place. Finally the last ward fell, allowing full access to the school. Bellowing at the top of their lung, they ran into the building. Voldemort's smirk widened as he saw this. He was standing, with his closer Death Eater on a nearby hill about a kilometer away of the battle. He decided to let his men have a little fun with the inhabitants of the school. He wouldn't stop them, as quite a lot of people was inside the school started to glow. Bam! A huge explosion took place. Voldemort fell on the floor as the shock wave hit him. He scrambled back to his feet and cursed. Instead of the magnificent building which had once been the magical school of France, there was a huge crater. All the people within 200 meters were dead, the others were either injured or knocked out. He cursed loudly and turned to his follower by his sides. Follow me, we're going to teach them not to mess with me. Haphazard Street. The 20 Death Eaters nodded silently and apparated away. They appeared in a calm street, the lights cast shadows on the tart, nobody was out. A small cat could be seen at a corner, eyeing the strangers with caution. Destroy, hissed Voldemort. Kill them all, do whatever you want with them, but let's this be a lesson to those fools. Nobody best Voldemort. His voice was a deadly whisper, barely audible. What followed would forever stay marked in Harry's mind. Never, in all the vision he had experienced, had he seen such cruelty. They crept in the house, storming in the bedroom, sometimes killing the people on the spot, other times using other ways. They put a 5-year-old girl under Imperius and forced her to kill her parents by slicing their throat, slowly, before making her jump of the window. They some women in front of their family, forced parents to kill their children. Let some bleed to death, cast spell that made them burn from inside, putting them on fire, used Crucio several times, every way possible to kill or give pain was used. As Harry was watching helplessly at a girl being tortured, he was jerked awake. He sprang on his bed, to meet a pair of worried eyes. Teneb, what are you doing? The young elf relaxed a bit and sit beside Harry. He started to tell him what had happened. Flashback. He had fallen asleep quickly and had been dreaming as usual, then his dream had been replaced by a battle beside a huge building. People dressed in black were attacking and then it exploded. A strange one with blazing red eyes stood up and popped out to a street. There, with other men he started to torture the inhabitants. Teneb shuddered as he came to this part of his story. He had never seen that much cruelty. Elves, children were sheltered all their life, they never had to face the hardships of life. He had been woken up panting by a loud sound. He could hear a strong wind outside as the windows cracked. He looked around, sweating, trying to clear his mind from what he had just seen. His attention was diverted by the sound of trashing on his right. He glanced at the sleeping form of Harry. The human was restless and sweating. He could see his lips moving in silent prayers or screams. Without thinking twice about it, he got up and walked to Harry's bed, shaking him. End of the flashback. You finally woke and that's all. Harry didn't look in Teneb's eyes. What was this building? The one with the red eyes. Yes. Don't you remember what you saw in my mind? Not really. I remember some important facts but there are other things that I can't remember. Sure, we can't have him know all your secrets, said Arxeron. Harry was a bit relieved at that. What does he knew? And why was he able to see my dream? Well, the basics, your life story at his simplest version. Halloween's night, a bit of your life with the Dursleys, the Sorcerer's Stone, the diary, Sirius, the Tri-Wizard contest, Voldemort's resurrection. Well enough as far as I'm concerned. If you say so, It was Beauxbatons, the French school for wizards and witches. They attacked a school. Welcome to my life, answered shortly Harry. There was a silence as both of them were deep in their thoughts. Why were you seeing that? When did it happen? Harry sighed. This night. But, how? Do you see this scar? He pointed to the scar which had made him so famous in his world. You know how I got it, right? Teneb nodded. Well, you know you can't repeat this to anyone, don't you? Another nod. Good. To sum up, this scar links me to Voldemort. I can see what he's doing at times. Okay. Does it happen often? Curiosity had got the better of Teneb. Elves were curious as long as they deemed the subject worthy of their interest. Every times he does something when I sleep, which means every night lately. Once again Teneb didn't know what to say. What could he say? He knew a lot of things about the human, more than Harry knew about himself. He nibbled his low lip, a clear sign of his uneasiness. Why did I see it too? I don't know, it has never happened before. I know why. Said Arxeron in a sing-song voice. Then why don't you tell us if you're so smart? Come to the plane, it'll be easier to explain there. It'd better be. Come there immediately. All right, you're so easy to tick off. Harry didn't wait for his guardian to reply as he reported his attention to Teneb, ignoring the angry shouts of the spirit. You know. Yes. Let's go then. They nodded and found themselves quickly in the spirit plane. Their guardians were already there. Okay, we don't have a lot of time, so listen carefully, stated Kalia. You remember the blood exchange we made you perform? Seeing their nods, she continued. Well, one of the possible effect of this is the apparition of a light mental link between the two who performed the exchange. She was cut by two stunned cries. You mean we're linked? Our hearing is still good, interrupted Arxeron. For now you're only able to perceive the strong emotions of the other or the things he sees under a very stressful situation. It's, for now, a kind of empathic link. If you want, continued the female guardian, we can help you improve it to the stage of a full mind speech link. Harry and Teneb glanced at each other. No offense Teneb, but I'm not ready to do that, not yet. None taken. If you ever change your mind, warn us. You should go back to sleep, tomorrow you have your training as usual, added Arxeron. Groaning, Harry, followed by Teneb, went back to his plane. He looked at his companion who seemed quite troubled. He yawned loudly. I'm going back to bed, Voldemort must be done now, or at least I hope, he added in silent thoughts. Wait. Teneb barely whispered this word but Harry stopped dead in his track. What? Teneb fidgeted with his fingers, looking quite unsure. I think you deserve to know more about me and my people. And how? My memories. Harry was stunned. Was the elf saying what he thought he heard? Are you sure of your? Teneb nodded slowly. Harry pondered on this. On one hand he was a bit reluctant. Looking in Teneb's mind would mean that he had to let him in his, something he didn't really looked forwards to. He stared at the elf, trying to see his motives for this. Could he trust him completely? Teneb had saved his life, given the choice he had stood by him. If he didn't deserve his trust yet, he deserved his respect at least and the truth. Having made up his mind, he took Teneb's outstretched hand. I accept your proposition and the return will allow you to vision my memories too, up to a certain level, of course. There are things better being ignored. Let's agree on a mutual respect of our shielded privacy. Agreed. Ready. They sat, leg crossed on Harry's bed, face to face and entered a deep trance. Oh, shocked face, 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 shocked face. Teneb entered Harry's mind like he had done months ago. But this time he didn't encounter the walls that had stalked him before. He viewed Harry's memories, he had already seen a good part of them but hadn't been able to remember them. Once he was done, he didn't regret his decision, the human was worthy of his respect and maybe of his friendship. Harry's easily went in Teneb's mind. He could have any time before, but he had morals and invading somebody else's privacy was out the question. But he had the permission of Teneb now. He decided to let the elf's mind show him and not to pry. First he saw the childhood of Teneb. His mother, Elessa, a courtier at Horrivold, his father, Dorian, the king's counselor and Dela, his little sister formed a close family. The children, in the elves' society spent their 10 first years with their mother. Then the father became responsible for the education of his sons and his heir. In general, elves didn't have a lot of children. 3 children was really rare. The sons was trained in fighting, thinking, philosophy. The daughters were sent to an institution. This was solely dedicated to the education of young elves. They spent 10 years under the tutelage of the Dias, the priestess whose lives were dedicated to Lunai, the moon goddess, while the Dizers were serving Solian the sun god. But the sons didn't have to go to their temple. They could be educated by other people depending of what they wanted to be. Only those desiring to be clerks, searchers, priest or sage were sent to the Dizers. Teneb was sent to the court with his father at 10 and his training started. Harry saw as he studied under the authority of the masters in the castle, as he first held a bow, at the age of 13, as he nursed the bruises got during physical training, he watched as he was presented to Selin, the proud young prince, a bit too full of himself, he witnessed the fight that issued from this meeting and its dead end. It marked the beginning of the complicity between the prince and Teneb. They grew up together. Selin trusted Teneb as the young elf seemed to always been truthful with him and it was obvious to everyone that Teneb would be Selin's counselor. As they turned 15, they passed the ritual. The elves had a lifespan 10 times superior of the one of a human. They grew up until 20 then stabilized, and aged very slowly once they got over 500-year-old. A 700-year-old elf would look like a 35-year-old human. Each time an elf reached the age of 15, they would have to pass the ritual, it was a kind of passage to adulthood and responsibilities. At dusk they were sent alone into the Norcasia, the forest encircling the elves' kingdom. They were led to a glade and left there for the night. They had to come back to the castle. Failure generally meant death as the forest was dangerous. Harry watched his trials in the forest, his encounter with a werewolf, a chimera. His fight against a bred of Acromantula, his wonder before a herd of unicorns. Finally he experienced Teneb's joy at receiving the mark of the Dragonmasters. Selin was happy for his friend, but sad at knowing he wouldn't be able to see him for at least 1 year. Then came the memories of his time at the headquarters. The memories started to fade. And Harry came back to reality. Teneb had had a quiet and enjoyable childhood and had his future assured. He had jeopardized all of this for his morals. He didn't know if he would have been able to do this. The two youths stared at each other. Their eyes spoke of their mutual respect. "We should got to sleep," said Harry. Troubled, Teneb nodded and went back to his bed, but neither of them could sleep. The next morning, once they were back to the real plane, after their training with their guardian, Harry faced Teneb. He had hesitated a lot and was still unsure about it, but he knew it was right. Cautiously, Harry unsheathed one of his daggers, not his personal one but another, and looked at it, pondering over something. He then looked up at Teneb. Slowly he stretched his arm, offering the dagger to him, the blade pointed toward his own chest, the handle towards the elf. Teneb's eyes widened and he looked totally stunned by this. The exchange of weapon in this fashion was called the Brotherhood ritual. When two fighters exchanged their weapons the handle first, they were asking for the other to become their fighting brother, the one they would fight back to back with who they trust their life. It was nearly as strong as a blood link, and once you had accepted it, you couldn't back down. Shaking, he grasped the handle and accepted the dagger. Then he took one of his own and repeated the gesture. Harry accepted it with relief and smiled. Nothing was said, they didn't need it. So, now that this is done, what about our offer? Harry looked at Teneb, who apparently had received the same message from Kalia, and they laughed. Teneb was surprised by the change in Harry's behavior and face. He hadn't seen the human this open, this carefree before. His face wasn't guarded and unreadable anymore. Yes, you dolt. When do you want to start? For that I could decide not to teach you, But you know you love me. Arxeron sent him the equivalent of a roll of eyes. Sometimes I wonder why I'm doing it. Oh, shocked face, 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 shocked face. The next weeks passed in a blur. Harry intensified their training as the ceremony came closer. Things went easier after the ritual. They were still sometimes a bit awkward around each other, but was starting to form a great team, odd but efficient, one that could become legendary. Before they knew it, they woke up one morning, realizing that today was the first day of the bonding ceremony. They got up early and for once didn't train as hard as they usually did. It was just a little warm-up for the trials of the upcoming day. They dressed up. The robes for this were blood red, with a golden trim. They were sleeveless and large, allowing ample movements. Under they wore black trousers and a thin black shirt. Harry and Teneb both wore a thin black leather belt which could be easily pulled off and used as an arm. At their side, hang their swords, in their sheaths. 2 throwing knives were fixed on each forearm. What looked like little decorative spikes on their belts were in fact darts, most of them a bit poisonous but not lethal. They wore boots. Harry had fixed a dagger on each of them, being careful that they didn't prevent him from moving freely. Teneb had favored 2 knives. The daggers were useful for close combat, something Teneb, despite a good level, didn't like. Both of them had their bows and quivers strapped on their back. They had equipped their horses with great care after having checked them for any injuries. Both of them had simple trappings, not fancy ones. They knew that the others would use their best but preferred using some on which they could rely. They put protection on the legs of both of their stallions, brushed them, checked their hooves before putting anti-tripping, anti-sliding spells on them. They then led them near the den. Darrens weren't allowed to bring their horses, they had to come to their call. Both Teneb and Harry had carved small whistles they always had on them as well as their necklaces. Once Shadow and Mist were settled and ordered to stay there until they were called, Harry and Teneb looked at each other. Well, let's give them the shock of their life. Seeing Harry's smirk, Teneb was happy to be his friends and returned the smirk. He couldn't wait to see the faces of the riders when they'll see Harry's power. They walked towards the den, unaware of the stares they got from the riders they passed. It had shocked a lot of people to see Teneb befriend the human, and everyone beside Inir, Cobalt and Ophiria had then avoided him. But as they saw him and the human walking with large strides to the den, they couldn't help but felt a bit of awe. Both of them were tall, dark-haired, heavily armed, had the same determination on their face, and a similar figure, the main difference residing in Teneb's elvish features. They radiated power. They arrived at the entrance of the den and stopped. They shared a last look before entering it. Oh, shocked face, 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 shocked face. Demonor was in the stands ready for the opening of the ceremony. He surveyed the different Darrens. A fine group this year from what their teachers had said. He expected an interesting show this year. Most of them were standing in the middle of the den, looking around a bit anxious. As he counted them, he found 2 missing. Dorian's son wasn't here yet, as well as the human. It had shocked him to learn of their friendship. What could a human hold that could interest Teneb? He remembered vaguely the young human, a scrawny little boy with black hair and fearful green eyes. He had forced to take him as his Darren, but he had been too busy to assume his role, so he had asked the teachers to take care of that matter and deal with him. He had asked them to come to him only in last resort. He had never heard of the human after that. He was thankful for that, as he had had enough worries without adding this one to it. The last one was the odd behavior of the linked dragons. They had distanced quite a lot from their riders, only talking to them when asked, shielding their minds to their partners, colder. Demonor had tried to ask White Ulruz, his own dragon, and Azurian, but the mighty creature had dismissed his questions. He heard whispers and looked up. 2 people had just entered the den. He suppressed a small gasp of surprise at their appearance. They stopped near the other Darrens, keeping their distances with them. Demonor couldn't help but see a difference between them and the others. They were standing straighter, and had an aura of confidence around them that the others lacked. He looked at the human. He had quite changed. Ushering these thoughts away, Demonor stood up, bringing silence over the stands. Only the soft growls of the dragons present could be heard. The Sowarik and the Emnag were here again, much to the happiness of Demonor. Darrens, the first part of your training had come to an end. Now show us the skills you have mastered and bring us honor. A cheer rose from the stand. The ceremony had started. Oh, shocked face, 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 shocked face. Hogwarts. Dumbledore, Maxime, the staff of Hogwarts, the member of the Order of the Phoenix, the leaders of the remaining Auror forces, the different European ministers were seated in the meeting room of the Order. A giant screen was showing them the events taking place at Beauxbatons. Maxime was on the verge of tears as she watched her school being attacked countless times. Hagrid was squeezing her hand, offering her a support which she gladly accepted. They had watched as Voldemort had raised the dead to launch his first attacks. But not being a full necromancer yet, the Dark Lord couldn't maintain them for a long time. Now they were witnessing what looked like the final attack. On cue, the last wards of the school fell, and the dark fighters rushed inside. Maxime made a small cry and everyone supported grim faces. A limp. Yes, Albus. We don't have much of a choice left. Do you want to do it? And no, you do it. I can't. Sighing, Dumbledore went to the wall on his right and pressed a few stones. The wall disappeared and Dumbledore stepped in the hidden room, the others behind him. On a large table, stood a replica of the French School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Hogwarts headmaster took of his wand and pointed it to the center of the building. Dissemblia. The buildings disappeared and the others could only see flows of blue light forming a small knot in the center. This knot is the point where several magic's flows meet. Beauxbatons, as every magical school, is built on one of them. It enables us to protect the school by drawing energy from this knot, explained Dumbledore. For now, this knot is stable, but if destabilized, the magic won't be able to circulate and will accumulate, leading to an implosion. Ansasarn, Ioi Talanra, Limgurv Parsam ol Ter. The power seemed to radiate from him and form a glow around the old wizard, who was now showing some of the powers which were still frightening Voldemort. He pointed his wand to the flows leaving the knot and twisted them to connect them back to the knot which shook. Hato. The knot stopped shuddering and started growing bigger and bigger as the flows faded slowly. With grim determination, the old wizard put his hand on the knot and closed his eyes. A blue glow surrounded him as he closed his eyes. For the past minutes he tensed and frowned. With fascination, the others watched as the knot became blinding white and suddenly exploded. They were blinded for a few seconds, but opened their eyes in time to see the end of the shockwave. Dumbledore opened his eyes, breaking the contact with the knot, panting and looking exhausted. Done. They went back to the meeting room and looked at the screen. Nothing remained of the school. Where had once stood the building was a huge crater. "I think he has lost 1/3 of his army at least," stated Moody. "The rest is unconscious. We could apparate and arrest them." "No," said Dumbledore. "What I did destabilize the magic in a kilometer range. Any type of magic would go haywire." There was a silence. "He's likely to focus on Hogwarts now," said Mundungus Fletcher. "Yes, I believe he will attack soon, so we have to prepare everything to protect all the people there." They all nodded and spent the next 2 hours planning. An owl interrupted them. Dumbledore opened it and read it aloud. Albus. Haphazard Street was destroyed and most of its inhabitants killed and tortured. I'll spare you the details. The attackers left at the arrival of a group of Phoenix. A few managed to escape injured and some were left, gravely wounded. We need help. Healers, food, first aid necessities. Arabella Fig. All exchanged horrified glances. Sirius, Moody, Mundungus, Selena, Poppy, go to Haphazard, I'll send you others as soon as I can. Minerva, Phileas, Anna, Dan, go warn the students of each house. Sophie, Bruno, Gerard, you'll be in charge of the Beauxbatons students. The 3 French teachers nodded and left behind their English counterpart. Carl, you and Zora are in charge of the Durmstrang ones. They agreed and exited the room. Those who remained continued the planning after Dumbledore had called for help for those at Haphazard. Oh, shocked face, 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 shocked face. Ron and Hermione were in the Great Hall, with all the prefects from all the schools. They had called for this meeting to try to find means to take people's mind of the war and lighten the mood a bit. So far they had agreed on a prank war, a ball, the possibility of meeting in a room reserved to the student, some kind of talent show. Ron and Hermione were acting as the representative of the students in a strange kind of way and nobody contested this. One of their worry was the defiance between the different schools and houses. They had managed to refrain the Gryffindors from playing tricks on the other houses or provoke the Slytherins. All the other prefects had done so, even the Slytherin ones Blaise Zabini and Frederick Million. It had worked quite well. The tensions had lessened but not the defiance. The only ones to refuse to submit were Malfoy and his clique of wannabe Death Eaters. But seeing that the majority of Slytherin supported the decisions taken by the prefects, the opinion towards Slytherin had changed a bit. Most of those supporting the Dark Lord had been taken from the schools by their parents. After the takeover of Durmstrang, most of the surviving students had come to Hogwarts, which had been expanded for them. After hearing from the siege of Beauxbatons, the teachers had decided to try and evacuate the French school. The solution had been found with the paintings. Indeed, they had witnessed the building of Hogwarts and knew most of its secrets, in which the existence of a link between the different European schools. The castle was then searched for this link to no avail. Finally, Dumbledore decided to took off the wards of the school for a few hours to search the castle with magical means in its own magical structure. While he was looking for it, the teachers, helped by the students from 5th to 7th year, had to fight off a small group of Death Eaters. It took Dumbledore 4 hours to find it and set up the wards. When the other schools had been built, the wizards of these times still knew how to create magical portals. The portal leading to Beauxbatons was a wall in which a night sky with a flying griffon, the ancestor of the griffin, had been carved. To be opened, it need to be activated on both sides with the pendant each headmaster's was given when he took his function in the school. Maxime was warned by Hagrid, who refused to say how, saying that it was reserved to giants and giants only. Finally the portal was opened. Slowly the school was evacuated from all its inhabitants and valuable things. Before leaving, Maxime timed the portal on her side to close an hour after her departure. It worked well. Sadly, the French school had suffered quite a lot of losses. While the research and the evacuation, the Dark Army had kept on launching attack upon attack against the school. 40 students were killed as well as 3 members of the staff. The French students had settled quite easily in Hogwarts. The prefects had done everything in their power to facilitate their integration. Hogwarts also hosted the Phoenix Order. Most of the families of the students had been hidden with Fidelius or by other means to guarantee their safety. Classes were now completely orientated towards defense, dueling or dealt with fighting situations. Hermione hadn't given up on her researches about the burglaries at the beginning of the second rise of Voldemort. So far she hadn't found anything significant. The slip of Hagrid about the wizard who had stolen some of the same things hadn't helped a lot. But she didn't give up. She had set up a group of equally interested students and they had been researching since then. She had even gained access to the restricted section. Seeing the enthusiasm of the students, she, with the support of the prefects, had asked Dumbledore if groups could be organized to help in war, arguing that the students were feeling useless, something which wasn't good for the morale. The headmaster had agreed and quickly groups had been set up depending on the interest and skills of the students. There was now a potions group which brewed potions, draft for the healers, but also poisons, and potions for attacks, or spying. Another worked with plants, setting up natural defenses, extracting ingredients for potions. Several were created for researches in different fields. Moreover, sessions had been created for those interested in gaining extra practice or knowledge. A new class had been opened, physical defense. As the head of houses Dan Jenkins, the physical defense teacher having taken the temporary lead of the Slytherin house, entered the hall. The prefects were leaving. The other students were in their common rooms as it was now forbidden to leave them after 10 a.m. and it was near midnight. They escorted their prefect to their rooms. Ron, Hermione and the other Gryffindor prefects looked at McGonagall strangely. Their teacher looked quite saddened. They entered the tower and gathered everybody, despite the late hours. Gryffindor, it's my duty to inform you of the destruction of Beauxbatons. We provoked the implosion of the school as a big part of you-know-whose forces were inside. He lost about 1/3 of his army. Cheer rang in the tower, quickly muffled at the grim face of their Transfigurations teacher. Voldemort retaliated. He, with his inner circle, went to Haphazard Street. Most of its inhabitants were tortured and killed. Muffled cries erupted as some of the students had some relatives in Haphazard. I'm always ready if you want to talk, added the professor before leaving, not knowing exactly what to do and being preoccupied by the situation. No students slept well this night. The next day, as soon as she could, Hermione ran to the library and immersed herself in book, determined to find whatever she was looking for. She walked through the shelves of the restricted section, looking at the title of the books, picking a few on her way. As she reached the end of the shelves she headed back to her usual table when a little brown book caught her eyes. She took it and placed it at the end of her pile. Hours later she opened it, quite infuriated at her lack of results. She dusted the cover which didn't have a title. Opening it, she saw a faded writing. Diary of Vlad Gildren. Shrugging she turned on the next pages, zooming over them. When an entry caught her eyes. Today, I met Alvin. I can't believe what he showed me. The power he holds is unimaginable. He persuaded me. No light wizard I know of hold the quarter of the power he demonstrated. This proves it, the true power reside in dark magic and I'll become the best dark wizard ever. Everyone will know me, not as the good, gentle Vlad, but as Grindelwald. They will fear me. I swear it. This was the diary of Grindelwald. Hermione was tempted to go immediately to Dumbledore, but curiosity got the better of her and she continued her lecture. As reached the final entry of the diary, her face was ashen. She closed the book abruptly, gathered her thing and ran to Dumbledore's office. The Darrens gathered for the first trial, the trailing test. They were all blinded. Harry heard several loud sounds near them and was roughly grabbed and pushed on something. From the movements, the flapping and the air whirling around him, he deduced he was on a dragon. Finally, he was pushed off and only sheer luck and Arxerin's training preventing him from losing his balance and falling on the ground. You must come back to the den and bring back a fox, Hare. He heard the rider take off before he could ask him a question. Rolling his eyes, Harry tried to guess his location. How nice of them. They couldn't have taken me further away. He was deep in the Weissarg, the forest that was situated a few kilometers away from the headquarters. He knew from personal experience that it was at the limits of the area of the trial. Well, off to find a fox. He walked towards the den, looking around for traces of the little animals. He dismissed several trails, most of them which had been faked or made by other beasts. Finally, he was what he had been searching for, a faded trace of a paw and rodent's bones. Smiling, he looked carefully around and saw the trail. Careful not to make a sound, he followed it and found a hole at the base of a tree hidden between its roots. Harry approached and listened for signs of the fox's presence. No sound. Frowning, Han knelt next to the hole. The scent of dead bodies hit his nose. Biting his lips, he looked around, trying to find something to dig in. A piece of tree bark caught his eyes, and seconds later he was digging in the hole, enlarging it. He finally found the bodies of 4 young foxes about 1 to 2 months old. From their wounds, he could tell that a small carnivore had killed them. He was about to bury them, when a small yip stopped him. Pushing the bodies, he uncovered one of them, and noticed that the young animal was still breathing. He put a hand over the gashes and dry blood. A light golden glow appeared and faded slowly, healing the fox. Fortunately, they weren't too complex. Harry then resumed his walk, holding the little beast in materials he conjured. As he cast a last look at it, the small animal licked his finger, before falling in a deep slumber. Using the sun, he headed quickly back to the headquarters. When he arrived, he saw that Tenub and 4 other elves were already here. The other riders were silent for a moment, a bit shocked, but resumed their talking. Harry smirked. If this silenced them for a few moments, then what would they do during the fighting trials? Some of them cheered on some of the Darrens. Leonhor approached him, his face grim. "Show me the hare you found. If you found one," he barked, with a smirk, as if he was expecting Harry to have failed his trial. Returning the smirk, Harry picked an orange hair on the cloak and handed it to the master, who now looked like he had swallowed sour K.ss. Bound by his pledge as a teacher, he couldn't lie during the ceremony. The punishment was too great compared to his desire to humiliate Harry. He nodded sharply, furious to have to confirm his success. The young wizard walked to Tenub. "Do you know a peaceful place?" "Yes, why? Look." He pushed the material, showing the sleeping baby fox. "The others were dead, and I didn't see the parents. Put him in my room. We were given one to put our things." He had an apologetic face. "Thank you. Where it is?" "Near Mist Stable." Harry left, and came back a few minutes later, without his burden. "I left him something to eat and drink in case he woke up." "You did a good thing by taking him. He wouldn't have survived." The dark-haired teenager shrugged. "I couldn't let him die. Anyway, what's next?" "Archery, I think." "Great." The sarcasm was audible. "At least I'll get rid of this." "How did you do?" "Third, I think." Edivia had been readying the targets as the others arrived and motioned to the Darrens to come up to him. "Well, now is your new challenge. Hit as much targets as you can, for those who can." She said the last part looking at Harry. Harry looked at the targets, knowing this would be his worst time. Half an hour later, he banished his bow to his little hideout, sighing. As it was to be expected, he had not done very good, but managed not to end last. His throwing knives capacities were not as abysmal as his archeries. On the other hand, Tenub was quite happy. He had managed to finish in the first 3 places. Both of them had put illusion on them, to hide their real weapons. They had to hit the targets which stood further and further away. Past a certain distance, they started to move faster and faster. He had seen the others' look of scorn, the smirks, heard the laughter of the Darrens and the riders, their taunts. He didn't say anything, only smiled somberly. They wouldn't know what hit them. The targets were sent away and suddenly a trapped race appeared. Each obstacle was made by at least one element. Leonhor looked at them. "Call your horses. You'll have to go through this course, and you'll be timed." He pointed to a magical timer that had appeared above the circuit. Immediately several whistles were heard and then galloping horses erupted in the arena, stopping before their rider. Mist was the last to come. With a grin, Harry watched as Leonhor approached him, leading an old, tired-looking horse, who looked like he would have trouble trotting. Well, since you don't have a horse, I thought this one will be adapted to your, should I say, particular, abilities. The sarcasm was evident and Harry ignored the howls of the laughing spectators. Why, thank you, Master Leonhor. The sarcasm put in a single word, Master, would have been enough to put Professor Snape to shame, but I have my own horse. Really? Well, in that case, show us what you'll be riding. A dog perhaps. Or a snail. Harry's wide smirk was his only answer as the young boy whistled sharply. A minute later, a huge black stallion stopped near him. Harry petted him, before jumping on his back in a fluid and graceful movement. I think you won't mind. After all, as you were too busy, you forgot to let me choose one. Leonhor's jaw was on the floor as were everyone's except Teneb's, who seemed quite happy to see their shock. That's Shadow. 10 points to you. What about this race? Recovering his spirits briefly, he motioned to Arnell to begin. One by one, they went through the circuit, which seemed to change each time. A few didn't make it to the end, falling of their mounts or being knocked out. Others ended quite wounded. Teneb aced it. He made out without a scratch and his stallion wasn't breathing too heavily as were the others. The training proved to be useful. Harry smiled as he got into position, barely aware that every eyes were fixed on him. Now, time to show them what a human can do. As a red light sprang in the air, he leaned on Shadow's neck. The stallion bolted forward the first obstacle, a fire slalom. Following his horse's movements as if he was glued on his back, Harry just had to direct him, trusting his mount's instinct. The second part was several natural obstacles, such as tree trunks, fake rivers, holes, fences. None of them were a problem to the horse that literally flew over them. A sort of canyon then appeared. As Harry entered it, he had to dodge to his right quickly to avoid a rock. The remaining part of the crossing of the canyon was spent dodging rocks. Harry finally reached the final line. A moment later, after encounters with arrows, whirling dummies holding various weapons, from swords to hammers or chains ended by spiked balls. He petted Shadow again, thanking and praising him, trying to hide his grin to the shocked riders. He looked at the timer, and his smile widened as he saw he had beat Ophiria's time, even if she was said to be the best rider Leonhor had seen for years. It placed him in fifth place, Ophiria second, and Teneb third. How did you do it, human? Leonhor's bark brought everyone back to reality. That's training for you, and a good teacher. With that, Harry dismounted and started to conjure water for his stallion, before checking him for injuries. What did you do to him, you little? Leonhor had grabbed him roughly by his collar, but couldn't finish his question as Shadow stomped heavily on his foot. He screamed, loudly and in a really girly fashion. Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you, he's quite protective of me, but you knew that, didn't you? Leonhor was too busy hovering on his good feet while nursing his other to answer. Teneb repressed a grin. The sight was really hilarious. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Cobalt smiling slightly too. Before the riding master could ridicule himself more than he had already, a tall elemental, Kasim, arrived before them. Darrens. Those who have been gifted with the control of elements will now step forwards. A cheer erupted from the stands. Elemental tests were the first ones of the spectacular part of the ceremonies. They marked the beginning of the fights. Teneb was among those who had elements powers. There were, besides the three elementals whose powers were part of the patrimony, Inir, which had control over earth, and Melissa, which was a fire elemental, like Harry. When Harry followed Teneb to the spot that Kasim had showed, whispers broke. "Get back to your place, human," yelled one of the riders. Yes. Other shouts quite similar as for their contents followed. Harry was growing angrier by the minute and he saw Teneb glanced worriedly at him. Fire-gifted people tended to have volatile tempers. Finally, Kasim threw the last straw. "The show you played a minute before don't allow you to come here. Weakling aren't allowed there, and a low-breed human like you least of all." This did it. Even Harry had his limits, and they had been trespassed too often. He started to feel his fire energy getting out of control. Trying to regain control of the energy, even if he knew it was useless, he looked wildly around him to find a target which wouldn't mind being reduced to ashes, something he was tempted to do to the elf before him. He saw a pile wood, a remaining of the riding circuit. Focusing on it, trying to ignore the burning feeling in his body, he directed the energy to the pile, which exploded in a huge flame. Breathing deeply to calm himself, he used the tricks Arxeron had given him, in case something like this happened. He turned his blazing green eyes to Kasim. "Take back what you said." The words were barely whispered, but the power behind the words made the rider take a step backwards. Aye. Huffing and shaking his head, Harry dismissed him and joined Teneb, not aware of the silence which had fell upon the den. A fly could be heard. The elves were staring in shock at Harry, as he had grown a second head. Nobody uttered a word as the Darrens started their next trial. They would summon elemental beasts that would fight against each other. Degree. Demonor stared stunned at the youth standing near Dorian's son. The boy was a fire-gifted. Why hadn't he been told so? Elemental gifted riders were registered, in particular fire ones, due to the influence the element had over them. Gilessa, why didn't you tell me that he was gifted? He had tried to sound calm, but a bit of worry had pierced through his voice. If the human hadn't been properly trained, he was a walking bomb, which could be triggered anytime. We didn't know about him. The same worry was perceptible in her voice. Worried, Demonor looked back to the raven-haired teenager. He had been surprised as everyone had been to see him come in the den in 6th position of the trailing trial. But he had quickly dismissed it as a fluke, seeing his feeble score at archery. Sure, he wasn't the worst, but he sure had proved humans had no place there. Then there had been Shadow. Demonor and most of the riders had given up on seeing the great stallion allow someone to ride him. It had been a shame since Shadow was the result of a long breeding process. Demonor looked around, seeing his own shock mirrored on everyone's faces. He frowned. How could nobody have known of the human's abilities? Shurefilin and the others must have known and trained him. Yes, they must have wanted not to bother him, that was it. Demonor had faith in all of them. They had to be good teachers to have managed to shape the scrawny human boy into this strong teenager. But then, why were they so surprised by this? The astonished look on their face confused the leader of the Dragonmasters. The odd whispers filling the stands brought him back to the ceremony. The Darrens had started their summons. Despite the fact that the elementals had learned to control their powers since their birth, they would fight with the others, even if they had a huge advantage on them. Ryber stepped forwards and raised his hands. Something seemed to come from the ground, and slowly a huge erumpent appeared, made of rock, vines, wood. He was bigger than a real one and looked quite stronger. I was then Chrysian turned, and after much arm waving, a small tornado formed, shifting to the form of a giant eagle. Cobalt chose the form of a Runaspore. His technique wasn't as spectacular as the one of the others. Showing off wasn't really his cup of tea. Then it was the turn of the gifted. Inir had chosen the form of an hydra. He put his palms toward the grounds and vines started to grow, forming a high pillar. They then seemed to melt. The only remainder of their presence was the leaves which were adorning the body of the creature. Melissa had opted for a huge golden griffin which formed in a great flame. It was then Teneb's and Harry's turn. They had decided to summon their creatures together. Harry clasped his hands, then parted them a bit, revealing a small reddish ball, the size of his fist. The ball grew bigger and changed of color slightly, gaining scarlet, golden shades. The golden shades were accompanied with bronze ones that were flaring. With a gentle push, it rose in the air. Teneb raised his hand and a swirl of wind touched. It lighted immediately and swirls of fire started to crisscross the sky, spiraling, drawing complex patterns. A trail of sparks remained after its passages. The swirls converged towards the ball and merged with it, a white-silvery aura surrounding the orb. The sparks had formed a cloudy shape in the sky. The orb rose into the air as the sparks seemed to die out. Then an explosion occurred. It was soundless. A red wave tinted with golden and silver. For those who saw the Fellowship of the Ring, it's kinda like the fireworks Gandalf threw at Bilbo's anniversary, the one which formed a white circle in the sky before falling back over the lake. I think it's just before Merry and Pippin stole the big dragon firework. As the wave spread, a figure appeared in the sky, little lines of fire connecting dots that had been sparks, outlining the figures of a mighty reptile. During that time the red wave condensed, and formed an arrow which was currently speeding through the sky. The arrow started to grow wings, legs, a tail and a reptilian head. Gasps erupted in the stands as two dragons soared above the den. Then the one which had been formed from the wave flew to the one made of dots and breathed fire at him. The fire he was made of. It hit the dot figure of the other dragon which seemed to be engulfed in a giant flame. Finally the two mighty beasts flew back to the ground and settled near Teneb and Harry, two dragons, one made of pure fire, the other of air. Demenor, as well as all the riders stared at the summons of the two youths. How on earth could they have summoned these? They watched in wonder as the first fights took place between the different summoned animals. True to be told, they didn't really pay attention to the others, they were staring at the two regal reptiles. Harry fought first against Ryber. He knew why they had put him against him. If fought well, a duel between fire and earth would be won by earth. The fight didn't last for long. Despite the fact that Harry had been opposed to a full-fledged elemental, his dragon smashed the erumpent. Demenor couldn't help but being awed by the strategy the human developed. What Ryber had overlooked when choosing the animal for his summoning was that an erumpent had a weak point. Between his neck and head, there was a small jointure of tender flesh. Here, the flesh was replaced by wood. Moreover, the size of the creature restrained his agility. The fire dragon had just to dive to the earth summon, being careful to avoid the horn, and strike at this point. Seconds later, the erumpent had disappeared. Teneb's fight against Melissa lasted a bit more, but in the end, Teneb defeated her. Inir had won against Chrysian. Remained in the fight, Inir, Teneb, Harry and Cobalt. Kasim stepped forwards, careful to put quite a distance between him and Harry, even if two people of the same element weren't supposed to battle. If they did, their element would generally go back to them and hit them, except if the user was powerful enough to block the backfire and direct it away. Harry raised an eyebrow at him, clearly amused by his reaction. And now, it will be Inir against Melissa and Teneb against the human. Harry was about to tell him that he had a name, he decided to let it slide. He would be out of here in about 3 days to never return. It didn't matter if they didn't know his name. But he wouldn't answer to their orders. After all, why should he? He wasn't being addressed to, was he? As far as he knew his name wasn't human. He shook Teneb's hand, something he hadn't done with Ryber. May the best one win. Yes, usual restrictions. As usual, they approached their creatures, and to everyone's shock climbed on them. Immediately Kasim rushed to their side, stuttering. You can't mount them, it's impossible, and against the rules. The 10 rules of the dragons only say that during the ceremony, any way of fighting is allowed, as long as it doesn't threaten the lives of the opponent or any other living creatures involved in the battle. There is nothing which forbids someone from climbing on his summon, recited Teneb. But how? Ignoring him, the two Darrens shot in the air and came face to face. They had often fought like this. Air wasn't very useful against fire because it only fueled its power. On the other hand, Teneb could easily direct an attack of fire off target. They had resorted to these methods when fighting with their element's powers. Grinning, Harry raised his arm and dropped it, signaling the start of the fight. To the spectators who were staring at them, open-mouthed, it looked more like a show than a fight. They looked like they were enjoying this a lot. They were executing a series of acrobatics, barely avoiding collisions a few times. A gasp escaped their lips as Harry dove, followed immediately by Teneb. It's like Quidditch, it's like Quidditch, it's like Quidditch, it's like. Now, Harry leaned on the right side of his fire dragon who made a barrel roll before springing in the air. At the time, Harry had sent an attack behind him. The air moved by their dive would conduct it, creating a column of fire from which Teneb wouldn't be able to escape. But Harry didn't loosen his concentration and stayed alert, something which allowed him to barely escape a series of air blades thrown from his left side. Well done. Yours was good too, answered Teneb. Thanks. Are you finished with your warm-up? Ready when you are. Let's go then. They rose in the air, like two arrows. The fight grew more heated, they exchanged blows after blows. Teneb's dragon created a huge tornado, summoned a thick fog, hiding himself behind. It was so thick it also muffled the sounds. Opening his mind, heightening his senses, waiting for the smallest clues of Teneb's presence. He knew that if he tried to escape from the fog, it would follow him, thickening around him to the point where he would have difficulty to breathe. He smirked. He was certain Teneb would use the move and he had thought of a counterattack. Gathering his powers, he used them to web a sort of protection around him, like a second skin. His smirk deepened. He really hoped that Teneb had thought of erecting a shield around him. It was going to hurt. Putting his hand on his element animal's head, he gave his order. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself as the dragon opened his mouth and let huge tongues of fire free. Immediately, the air around them lit up. Normally a real fog, as it was composed of water, couldn't have conduct fire, but Teneb had made it so that any tentative of Harry to use fire when in this fog will end with the young wizard in the middle of a cloud of his own fire. Harry willed the fire around him to support him, as he sensed his dragon fusion with the flames around them. He smiled. This would increase the power of his creature. As he concentrated to force the wild element to resume his reptilian form, he forgot to watch his back. It proved to be a fatal mistake. He didn't have the time to react when a swirling wind took him and threw him in the air. He was about 200 meters high and was falling straight to the ground, without parachute. Forcing himself to calm down, something that was proving to be difficult since he was seeing the ground getting closer and closer, he called for his creature. He was 80 meters high, 60, 50, 40, 30. He closed his eyes, picturing what would remain of him, a smashed Harry. Not a very pretty picture, mind you. Suddenly his eyes flew open as he sensed his dragons just above him. 10 meters before he hit the ground, he found himself safe on the back of the fire dragon who swept above the grass, leaving a burned trail behind him. "This is war," he muttered. He looked at Teneb's dragon. He knew from past experience that the creature wouldn't catch on fire. He could also see that Teneb had suffered a bit from his move, and he was healing his burns, but... Yes. He approached his opponent and waited for the right opening. Finally it came. Teneb dove at him, making his dragon breathe a stormy wind. This was what Harry was waiting for. He pulled all the power of his creature into the blast of flame it breathed. The two attacks connected. As Harry expected, the air didn't conduct the fire, as Teneb must have shielded it, but it fitted his plan. For once it looked like a stalemate, but slowly, fire took over air. It then went very fast. The blast of fire reached the air dragon's mouth and was hacked. Teneb had barely the time to register it before being thrown away as his creature imploded under him. Hadn't Teneb been falling, he would have sighed in frustration. But first he had to stop himself from becoming a pancake a la Teneb. Focusing on the air around him, he slowed down his fall. He heard a swoop near him and felt someone grab him. What's the score now? He knew he wouldn't like the answer, but what curious. 12-2 for me. I'm still sure you're cheating. My dear Teneb, it's called skills. Teneb was surprised by the humor in Harry's tone. The teenager rarely let his mask fall and let his enjoyment show. He had never seen him that cheerful before. Deciding not to dwell on this, he shook Harry's hand again. "Oh, and thank you for catching me." "You're welcome." By this time they were finished. They were back to the grounds and have jumped down. Stunned by this display, Qasim motioned wordlessly and in a daze to Inir and Cobalt to fight. But if a rider had been asked what had happened during their fight, they would have been unable to answer them. Their mind were still trying to accept the fact that a human had been powerful enough to summon an element animal and even ride it. In the end, Cobalt won. The fight opposing Harry to Cobalt didn't last long. While the water hydra had the upper hand, Harry's dragon managed to breathe a fire so hot that the water vaporized. By then, the spectators had recovered and were talking in hushed whispers between them. Demonor was staring at the dark-haired teenager. Why wasn't he warned? As ludicrous as it seems, he held power. He could be useful. He was going to have a talk with the masters. He looked at the Darrens, which were being harangued by Effilin and Sarwin for the last and most spectacular trial of this ceremony, the duels. Everything was allowed. The only two things forbidden were the use of lethal or elemental attacks. The Darrens were given 10 minutes to warm up. Everyone saw the air around Teneb and Harry shimmered and them disappear. Immediately conversations broke out loud. Most of the riders were trying to get to one of the teachers, asking him what had just happened. Deminor didn't took part to these conversations. He was an air element too. He could sense that the two youths were still there, just hidden. Leaning back in his seat, he crossed his arms and waited for the rest of the ceremony. The Darrens were warming up. Well, some were just twirling their weapons and chatting, others were stretching themselves before working on their weapons manipulations. Meanwhile, Harry and Teneb were practicing too. They were executing their swords dance, over and over, accelerating slowly to the point where you could nearly see an invisible opponent, before slowing down. Ready to shock them to death. Didn't we already do that? Teneb was quite amused by Harry's cheerful mood. He guessed that the perspective of taking his revenge was the cause of this sudden burst of cheerfulness. He smiled. Let's go. Waving his hand over his weapons, he took off the disguising spell, letting their true nature in the open. Then he dismissed the curtain of air he had drawn around them, shielding them from prying eyes. They walked to the others and waited for the name of their opponent. Effilin smirked at them, as was Sarwin. Apparently they were proud of what they had come up with. The duels would take place as followed. Exjal vs. Inir, Vlad vs. Melissa, Cobalt vs. Chrisian, Teneb vs. Ryber, Ophiria vs. Arnell, Garth vs. Harry. The first round would be only physical combat, the second would only allow the use of magic. The last round would consist of both magic and physical combat. Harry had to repress a smirk. He knew fully well why he had been opposed to Garth first. The young magi was a very good fighter and nothing else positive could be said about him. Effilin wanted him humiliated. Harry knew that. He knew also that someone would fall in the depths of humiliation once this was over, but it wouldn't be the one everyone thought he would be. The first fights went well. Teneb held back, not wanting to show off his abilities yet. He was saving it for later. Inir, Melissa, Cobalt, Teneb and Ophiria were the winners. As Harry and Garth stepped in position, everyone turned to look at them. Normally, nobody would have paid attention to a fight with the human, but after what they had seen a few minutes earlier, they were wondering what was going to happen now. Harry raised his sword that twinkled in the afternoon light. Effilin frowned as he looked at him. His stance was perfect, his balance too. And his sword would make any fighter go green with envy. There was something definitively wrong with that weakling. At his signal, Garth lunged at Harry, fending himself and throwing a small blade. Effortlessly, Harry stepped aside and lazily deflected the blade with his sword. Surely you can do better than that. Harry was looking down on the Magus. The other gritted his teeth and launched a series of attacks, backed by some kicks. Harry dodged some of them, parried some of the blows, returned others, the whole thing in a gracious way which made it seem easy. Come on, I'm sure you can do better. Harry had barely the time to block his opponent's sword which came right to his head. As he did so, he registered a movement of air on his right. Letting himself fall on the ground, he barely avoided the darts the other had sent. If he wanted to play that way, then Harry would show him what a master could do at this game. He took a few steps backwards, checking his hidden weapons and examining his opponent. The Darren had a dagger at his side, and from the bulge Harry could see, a knife on each forearm. The spiked rings and bracelets must hold darts. Having taken that into account, he prepared his actions. So human, afraid. Running from me won't make you win this, you coward. Harry refused to bite the bait and timed his move. Then why can't you catch me? Am I too fast for you? He could see his taunts were angering the other. Or are you too slow to keep up? Harry wanted to smile as he saw Garth attack him. So easy to trigger. Holding his sword in his right hand, he blocked the slash of the other's weapon. Taking a dart of his belt he threw it, hitting the other on the neck. Time for a bit of fun. The dart held a hallucinogenic substance which would activate in 3, 2, 1 second. Garth stumbled and fell on his back. He scrambled back to his feet and looked wildly around before running to his right, straight into a tree. For the following 3 minutes, he ran around, twirling his sword madly, striking at invisible enemies, falling quite a few times, most of the time with a little help from Harry. Finally it wore off, leaving a sore Garth standing disorientated. Blinded by anger, Garth rushed at him. Harry sidestepped to his right, extending his leg and successfully tripping the other boy while slashing with his knife, cutting the other's belt that had been the only thing holding his pants. The Magus, standing only in his underwear, had now reached a strange shade of purple, mixed with a deep red color. He launched an attack. After extricating himself from his pants, he couldn't use magic to repair them and would have to finish the fight in his underwear. He was making furious moves, while drawing his dagger and readying to struck Harry in his back. But Harry had seen it, and if there was one thing he despised, it was this. Doing a somersault over Garth, he took out his dagger and struck the boy behind his head as he ended his jump. Falling on his face, Garth managed to roll and by some miracle came back to his feet. Whirling on his heels, he tried to face Harry, but the young teenager had been too fast and was already on his right side, delivering a mighty kick in his face. The youth, unbalanced and surprised by the strength behind the blow, staggered but managed to stay on his feet and struck at Harry. During the following minute, the spectators could only see a metallic blur as Harry forced Garth to step back. Finally, with a large slash and quick twirl of his dagger, he caught the other's sword and hit his adversary. Seconds later, a clang echoed through the arena. Garth was lying on the grounds, a cut on his left cheek, his sword meters away and Harry's sword pointed at his throat. "Do you give up?" Remaining mute, Garth withered under Harry's sword, trying to take out his other dagger. "If you're looking for this, I took the liberty to free you from its weight," said Harry, with a smirk which would have made Snape's proud. White, Garth looked up at the young human who was currently holding his two knives and his dagger in his right hand. "And forget about using your darts, you would regret it." Garth kept on struggling. Growing fed up with him, Harry increased the pressure on his throat. "Do you give up?" Shaking his head slowly, Garth kept his eyes fixed on Harry. The young teenager was a bit taken aback by the amount of hate he saw in these eyes. After all, what he had done to the Magus wasn't the tenth of what he had to endure. He sheathed his sword and without a word threw the other's weapons at him before walking back to Teneb, without a last glance at his opponent. Effilin was now a lovely shade of scarlet. Really, he should take some anger management lessons. But Sarwin hadn't lost his smug appearance. "Good fight, Harry. You too. Revenge is really a dish best served cold. Did you take pictures?" "Of course, but can I ask you something?" "Yes. Could you give me some duplicates?" This sent the two youths in a fit of laughter. "Sure." At this moment, Sarwin approached. "The victors will now battle. Only magic is allowed in these duels," he then announced the duels. Inir vs Vlad. Koblat vs Teneb. Ophiria vs Harry. The fights of Inir and Teneb were quick. Inir, though not an expert fighter, was a master when it came to magic and usually preferred this way of fighting. Vlad had no chance. Neither had Cobalt. In a matter of 5 minutes, the young elemental was bound and gagged, thus forced to withdraw from the fight. It was then time for Harry and Ophiria to battle. Seeing the apprehensive look on the Magus' face, Harry decided to end this quickly. After all, Ophiria was one of the few that hadn't let Teneb completely down. At Sarwin's signal, he fired a strong disarming charm but was nearly caught off guard when it rebounded on Ophiria's shield and flew straight back to him. She had erected the scale shield. It prevented any charm, besides the unforgivables, to enter, but also to exit. While in the shield, Ophiria couldn't do anything to him and he couldn't do anything to her either. This would be a little challenge. He had to make her to drop her shield. There was no other way, well, no other legal way. Circling around her, he tested her defenses, only to have his spells thrown back at him. He knew she was waiting for him to tire before taking him down. She had to have a monitoring device on her. Scanning her, he found what he was looking for, a small reflect on her right eye. She had magical contacts. Harry was grateful to have hidden his true magical level. Arxerin had told him how to modify his aura. His was too noticeable both from its strength and appearance. It was white, with rainbow-colored streaks as well as metallic ones: golden, silver, copper, bronze, platinum. His guardian wouldn't tell him why though. He had chosen to expose a forest green aura that meant he was of average level. Slowly, little by little, he made his aura fade to a light gray as he threw curses after curses at her shield. They were quite spectacular, but not powerful or draining, and were normally used for shows. He could see her grin as she saw his aura dulling. She was falling for this, as were most of the riders. Many had started to cheer her on, obviously equipped with the same device as she was. Deciding to carry his act to the end, he started to pant. In the corner of his eye, he could see that Sarwin's grin had faltered. So the teacher had sensed what he was doing and seen through his charade. He allowed himself to smirk at the older elf, and was rewarded with a glare. He bowed his head a little in a mock salute before manipulating his aura one last time, bringing it to a dark gray color that normally showed exhaustion. The cheers got louder, and as he thought, Ophiria dropped her shield. From there, the things went quickly. Harry let his aura flare to a red level, which was associated with a quite powerful being. Ophiria gaped at him and tried to put her shield up, but it was too late. Soon she was knocked out, lying flat on the floor, surprise still etched on her features. Silence followed. Harry didn't mind. He revived the young Magus with a wave of his right hand and walked back to Teneb. Arxeron taught you aura's manipulation? Yes. Kalia showed me too. How long have you been studying it? 4 months. That explains why you were able to pull this off. What about the next fight? It'll be us an in-ear. Exactly. Do you think we could make this a bit quicker? I want to get out of here as soon as I can. I have a few plans in mind for a few friends of mine. Teneb looked at him curiously, but dismissed this. He knew that most of the inhabitants of the headquarters would regret their attitude towards Harry once they'd faced his wrath. No problem. One last thing, once this fight begins, no mercy. No mercy. They clasped their arm, their marks of blood brother face to face, a small smile on their lips, acceptance filling both of their minds. Elon Ori Scienter, Elon Ori Sarol, Dessen Hila Thea, Lithtarks Jomi, 1. They then headed towards Sarwin and Inir. The three of them were going to have to fight 3 clone made from Sarwin and Ephilin together. The 2 masters had poured all their knowledge in those clones, and the one who stood up the longest against them would win. The 3 clones were supposed to be of equal level, but Harry wouldn't put it past the 2 masters to tamper one a little bit, making his slightly stronger than the others. They could always pretend that it was an accident. Oh well, maybe his training against his dummies would pay off. Those sneaking sons of A. Harry was going through all the curses and insults he knew as his thoughts were turned to the ones responsible of his current predicament. He dodged another curse from the clone on his left. It was toughest fight he had ever done before. He heard the pants of the other 2. The 3 Darrens were nearly back to back, circled by the clones. Teneb, Harry's voice was strained, as he deflected more curses and parried a blow to his chest. We need to work together or we're dead. As a barrage of curses flew their way, Harry sighed and erected a strong shield, not the scale one, which was draining, but a bouncing shield. It won't hold for long. We have to think of something to do or they'll take us down one by one. Speak for yourself, human. Inir was looking weirdly at Harry. The young wizard could tell he was torn between several feelings, but finally his upbringing won. I don't need your help. With that he stepped out of the shield. Before Teneb could react, and as Harry wasn't about to came to his aid now. He might not have been as bad as Garth and his little gang, but he wasn't Harry's favorite person either. He was knocked out by a well-aimed clone's sword's blow. Harry sighed, muttering about bloody elf who were to stuck up to accept help when it was offered to them. Well, Teneb, it's us against the 3 big meanies there. Any ideas? The usual. We'll need something more definitive to get rid of them. In this case, I think that the swords dance will be appropriate. Indeed. Will you do the honors? After you, my dear, said Harry with a mock bow. You go first. I'll put the shield down in 3 seconds. 2, 1. Go. The shield dropped, and hell broke loose. The sword dance was an old form of fighting, created by a tribe ages ago. This tribe, known as the Saerans, who were seen as the masters of swords. They had their own style of fight that they kept exclusively to themselves, and when their tribe disappeared in an eruption, the style was lost. What wasn't known was that a few of them were recruited as Dragonmasters. Prejudices were not strong at that time, one of them was even leader of the riders. Their guardians were able to gain the knowledge of their way of fighting and kept it. Arxeron had watched over one of them, a young man who was killed in battle, and he had given Harry the knowledge, agreeing to let Teneb learn it too. What the riders saw then was a sight which hadn't been seen for decades. They weren't able to use it completely, but in 2 months they had managed to grasp the basics, and in Harry's case reach an average level. A thing which was quite an accomplishment already. As the shield was banished, they stood back to back, their sword raised before them. The stone, embedded in the handle, was shining with magic as they started to pour power in it. They had a faint glow as both of them reached their full capacity, something which took only a few seconds. When using the sword dance, the blades were their only weapons. Saerens thought the sword to be the noblest form of fighting and had brought it to the form of an art. Magical duel was looked down, so that had created weapons that could channel magic, something only dwarves were still able to do. For the few seconds it took them to pour their energy in the swords, everything stood still. Inir had been carried away, the riders were all looking at the two young Darrens. When you want Teneb, let's go. With a quick circular motion of his sword, the young elf sent an energy blast to the closest clone, which was blown backward. Then the dance started. The riders' mouths opened slightly more each time they struck or moved. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, each of their blows was backed up by powerful spells. The clones stepped backwards. Harry had fell into automatism, slash, spun, fend and strike, withdraw, parry, slash again, jump, roll. Glancing at Teneb, he nodded and the elf ran to him, followed by the clone he had been fighting. As he was near Harry he lifted his feet and put it on the cupped hand of Harry, who thrown him in the air, over the clone who had been about to hit Teneb in the back. As he flew over the clone, Teneb delivered a strong kick with his leg, sending him on the grounds, unconscious. Meanwhile, the clone Teneb had knocked out was up again. Harry sent a petrifying spell towards the one they had just stunned before turning to the one who had managed to escape them for now. He was mainly using his magic. Harry had barely saw him using his sword or his daggers beside when he had to defend himself. Caldio, Harry muttered, only to have it came straight back to him, freezing the spot of grass where he had stood minutes before. He approached the clone, sensing Teneb fighting with the other one behind him. Because the clone didn't attack, he taking a few steps backwards, he muttered a few chosen words, Melior Maximus Revelis. A red shield appeared around the clone. The Clenian dome. Harry sheathed his sword. This dome was an advanced version of the scale shield. In general it was used to give the caster a large space and allowed him to ready for an attack. It could only broken if it was a black, gray, brown, blue, green, or yellow color. If it was an orange, red, purple, metallic colored or white dome, it means that the caster had poured enough power in his dome to make it unbreakable. No curse could enter but some could exit. Only very powerful spells could. The caster had to bend his dome to allow the spell to exit. It demanded a great deal of concentration and skills. Holding his hands before him, he started to chant, drawing complex pattern in front of him as if he was weaving a tapestry. Sarwin, who was at that moment the only one watching him, the others being enthralled into Teneb's fight, recognized a pentacle as well as a few runes standing for power, nature, seeking, magic. Soon the movements of Harry's hands accelerated and his fingers started to glow faintly, threads of light leaving the tip to weave themselves before shrinking. Still chanting, Harry watched at the ball of pure light in his cupped right hand. Glancing at the clone, still protected under his dome. He had been gathering the energy around him. Harry had felt his close surroundings being drained from their energy, and he could sense him setting up several traps, not bothering to hide the manipulated flows like Harry. Too bad for him. With a sharp motion of his hand, he threw the ball above the clone. Odessa, too. Suddenly the ball seemed to explode in tiny threads of light which formed a huge snare which covered the whole dome. As soon as it touched the dome it started to glow a reddish golden light and the dome started to weaken and diminished in size. The threads seemed to be eating the dome. The clone was panicking, and wasn't able to concentrate enough to banish his dome. Moreover, all the energy he had accumulated needed to be released or there would be too much pressure and would explode. Soon, the dome was reduced to the size of a large shield, and Harry could see burns appearing on the clone. Not wanting to kill him, he approached and summoned one of the thread to his hand, absorbing some of the energy. The power was wild and raw, and Harry struggled to gain control of it. Inside the weakened dome, the clone had blacked out, apparently the pressure had been too much. Odal, 3. The threads faded and the dome, now rid of it, flickered for a few minutes, but as its caster was now unconscious, it disappeared too. Casting a freezing and muting charm on the clone, Harry ran to Teneb, who had troubles with the last of the clone. Falling once again in a series of movements, created by the Saiyans, the two youths stood side by side, attacking relentlessly the clone. But Harry soon noticed that Teneb was showing signs of exhaustion. Motioning for him to step aside, Harry poured more magic in his weapon and launched himself in the attack. Aiming a blow to the chest of the clone, he accompanied his blow with a swift kick while turning quickly. A red gash marred now the uncovered torso of the clone. He raised his sword and struck down, clenching his sword with the others. The situation seemed to have come to a dead end, both swords were locked together, and none of the opponents seemed to be about to give up. Suddenly Harry released his grip a little, surprising the other who had been leaning on his sword. The sudden loss of resistance caused him to stumble and he wasn't able to react as Harry twirled his sword, taking his out of his hands. The sword landed 2 meters away, but before he could bend down to pick it up, a blade came to his throat, daring him to move. The clone looked up to Harry, who was at the other end of the handle, his steady and cold green eyes piercing through him. "Do you surrender?" Harry's voice was cold and expressionless. The clone nodded and disappeared instantly, as did the 2 others. Silence was filling the arena. Nobody dared to utter a sound. Harry walked calmly to Teneb and extended his arm to the young elf who had sat on the grounds while waiting for the end of his fight. Clasping their forearms, they locked their eyes, they renewed their pact of blood brothers again. Harry gave his friend a little energy boost before releasing his arm. They sheathed their weapons after casting a few cleaning charms as well as a dwarf spell Terrio had taught them, to sharpen the blade and protect it. Together they then turned to the stands, waiting, side by side. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.